configuration of your access point, you may find that there are a number of different options that you can choose from. For example, on this access point, the security level is currently defined as WPA2 personal. This access point can also disable security. It can configure as OWE, which stands for Opportunistic Wireless Encryption, which effectively allows someone to connect to the wireless network but prevents them from communicating directly to any other wireless device. This access point also supports WEP, different flavors of WPA, WPA2, and WPA3. An open system, of course, means there is no security. There's no authentication process, and anyone on this wireless network can communicate to anyone else on this wireless network. This access point supports WPA, WPA2, and WPA3 using a personal type of security. Sometimes you'll see this referred to as PSK, which stands for pre-shared key. This means to gain access to this wireless network, we need to provide someone with a pre-shared key that everyone will use. For example, you may be at a coffee shop and there may be a notice at the coffee shop that the pre-shared key that everyone can use to access the network is hot coffee. Of course, if you're in a business environment, having everyone share the same password for the wireless network is inherently insecure. So most enterprises will use a different type of wireless security known as enterprise or 802.1x security. This allows the network administrator to require a username, password, or some other type of authentication to gain access to the wireless network. And most people will use their own personal credentials to be able to provide that access. This means you would use the same username and password you would normally use to log into other devices in that same enterprise network. This means if someone leaves the organization and their account is disabled, they no longer have access to that wireless network. If you look at the different antennas that are used on many of today's wireless networks, you may notice a number of different styles. The style of antenna that you see connected to this access point is an omnidirectional antenna. It's a very common antenna type to find on our consumer or home-based access points. An omnidirectional antenna will evenly distribute that wireless signal on all sides of the antenna. So you can put your access point in the middle of the room, and everyone in the room will have the same signal strength as everyone else. This means you can put your access point in a centralized area, and anyone who's nearby will be able to gain access to the wireless network. But this may not be the optimal antenna type to use. For example, your access point may be in the corner of an outside room, and you're effectively only seeing a portion of that signal, while the rest of it on this omnidirectional antenna is sent to places where no one will ever connect. In that scenario, you might want to use a directional antenna where you can take that wireless signal and send it into a single direction. This allows you to focus the transmission and receiving of wireless signals to a device that may be in the corner of a room or may be connecting different buildings to each other. You'll often see these antennas measured as a total number of decibels. For example, a directional antenna may increase the performance of that signal by a certain decibels of gain. For example, you may see in the specifications of a directional antenna that it effectively increases the overall power by 3 dB. And for every 3 dB, we are effectively doubling the amount of power available. One type of directional antenna is a Yagi antenna. This is an example of a Yagi antenna. It's very directional and has a very high amount of gain. We also have other directional types such as a parabolic antenna, where multiple signals can come in and bounce into a single feed horn in the front. So it's focusing all of those signals into a single point on the antenna. This is especially useful over longer distances where you need to collect that signal and focus it into a single spot.
People can get crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis take the headache out of IT security.
Ultra Rewards introduces the industry's most expansive global rewards marketplace, featuring millions of unique products and experiences, all delivered seamlessly through a single powerful solution. With maximum choice and unmatched flexibility, it is designed to create personalized, dynamic experiences for any audience. This is Ultra Rewards.
most of the access points that we use at home are autonomous access points. This means that the access point doesn't require any type of additional hardware or software to be able to operate. It's effectively a standalone device that doesn't rely on anything else to be able to maintain that wireless connectivity. But in an enterprise, you may not be using autonomous access points. Instead, you may be using lightweight access points. This separates the wireless functionality into the hardware that you would mount into the ceiling, and the configurations and intelligence of that device are often maintained on the switch the access point is connected to. This not only allows us to have less expensive access points that we can deploy, it also gives us functionality for being able to manage those devices. One standard for managing wireless access point is known as CompTIA. This is control and provisioning of wireless access points, and it allows you as the network administrator to manage and configure all of these wireless access points from one central management station. We refer to this central station as a wireless LAN controller. It allows us to connect and view the entire wireless infrastructure from one single screen. We often refer to this as a single pane of glass. From this single management station, we can deploy new access points. We can monitor the performance of our existing access point infrastructure. We can make changes to the configuration of our wireless network and deploy those changes to some or all of our access points. And this might also create reports showing us how much of the wireless network is being used and by whom. This wireless LAN controller is often paired with the wireless access points themselves, so you're often getting the access points and the wireless management station all from the same manufacturer.
Cybersecurity stack isn't rocket science. Simply create your own security apps with Solar. Get answers to the security question.
There are a number of different ways to connect and configure wireless networks, and in this video we'll look at some of these different wireless network types. One popular wireless network type, especially in home-based environments, is a wireless mesh. This is where you would have multiple access points that can all communicate to each other within a relatively close area. And then you would have other devices that are located on the outside of those access points that are able to communicate to that single access point and ultimately to the rest of the network. This meshing of access points in the middle is something that you would configure on the access point, and if you were to add additional access points onto this network, they would also be included in that same mesh of access points. Of course, this doesn't have to be access points. There are some devices that can mesh amongst each other in an ad hoc form. This allows for different options for sending data over these networks because all of these devices are now communicating to each other. And if one device leaves the network, it can automatically identify that that device is no longer there and self-heal itself and connectivity to everyone who's left on the wireless network. If you only have two devices, you might want to connect them together without an access point. We refer to this type of connectivity as an ad hoc connection. This is where you use the 802.11 wireless functionality of your device, but you would not be directly connecting to an access point. This uses the 802.11 wireless network functionality of this device, but instead of connecting to an access point, you simply connect to the other wireless
Recording
device.
in progress.
You might also see this referred to as an independent basic service set, or an IBSS. This might be something that is a very long-term connection. All you have are two devices. You can simply connect those two together, and they can communicate as long as that connection is available. You might be using this might be used in conjunction with an Internet of Things or IoT device, where you would initially connect to the IoT device over an ad hoc connection. This may allow you to transfer configuration details, such as the name of your larger wireless network and any security configurations that have to be included to connect to that wireless network. At that point, the ad hoc connection is then disabled, and the Internet of Things device can connect to the larger access point network using those configuration parameters. Some wireless access points allow you to connect two devices directly to each other over a point-to-point mode. The point-to-point mode is commonly used to connect larger distances to each other. For example, one building connecting to another building. I run this exact configuration between two homes, so you could have an access point in one house connected to a switch and all of the internal devices of that network connected to the same switch, and then you would have the same configuration in another home and have all of those networks now connected to each other over that point-to-point mode. Not all access points support this point-to-point mode, so you'll want to be sure that the software of the access point supports point-to-point, and you'll want to be sure that the hardware on this device is also able to transmit over that extended distance. You may, for example, require additional types of antennas to be able to bridge that gap between the access points. There might also be a requirement to change the power output between these two devices and to make sure you're using frequencies that are able to communicate over that longer distance. And perhaps the most common way to connect to a wireless network is in something called infrastructure mode. This is where you would have a centralized access point. This is probably the type of wireless networking that you're using at home and in your office. All of the wireless devices in your home or office connect to that central access point, and you're able to communicate out to the wired network or between other wireless devices over that same access point. Some wireless access points give you the option to allow devices to communicate with each other over that wireless network, or to isolate each of these wireless devices to only be able to communicate directly to the access point and any networks beyond that access point. You'll want to check your access point to see how it's configured for these devices and make sure the proper security is configured on that device.
I would describe Underline as fast, affordable, incredibly fast, very reliable.
Consistent, fast, simple. No brainer. Are you guys here for the halftime show?
Oh no, we're here to help you with health, safe, living neutral.
Yes, and the evil has its name. Only they could. Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wireless networks we use both at home and in our businesses are sending private, confidential, and sensitive information online. And we're very concerned someone might have access to that data, especially on a wireless medium that effectively could be tapped into and listened to by any device that happens to be nearby. One way that we provide security on this wireless network is to limit what users are able to access the network. We would commonly do this with some type of authentication method, such as a username, a password, or some type of multi-factor authentication. And of course, we want to be sure that everything sent over this wireless network is protected, so we need to add confidentiality in the form of encryption. And to be sure that we receive the correct information over this wireless network, we include a message integrity check so that we can verify the information that we've received is exactly the information that was originally sent. One of the first encryption types on wireless networks is a method known as wired equivalent privacy, or WEP. Unfortunately, WEP was discovered to have some significant cryptographic vulnerabilities, so we need to very quickly replace WEP with something that was much more secure, and that replacement is known as WPA, or Wi-Fi Protected Access. WPA was implemented as a temporary stopgap between the insecure web and a more secure version of WPA. This first iteration of WPA was designed to work on exactly the same hardware as that older style web that we were replacing. But we knew that we would need enhanced security that we would not currently have available in this initial WPA. This replacement to WPA we named WPA2. This is Wi-Fi Protected Access version 2. And it's a version that's been around since 2004. You often see WPA2 referenced with a block cipher mode known as CCMP. If we were to spell this out, it would be counter mode with cipher block chaining message authentication code protocol, or counter/CBC-MAC. This effectively combined encryption and
Hello, all you cyber warriors. Mr. T here. Actually, my name is Terry Decker, but I'm going to be subbing today for James. And looking forward to being with you here for a few hours as we get the day started with a lecture. And then we'll be moving into some labs and review. We're just going to stay busy learning. That's right. For your education, for your career, for your future. You hear that right there? We're going to do that at the end. That, hey, whenever I leave, whatever, I think that's around 5 Eastern time, I'll be with you through that time. Whenever I leave a class, I play that music and everybody unmutes. And at the end, we all say, hey, real loud to give out a shout of victory because we have accomplished so much in our class and with our lessons, with our labs, just everything. So I'm glad to be with you today. I'm really happy. I love technology. I've been in the industry for over 2 decades now. I love talking about technology. Don't get me started. I might not quit. Okay. Good to see y'all out there. We just got a few of you in the house here. Could I have each one of you just take since there's only a handful, that's great, man. That's awesome. Y'all looking good too. Can I just have each one of you take about 30 seconds or something like that and tell me your name and just a little bit about you, why you're here at MyCC, kind of what your goals are. Could we do that? Could we start off with Michael Ramey? I believe it is up there in the corner. Would you mind to unmute and just give me a quick intro so I know who you are?
Facility.
That's really about it.
Good morning, everyone. You can
Awesome.
leave your comments and like the
That's
video.
what we're here for. Right
I
on.
may
What could be better
mute
than that,
now and
right?
again because I
Changing your
have
career,
interviews and
changing your
stuff
life.
that I'm doing
And
throughout
I
the
tell you
video.
it does.
But
IT.
go ahead and leave
I
your
went through the
comments if you have
similar
comments.
program that you all earn those certifications. Go look up
Good
Credit.
morning. Go ahead and leave your
And that'll help you
comments.
for free.
I'm
Get your
muting
certifications properly put on your
intermittently
link
because
and
I have
where
interviews
you
and
show 'em
videos
off
going on.
because
But
you worked
go
hard
ahead and
for
still
it.
leave your comments. I'll
You earned
respond to
every
you
bit of
once
it.
I get the
That's
chance.
right. I got a Brian. With our students and
Oh, 6 p.m. Yeah.
a lot of success stories. You know,
Oh yes, it's a beautiful thing. We're interacting from all parts of the world.
Each of you.
It's currently
Maybe
10:24
now,
in the morning
maybe
where I am in the
weeks or months
U.S.
from now,
It's
it'll happen. You just got to be
6
dedicated to
p.m. where
do the
you
work.
are.
You know that.
Put
It's
where
not
you're watching
easy.
from, like the
I
country
tell my
and the
students on
time
the first
zone.
day of class, So I'm here because
South Africa, nice to have you here. Africa is some other country, a beautiful country. Love Africa. I've never been there, but I would absolutely love to travel there.
I like that attitude. That attitude.
I am muting the video every now and again because I'm having
is that I'm not sure.
videos going on.
Is that Alan? It sure is. Great opportunity. Glad to have you. Thank you.
How are you guys doing? I am muting.
Don't need to say much more than that, really. I mean, that says it all. It's a great feel. Okay, who's next? I don't want to miss anybody. We just float with it. It's short and easy to say and easy to remember. Well, here's the plan as I understand it. It may be a little bit different than what you do, but we'll try to keep it as close as we can. From what I understand, Josh was so kind to come in and give me some little background information here so I can follow that. Of course, your instructor's out. I'm just subbing for today. He'll be back tomorrow, as I understand it. Hopefully so. Yeah, I'm sure he will. And so I'm going to do a little lecturing for you today. It's day 10. He sent me some slides for day 10. And I've got something special for you all that I want to drop. It's a PDF. And it's a PDF of the slides, but it has the slides and it has my notes. Yes, it does. And I'm going to drop it. Whoops, hang on. I don't want to do that because I'm not in the everyone chat. So that wouldn't done you much good right there. Now, this particular PDF, I want to drop it in and send it right now. So it says, please download that. Click on that dude. Download it and follow along when you open it up. It's just a PDF. It has the slides and of course the text and everything on the slides, but it has my notes, special notes that I have put in there based on my experience of taking this exam just not too many weeks ago. Well, it's been several weeks ago now, I guess, but fairly recently to upgrade to the 009. I had the ones before that, but teaching, we're required to, and I think it's right thing, right? We're required to take and maintain the latest exam. We can't just use CEs and, stuff like that to upgrade. We have to take the new exams as they come out, which is awesome because we get to see the exam and get the good idea of some of the content and the subject matter that they're hitting on. And so what I do is I take notes after I my mind's not too good. You'll see that later probably. But I take notes after I take an exam. I'll immediately run and I know where it's at. I have my pencil or pen and paper, and I start writing down all the subject matter. I can't remember the questions. I couldn't tell you if I did. But I start writing down all the subject matters that I remember being on that exam. And I'll sit there and I'll rack my brain and I'll brainstorm for quite a while until I feel like I got everything I can get. And then I use that to help design my notes in my slides, and I use that to design a final review for my class. Okay? So it's not cheating because I can't remember the exact questions, but I can remember a lot of the subjects. And so therefore I can create questions around the subjects, genuine questions, that will help you get an idea, hopefully a better idea of what's on and what to expect on the exam. So that's all fair and legal, and that's why I do it that way. So this is based on, the notes are largely based upon that, other material that I know needs to be in those notes. So if you got that PDF, please download that. Later on, I'm going to let you have access to a PDF that has the questions and answers. There's 5 questions per slide. Can you believe that? 5 questions per slide. Now, that PDF I gave you is not supposed to have those. If it does, I messed up. If it does, it's okay. Okay? But I've got another PDF later I'll give to you. Once we've done some reviewing and stuff later, I'll give you one that has all the questions in it, in the slides, okay, and the answers to them. Some of them have a little explanation at the bottom that will help you study. By giving you that PDF, that's your mini manual for today, for day 10. That's your manual. If you take that PDF and you learn all those notes I put in there, learn about, all those subjects, it's like your mini manual. I call it my little mini success manual for my students. Every day I do this for my students. So I've given that to you, and I'm going to start going through the slides here in just a moment, do a little bit of lecturing, but I like a lot of input. We'll use the chat quite a bit, but you know what? You can also unmute and ask me questions as well. I don't mind that. So you can interrupt me. You can say, hey, I got a question. I'll say, hey, let's do it. Okay? Doesn't matter where I'm at, what I'm saying, what I'm doing. I just work that way because I want to try to answer your questions. Okay? And if you have a question now, let me know. We'll get that thing answered for you. Some people like to write their questions down. Now, I will glance at the chat, okay, occasionally and check that, but I'm not too good at that when I get on a roll in these lectures, I kind of get after it. But I won't go fast, I promise you. We got a lot of time today. So I'm just enjoying the time already being with you. So what I'm going to do is switch screens and go over here to screen number 2. And we're going to look at this slide deck and take off and do this stuff, okay? Now, we didn't get started right away. Go ahead.
Question. You just put the day 10 slides in there. Do you have any other slides that you have that you recommend? Or is that it, just what you could just show us today?
Let's see.
I was wondering if you had the rest of a Network Plus that you have. I'll take any kind of thing that you
Oh, I
got.
see what you're saying. Do I have others? I have a few that I can share with you that I've already done. We're on a week or week and a half in. We're night class. We only do 4 hours at night. But I do have a few I can share with you later. Yeah,
Yeah.
I sure do. Everything I have done, yes, I'll be happy to share those with you. Absolutely. Not a problem. So if I, catch me again a little bit later, sometime around lunch or something, and I'll work on getting those and get those to you. No problem at all. Happy to do it. Thanks for asking. Yeah, these can be very helpful. I've also got a flashcard PDF that I'm going to give to you once we've done a review. So I'm kind of holding back, the answers and stuff until we review. And then I've got more information I'm going to give you. We're going to use Wayground just because Quizlets, I think, or something like that. I'm actually going to give you a 40-question review later, okay? Once we're done with the lecture and get settled in, give you a little time to forget. It's called the forgetting curve, spaced recall, all right? Then we're going to let you take a little review. That's right, spaced recall, and it'll let you all go in there and take it. You can take it on your own, and when everybody's done, then I'll get a report on the back end, and I'll share that with James, and then we'll see how much you retain today. Now, that's good, but that's not great. The good thing you want to do, and this is why I'm going to give you the questions and answers in a PDF later. I'm going to give you all that to take with you. Just like those slides I already have done, I'll give you all that, okay, later as well. So that you can then take it for a day or two later, and you can go down through there and say, I don't remember that one. So put your little frowny face beside it, because you need to go back up and study that one. But then look at the rest of the 5 on there. Oh, I remember that, and the answer to that one, smiley face. That means you got that one. Go through each 5 on each slide. Everywhere you see a frowny face, you need to go back and read or study. Go to YouTube or something. You need to learn a little bit more because you couldn't remember the answers to that question. If you'll do that with all of these PDFs, well, for the one we'll concentrate on today, and I'll give you all the others I have up to where we are. In fact, I think I did 8 last night, so you guys are a little ahead. And they won't be, since we're nighttime, they won't match up exactly, but they'll still be helpful to you. So I'll share those with you, okay? Because nighttime we do things, we space things out differently than the day class does. But I'll share this with you. So that's our strategy, is to really help you learn, okay? Learn so you know for on the job, but learn so you can pass the exam. They're one and the same to me, okay, to be real honest with you. If you learn how to do the job, learn the material so you can actually do some of the work. Now, you are not expected to do all the work. These are entry-level classes. They're going to train you once you get your job. These are entry-level. But the more you know, the better you're going to be, and the faster you're going to get those promotions, which means raises, which means a better life, which means yeehaw, how much you want. It's great. It's good. And, by the way, Mr. T always says this. I believe, and I do, and I believe you do too. You know what? You should be having more fun than a cyber warrior should be allowed to have. And if you're not, what's wrong? This is great stuff. Yeah. I mean, this is huge. You're changing your life. You're literally going to make you're making a drastic change, drastic, whatever word you want to use. Better be careful with my words. You're making a drastic change in your life that's going to set you on a trajectory that's just crazy good. Okay? So let's talk a little bit about that. You mean in the slides? Sure. I see it all in these slides. You'll see as we get there. Now, here's our objectives. I'm not going to take too much time with these today. This comes from the exam objectives PDF from CompTIA. These will be the objectives, like objective 1.2,
Hi, good
1.4,
morning.
4.1, 4.3,
If you
and
have
5.3.
comments,
Sound like an action?
leave your comments. Also, like the video.
That we'll cover
I am
today
in class
in these
and
slides.
doing interviews, etc. But you can still comment, and I'll respond as well.
This is where we're pulling from, and this is what we're learning about inside that. Here's another breakdown of it, the things that we'll be talking about. A few key things that I have up there for you. Let me get my Telestrator out here. Will be defense in depth. I want you to look for that when we get there and really lean in. Okay, lean in and really learn, because this is going to be important for your exam and for on-the-job stuff. Okay, we're going to talk about some authentication. A lot of that today. Okay, Kerberos, the 3 dragon heads or dog heads, whatever those things are, I don't know. But anyhow, we're going to talk about that in a little bit of detail as well, because that's important for your exam. And something called ACLs and content filtering are going to be pretty big as far as the exam and as far as out there in the real world. So I just put these two together. They mean the same thing. If I say exam tip, I'm saying job tip as well. Okay, 100% job tip as well. So let's get this going. All right, authentication. Now, you're going to see this a little later, but I'm going to go ahead and write it out because we're going to do some space recalling today. And we'll talk just a little bit about it here, and then later you'll see it again. And then later I may ask you some off-the-cuff questions about, Michael or Kevin or whomever, do you remember back there on the slide, whatever slide that was, we talked about this or that. Can anybody in the class put in the chat the answer to this question? That's my space recall. See, I'll wait a little while later, and then I'll check y'all, but you can just put it in the chat. And if you want to direct chat me so nobody sees your answer, that's okay. You can do that. I get it. You know, sometimes students don't like to, they like to play, but they don't want to give their real name or something like, or they don't want to, that's fine. Just direct chat me your answer, and I'll be happy with that. I just want to hear from you. And be sure that even if you don't know the answer, once we get the answer in the chat, right, you go ahead and type it in. That's going to cement your learning, okay, for down the road. So AAA. I've got AAA insurance. I've got AAA life insurance. I've got AAA accidental insurance. But this is not the one we're talking about. No. Does anybody know what those 3 A's stand for starting out? Does anybody know? Oh, look at this in the chat. Kevin Smith. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. Well, you know what? You've got the last 3 are you've got it pretty close. Keep on working it. That's right, we got it. Let's talk about it. First of all, the first A in AAA is this big word up here.
Authorization and
okay. Yes, it is. It's authentication. Okay, so I'm going to put auth, okay, because my handwriting's like a doctor. I'd have been a doctor, but I wasn't smart enough, but I had the handwriting. All right, the second A is once we get authenticated into a system like a username and password, then we're going to get there it goes again. Authorized. All right. You got to get authorized. What can I do once I'm logged into a computer system or a network? So we get authorized, then we get authenticated. Username. And I'm going to tell you a little story about this after a while. We get authenticated, prove who we are, so we can get in. Once we're in there, what can we do? That's authorization or authorized. Okay. The last day is a little weird. It's almost like that. You think you're a CPA or something like that, but it's called accounting. Interesting. Accounting. What does that mean? That means keeping a record. So you authenticate, prove who you are, you get into the system, then you're authorized to either get files out of certain share folders. You can print to certain printers, but not others. So that's your authorization. And then guess what? Big Brother's looking over your shoulder. Well, not really. It's your SNMPs. It's your event viewer in Windows is logging everything you do on that computer. Yeah, every time you log in, it fails. You miss your password. It logs it as a failure. And every time you log in successfully, it logs it successfully and puts the time and date up there in the event viewer in Windows. You all have talked about that. I know you have, because you know what? Your Net Plus means you enter your A+. So I got you there, okay? The event viewer. That's right. Now, so that's AAA. We're going to talk more about that later. But the first part of AAA is you got to authenticate. You got to prove who you are to get in. Can I tell you a quick story real fast on this slide, and then we'll move? This is the way I like to describe it. Now, this is fictitious, so you don't get all excited here. This is not, non-fiction. It's not true. It's fiction. But I used to belong to a club. And every Thursday night, I'd go to this club. And you had to be a member. You had to prove who you were, and they had to be voted on. You got to be a member of this little club. Just like talking, chatting club, nothing big. Yeah. All right, so I went one Thursday night to this club, and there's a new guy at the door. And he said, "Sir, I need to see your ID." And I said, "What? I've been coming here for 15 years, man. Everybody knows me." "Yeah, but I'm new and I don't know you." "Oh, sure. Driver's license." He looks at that and said, "Well, you got a big smile on your driver's license." And I do. When I had my new driver's license made here a while back, they took it, and I said, "That's not a smile. Can you please take that picture again?" Boy, I put a big smile on. I got a big smile on my driver's license. I wanted that in case I ever got pulled over, I could show that to a cop, and I thought he might make him laugh or her laugh. Probably wouldn't work, but you got to try everything you can. But anyhow, so I give my ID, and he says, "Okay, you're authenticated." Well, he didn't really say that, but that's what happened. He identified me that I was a member of that club, so I was authenticated, and he let me in. Now watch this. I forgot to tell you that before I left from home to come to the club that night, my wife and I had a little argument. You know, she usually wins these arguments. Are you following me? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Okay, so I'm a little, a little stressed. But I go in and I sit down and my server comes over and she says, "Oh, sweetheart, I know what you want. You want your Pepsi and 2 pieces of pizza tonight, right?" I said, "You got it, sweetheart." And she says, "Got a problem. Your wife just called and says you're only authorized, second A, you're only authorized to have some Pepsi tonight. You cannot have any pizza." Orders of your wife.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is something wrong with this. Guys, gals, will you come on, help me out here, Mr. D, Something wrong with that picture, isn't there? But that's my authorization. She only allowed me to have my Pepsi that night, but no pizza. That's wrong. But anyhow, so I said, okay, we'll deal with this later. We had a little falling out tonight. It's not big. We'll make up later. It'll all be good. And so I had my Pepsi, and then I go home. Get home, she's holding her phone. And she says, "Honey," she says, "how was the meeting or your club thingy tonight?" I said, "Well, I'm not thirsty, but I'm sure hungry." They said you called in and didn't allow me to have no pizza, so I couldn't have no pizza. I wasn't authorized to have my pizza. That's the second A. She said, "I know. I just got the receipt that proves all you have was Pepsi and no pizza." That's the last A of AAA. That's the accounting. Okay? That's the record of what I did and didn't do. So that's my little story that I remember. That's how I remember AAA. I had to go to the club, get authenticated, show my driver's license. I got in. Now, what am I authorized to do? Well, my wife says only Pepsi that night, no pizza. Okay, spend some time. I'll go back home. My wife has the email, the receipt for what I did. It was Pepsi only and no pizza. So there's the accounting, the proof of what I did or did not do. That's AAA to me. I use stories like that, make them up in my mind, so that I can remember these things. Doesn't that make sense? I mean, it really helps you.
Yeah,
now, I tell you this little story about the boarding pass, but since you've got the PDF, I'm going to let you read it. It's similar to what I do with my little story. I'm not going to tell you two stories in a row to bore you. All right, you got your authentication, your authorization, and your counting. That's AAA. Okay, and we're going to be talking about AAA a little bit more as we move along. That's why I'm spending a little bit more time here. But watch this top thing. Now we add identity. Okay, now authentication is proof. Look at the word proof. In this case, it's a her, not a me. Okay, she looks a lot better than me. I probably should have told you this story, but you can read it for yourself. Proof that she is who she claims to be. But before we can do that, do any authentication against her, we got to know who she really claims to be. Is she really that person? Oh, maybe we do a background check. We get her driver's license as a new employer, social security number, and all this stuff. We make sure that we've got the right person before we ever hire them and give them credentials so that they can authenticate on our systems and get in and do work. Are you following me? HR does an identity check. Got to make sure that that's who they say they are. That's important. Always have been, always will be. But once we've got them identified, now we can use AAA. Okay, we can assign them permissions on file shares, on printers, whatever services it is that they need, and we call that least privilege. We're going to be talking about that in just a moment. What's least privilege, Mr. T? I bet you had an A+. Remember it? Do you remember it? Least privilege? New employee comes in. We get a sheet of paper from their supervisor that says they should have permission for that file share, and that printer, and that's it, no more. So we go in as IT people, super cyber warriors, not just cyber warriors, super cyber warriors, okay? But we go in and we set it up. We give them permission to 2 folders, shared folders on the server, and to 1 printer. Well, there's 5 more printers in the building, Mr. T, and there's 10 more shared folders. They don't need any of that for their job. They need to use 1 printer and to get documents out of 2 folders. So we give them permissions to everything they need to do their job. Everything, but not a bit more. That's least privilege, right? And that's what you want to maintain. You'll be maintaining that least privilege for all the employees in a company that you're a super cyber warrior in. You got to make sure you do that. Because, boy, lots of bad things have happened by companies not following least privilege, and they give somebody access to a bunch of folders with a bunch of data in it that they shouldn't have had. That's not good. It's hurt companies' reputations. Okay, data has been stolen and sold. Ooh, you don't want to do that. So that's just one of the reasons for least privilege. Okay, you can read that little story, but I think mine's better about my Pepsi and my pizza. But you can decide. I won't be offended. All right. Think about access control. We already did. See, now we don't have to do this slide because we talked about identity.
How you guys
Make sure that
doing?
employees what they say they are.
Leave your
Then
comments
we get
if
them
you
hired
have
in when they say
comments.
they are. Now we can start
I am
assigning them
in
permissions
class,
on the network, for example.
so you
And they'll
will
have to
hear a lot
authenticate to
of
get on the
chatter.
network. Then they'll
But
be
you can
authorized
still
to
leave your
go to
comments
that
and I will
printer, those two
respond.
folders, and then
Also
there's
like the
counting.
video if you like the
They're
video
being
as
tracked.
well.
They're being logged. Everything they do is being logged. Everything we do on our networks in many different ways, not just Windows Event Viewer, but something called SNMP, right? That protocol, I talked a little bit about that in A+, not a lot, but a little bit. That's a protocol that, man, we can put that baby on servers. Yes, we can put it on switches and firewalls and routers and on and on. And what's that doing? It's keeping logs of all the stuff that's happening on our switches, our firewalls, and our routers, et cetera, et cetera. And then we can have those sent back to a syslog server, right? A main server that collects all those logs, and they all have the right date and time on them, and we can sort through and filter through and find problems. Maybe even find when malware got on our systems, okay? Because it's right there in the logs. When it came in, the firewall, right there, okay? So this is why we're logging everything. It's called accounting, but I like to call it logging stuff. But it is accounting, but it means the same thing. Okay, that's the real world, how we apply AAA and identity. Okay, so if you know that, woohoo, you're getting set up for success for that exam. And if you look in your notes right there, I put a bunch of stuff in there. Now, I've got questions, okay, and I'm going to give you the PDF that's got the questions, 5 questions per slide. It's just not going to let you cheat, okay? I know what you are. You're begging me for that PDF that's got those questions and answers, Mr. D.
Yeah.
You're trying to get those. You'll be sneaky. I know how you people are. I'm the same way. And I'll give it to you later. But we got to have more fun than cyber warriors should be allowed to have. Now, let's talk about some authentication methods. Now, first of all, when do you all take your first break normally? Can somebody help me with that? I want to try to keep us on a break schedule here if I can. I may have missed it already. Is it like 12:50 Eastern time? Do you all normally, top of the hour? That's when you take your break?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so coming up the top of the hour, we'll be a little short on time, but that's fine because I had trouble getting in. They had to work to get me into the class, but when they did, I jumped right in. I had the link, I just didn't have the permissions. So we'll go ahead and do another slide or two here. Okay, am I going at the right pace? Am I too fast? Am I too slow? Anything that I can help you with? Can you hear me clearly? I mean, it should be loud enough, but is it clear? Want to make sure everybody's got a good, I'll just look at your heads there. If everybody's doing this, we're happy. If you're doing this, we're not happy. So everybody thinks, yep, look at that. Got thumbs up flying all over the screen. I don't know what that means to this day. But anyhow, it's cool. I like it. So let's talk about authentication methods before we go to, I guess, lunch. Is this our lunch hour? Is this what we're going to call lunch at the top of the hour? I don't know. What time do you all take lunch? You all have a lunch at 1? Okay, 1 Eastern, right? 1 Eastern. So that would be 12. So I'm on Central Time, so I'm just trying to figure out. So at the top of the hour, we take lunch. Is that right? Okay. Sound right there, everybody? Okay, cool. All right. Yo, guys, have to help me out because I want to try to do it as close as I can to what you're used to and not mess it up too much, okay? Make it as comfortable as I can. Because, I'm new, and you're having to get used to me. Authentication methods. You know what a password is, right? Well, that's all cool, but I can remember the day when 8-character passwords were considered very strong. How about you, ladies and gentlemen? You remember that day? Now, 12 is the minimum for just everyday users, and for admins or super cyber warriors like you working in security, yours will be longer than that.
Yeah.
Okay, your admin passwords will be maybe up to 20, 24 characters. Some of them will be. Okay, because those are called privileged accounts. Okay, really, you need them or you don't get them accounts, okay? But you will have those, some of those, as super cyber warriors because you're going to be logging into some very high-end stuff out there in your job, some firewalls and routers and things like that, switches, doing your security stuff on those. And so you're going to have some pretty darn good long passwords to remember. So the longer a password, you all know this, right? The longer the password, the better in theory that it is. Depending If you use dictionary words, it's not. Those are easy to brute force against, right? We can download some rainbow tables, which is just databases of words, that are put together, and just throw those at an account and until it figures out what the password is. That's what we call that. It's a brute force attack, just throwing it one by one. Now, can anybody tell me how we could mitigate that kind of brute force? In other words, if you work at a company and you try to log in 3 times, does it lock you out? Most of the time it does, doesn't it? Yeah, heads are nodding. That's how we mitigate against the brute force, right? We set it up so if you don't remember your passwords 3 times, you're either drunk or you changed it and forgot it or something like that. Which you wouldn't be that. Not at work, you wouldn't be drunk. No. So we have that policy, okay, that 3 wrong passwords, it locks it. Now, maybe it'll wait 5 minutes. We can set it up, and you can try again 3 more times and it'll lock your account. Then you got to call the admin, Super Cyber Warriors, and you go reset the password on the account, and they have to change their password. We're trying to make sure somebody's not guessing the password at that point, right? And that's why we'll set it up that way, is to mitigate against brute forcing passwords. Okay. Smart cards, we can use those to get authenticated. The smart cards, you can carry them around your neck, the card, or on your waist, or in your pocket, the purse, or whatever you got. And, those can open doors for you, access control. They can let you in computers if you got it, it depends on how you're set up. But the smart cards, I like to call them silly cards. We call them smartphones, I call them silly phones, because they're silly. But anyhow, they're cool though, right? Fingerprint. This is also called something with a B. How about that? It would be around 4 p.m. your time when we take lunch. Okay. Well, we're going to talk about that in just a moment. Okay, we're talking about that in just a moment. Coming at the top of the hour, we'll talk about biometrics. Thank you very much. It's a form of biometrics. Retina scan, eye scan, retina, scanning your retina. Biometrics, right? Watch this. Something you are or do. Something you do. Get this for your exam. Exam tip. Look for this on your exam. The word gait. Did you know that everybody has a walking pattern called a gait that is as unique as your fingerprint or your retina scan? Yes. This is how in like China and some of these places, they got cameras on every corner, 2 or 3 of them sometimes. I mean, they literally have cameras everywhere, right? They can pick you out by not even seeing your face, by your gait or the way that you walk, okay? Or the way that you dance down the street if you're happy. Like Mr. D's happy all the time, but most of the time, not always. So that's your gait. Geofencing. Give you a quick example. Access control. Because I've set up these, right? I set up my access control so that you have to be within 30 feet of the building or your access control fob or card won't let you in. You walk 30 feet away from the building, okay, well, obviously the card's not there, right? So it won't work. But let's say you got the app on your phone, because we use a lot of apps now. Instead of a card, put an app on your phone, and when you get up there, you can push a button on your phone app, and it'll unlock the door. Well, but if you're at home 16 miles away and open the app, it won't work. You have to be within that 30 feet, that geofencing of your building before your app will work. You can't open a door 16 miles away, sweetheart. You can't do it, sir. No. It's called geofencing, and I love that. Those apps worried me at first, but then they said, oh, no, we got geofencing. I said, well, no problem. Then that means that phone's got to be there, and that app's got to be there right at that door before it's going to work. All right, last one here. Let me get my head out of the way. Time restrictions. Like if you go in and you sit down at a computer, you work from 8 to 5. Did you know that we can set up your account to where that if you say you log out and try to log back in after 5 o'clock, it will not let you back in. We can set time restrictions of when you can log into a computer at work. It's real easy to do. It's part of your Active Directory account in Windows Server. And so, therefore, you can't get on that
How's
computer.
everyone doing? Leave your
That's a time
comments if you have
thing,
comments,
right?
or
Stay in
you
time.
can just go ahead and like the video.
We'll let you work on your computer when you're there.
Most of the
because we know you're
time,
there.
I am
But on the
occupied.
weekend, if you don't have permission to work on your computer, we're
Because
going
I'm
to put this time
in
restriction
class,
on
but
there.
if you have comments, go ahead and leave your
unless
comments.
it's during those hours that we have designated for when you're there. Does that make a lot of sense? These are all different ways that we authenticate, that we prove who we are, right? We prove our identity in a sense. Okay, this is us. We should be allowed to get in the network. It's basically what we usually say there. Okay. Also has geotagging for verifications as well. Good stuff. Look at that right there. Thank you. Good. Oh man, guess I'm pepping my step too. That's right, buddy. That's right, my friends. Okay, look, we're at 1 o'clock Eastern time, right? So we're going to take a break. Now, somebody needs to help me out here and tell me when you take. Do you take an actual hour for lunch between 12 and 5 p.m. Eastern? You take a lunch. What time do you take that lunch in Eastern time? Because I'm going to be sure I give it to you. It's 3 hours until lunch. Oh, well, okay. There isn't lunch. We do 1 hour lunch. Got it. Well, let's take our 10-minute break right now. Let's come back at 12. Going to give you 11 minutes after. Is that okay instead of 10? Because I talked about 38 seconds right there. So come on back.
Yeah.
Come on back in about 11 minutes, 10, 11 minutes, and we will go move forward. But the best is yet to come. Okay, I'll see you back here in a few minutes. And I'll let you know when we're ready to start because I play my intro music again. You won't be able to miss it. Come on back, right. Super Cyber Warriors. I'll see you then. Take care. Mr. T, signing off. I'm going to take a break as well. See you. Oh, it just faded away.
Cable modems or other devices that have their own embedded operating system.
All right, everyone, if you have comments, go ahead and leave your comments. We can do some interaction in between class. From time to time, I may mute my mic when there is an active interview going on separately apart from my regular class schedule. But apart from that, my mic is on. If I'm unable to respond with audio, you can type. I will try to type if I can type as well.
Wanted to go back to a previous version, you would have access to all of that code. One of the challenges with managing firmware in your printers, your modems, and other devices is that these companies are very good at manufacturing hardware, but they may not be as good at maintaining the firmware that runs in those devices. An example of this would be the Train ComfortLink 2 thermostats, where you can control the temperature of the thermostat from your phone. There were 3 vulnerabilities presented to Train in April of 2014, but we didn't receive updates to the firmware until April 2015, and it took until January of 2016 to be able to get the final update for that device. It would be up to the security team of your organization to determine if that device should remain on the network or if you should find other alternatives instead of that thermostat. Another important aspect of lifecycle management is what you do with the device when you don't need it anymore. This would be the decommissioning process, and it's the way that you dispose of an asset once you no longer need to use it. We see this often with desktops, laptops, mobile devices, and anything else that becomes outdated and is no longer supported by the manufacturer. But there's data on that device that we want to be sure doesn't get into the hands of someone else. We need some way to sanitize the media or simply destroy the device to protect all of that data. This might also involve legal issues, especially if there's certain types of data that your organization is not allowed to destroy. So you may end up storing this equipment off-site or in a secure location until such time that it's able to be destroyed or disposed of properly. And what you do not want to do is simply dispose of this in your normal trash. Eventually, someone will come across that equipment and they will either get access to the data or they'll sell that equipment to someone else who will then get access to the data. Although we often want to recycle this hardware, we want to be sure we do it in a way that protects the confidentiality of the data contained on all of these devices. An ongoing part of lifecycle management is change management. That's because we are constantly making changes in our computing environments. We're upgrading software on a switch, we're making changes to a firewall configuration, we're modifying a router table, or making some other modification to software or configurations. This needs to be a managed process and something that we can track, monitor, and be able to modify if we run into a problem. Most organizations will have a very clearly defined change management process. This would include how often you're able to make changes, the window that you have to be able to make those changes in an environment, the process itself for installing those changes in your environment, And then finally, a process for rolling back if you run into problems. And if your organization does not have a formal change management process, this might be difficult to implement. You need to make sure that everyone understands the importance of having a centralized change management process and that everyone follows that process before making any modifications to any device. Another important aspect of lifecycle management is how we handle ongoing service requests. This is often done through a help desk. They'll receive a phone call, they'll input a ticket into a centralized process tracking system. Those tickets will be triaged and provided to someone who can resolve the problem, and then they will close the ticket and move to the next one in the list. Almost every organization has a process tracking system, and although there are many different types of software to provide this function, they're all very similar in how they operate.
When you're watching the other football but don't want to ask your friends, what's offsides? And how can I sound like I know a lot about the game? You just ask Google all of that at once. Oh, so that's it.
Change is inevitable, and we need to have some type of process on our network to be able to manage all of these changes. There might be updates to operating systems. We may have to patch a series of devices. There might be updates to applications that we need to roll out. And of course, we have network devices, firewall configurations, new applications that need to be installed, and many other changes that will occur on our network. Instead of simply making a change without any processes or thoughts to what may occur in the future, we need to have a formal process for managing all of these configurations. We need to know when these changes are going to occur. We need to be able to plan for those changes, and we need to inform everyone that the change is going to take place. This documentation becomes very important if this system needs to be rebuilt, especially if there's some type of disaster and you're required to get that system back up and running as quickly as possible. Having some type of documentation that leads you from the installation of that software through all of the changes that you made will be extremely important in getting that system back up and running. When we first install a switch, a router, a firewall, and we make our initial configurations and get everything working perfectly, we now have a production configuration. This is the configuration that everyone will use when we roll out a new router. This is the configuration that will be the standard for that production system. We install a new firewall, we have a standard production configuration for that firewall. This is not just individual configurations inside the device, but it covers all.
So while I'm currently in class, I'm gonna go through some
firmware versions. You need to
some course questions, and I'm gonna use AI to absolutely go through the entire thing. Let me know what you guys think of this.
This is not something that we would usually install into production.
So I'm gonna go through some course exam, which is something that you guys can easily go through as well. Whether it's practice exam or actual exams.
Of course, not every possible scenario can be tested in our lab, so we need
AI now gives you the ability to incorporate its ability to research things that would have taken you much more time to accomplish that.
This applies to our firewalls, our switches, our routers, our operating systems, and anything else we might be making a change to. The standard operating procedure is commonly to make a backup of that system before making any type of change. Once you make the change, you can then decide whether that's something you want to keep in production, but if there's a problem, you may need to revert back to that previous backup. Sometimes this can be accomplished by simply copying the files that will be updated during that particular change. It might be a single configuration file, but now we have a copy of that file prior to those changes taking place. We can simply copy that file back if there's any problems. If this is a virtual machine, this process can be relatively easy. You can click a button to create a snapshot of that VM that saves everything, the files, the configuration, and everything else associated with that VM at that point in time. If you run into a problem when you're making a change to the VM, you can then easily revert back to that date and time of the snapshot. This is also useful if later on you decide you would like to revert back to the previous configuration. You now have a backup that's stored either as a snapshot or as separate files that you can then revert to if you run into future problems. When we're deploying a new application, it's usually often more than a single server and a single executable. There are usually many different components that allow that application instance to operate. This might include configurations on the user's workstations, changes to the firewall, and of course the application server itself. To truly understand the scope of this application, we need to document every aspect of that application installation. This allows us to create a golden configuration that certifies that this application will work properly if all of these configurations are in place. We can also use that golden configuration as a way to verify that we are using the proper software and the correct configuration.
Okay, all you cyber warriors, let's make our way on back into the classroom, the Zoom room. Make sure you have your cameras on, you're in focus or in frame so I can see you. Because y'all are handsome and you're pretty. I need to take a look at you, that's right. Come on back, we're going to get started and finish up this authentication method slide, or PDF in your case. We're going to keep moving on. Yeah, that's what we do around here. Now, let me remind you, because instructors, that's just what we do. It's not because we think you're silly or not too smart. No, that's not it at all. We know that you're very smart people, but we just have this habit of reminding people that when you review questions, like we're going to have a review off and on today, we'll do some reviewing. When you do that, be sure that you hold to the principle that when you read a question and you answer the question, that you're not trying to use memorization, because that really will not help you on the exam at all, okay? What you got to do is, when you get the answer, you got to know why the answer is correct. And even better, yeah, I see some heads nod, you got this. Yeah. Even better than that, know why the wrong answers were wrong. Boy, if you know that, woo, doggy, you're going to go smash that exam. I'm telling you. I have had students tell me throughout my years, my career of teaching, but in this current class that I'm in, it never fails. I have students tell me sometimes they have a little trouble with the A+, the first time around, the core 1 and the core 2, getting the pass on those exams. It's hard, people. I tell everybody it's hard. It is, it's true. Or more people would have it, but when you get it, notice I didn't say if. When you get it, and if you don't have it, you will. Okay, just a matter of a little time. Don't worry about it. You'll get it. All right, when you do, you got something to be proud of, because a lot of people don't take it for the reason of they know it's hard. I know people in the field that won't take it, and I know a few of those won't take it because they're afraid they won't pass it. And they're working in the field. Now, let's not to talk bad about anybody. That's not my purpose at all. Yeah. I'm just saying you are special. You got the guts, the stamina to step into a room or do this from home, ever how you take it. I do mine from home now because I love that. But you used to go to the centers all the time. You got the stamina, the guts to step into that room. You've already done something better than a lot of people in this world will do. Got the guts to get in there and take it. And if you don't pass it the first time, don't you let that sway you a bit. You'll get it the second or the third time. It'll come to you. And here's what I want to say about Net Plus. Some of my students, and I'm having them now in this class, but when we get to Net or Core 2, they do better on Core 2 a lot of times than they do Core 1 because they've already had Core 1 information. Now they got the Core 2. But when they get to Net Plus, then we see halfway through it, then we see people going back and taking their Core 1s and their Core 2s because it all kind of comes together. So if you've not passed, and I have no clue, I have no insight into your information, don't need it. If you've not passed, a Core 1 or a Core 2 yet, make this be the time. You'll see, I think many of you will see, dig into this Net Plus, get these concepts down, and you'll be begging to go back and take that Core 1 and Core 2, and you'll probably pass it. I'm telling you, it just starts coming together in Net Plus. I see it all the time. So don't be discouraged, is what I'm trying to say. Be encouraged. Some of the smartest people I know have failed these very exams their first time. People that's smarter than me, yeah, way smarter than me, have failed these exams the first time. And I remember a college class that I had. I really need to pass this one. I don't remember what class it was now, but I need to pass this exam and do it quick before my semester thing ended, and I failed that puppy. Boy, you know how I felt? Yeah, you know how. It feels when you feel something like that, don't you? I felt miserable. And then I had to kind of, how do we say this, virtually slap myself, not literally, virtually slap myself and say, come on, what's wrong with you? You'll pass it the next time. It's okay. It's not all of your life. It's one little event. Yeah, that's why you got to see these things, right? Because we're all going to have these little potholes in the road. You know, we got so many of them around here where I live. It's just crazy. I buy a new car every year. That'd be my excuse to buy a new car. If I was, you know, I don't do that, though. I drive until they fall apart. All right, we're back. And we're back to this. Now, I want to finish out on your PDF. If you go look at my notes, you're going to see in there something you know, number one, something you have, something you are, somewhere you are, and then time-based restrictions. I'm going to finish out this slide right here. Here's the point that I want to make. When we're talking about authentication methods, and precisely when we're talking about, does anybody know what MFA is? It used to be a feed company. I don't know if it is anymore, not because I don't live in the country anymore, I live in the city, but years ago. No. What is it? That's right. I know I can look at that chat. I'm going to get it. Okay, yeah, you guys are going good there. Guys and gals. Multi-factor authentication. I have a question for you. Spaced recall. Ding, ding, ding. All right, now watch this. Ooh, I need you to tell me what would be an acceptable best practice multi-factor authentication setup. What do I mean by that? Well, I need you to tell me this, yes or no. I have a password that I want to use and a PIN, a 4-digit or a 6-digit PIN. I want to use both of those for multi-factor authentication. Is that correct? Yes. Or it is not correct? No. Ooh. No. Y'all got negative attitudes out there. No, just kidding, keeping it alive. Oh, it is no. Why? Because your password and your PIN both comes from something. Let me switch over here and show you what those things. Look at there. Comes from something, from something you know. That's one category of factors. And you cannot use more than one factor from a category. Does that make sense? Because I was telling you use the password and a PIN. That's something you know. Can't do that. That's not correct. That's not called best practice. That's not good security. But what about this? If I ask you, okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me go back over here. I want to use a password and a fingerprint. Yes or no? Correct? Acceptable or not? Yes or no? Now everybody seems to be going on the heads. They're saying yes in the chat. And you would be right. Why? Because if I go back to this screen and clear that screen, it's something you know. And fingerprint, it's something you are. Your fingerprint or your iris scan on your eye. Something you are, piece of your body, right? Palm prints, they use palm prints in some cases, you know that? So that would be correct. That would be considered best practice and secure. A good multi-factor or two-factor authentication. Sometimes we'll say that, 2FA, two-factor authentication. Multi means two-factor, but it also means it could be three. Yeah. Okay, now that's getting pretty serious stuff right there. Okay, look at my eye, see my fingerprint, get my footprint. I mean, come on, people. Palm print, you want that too? Well, take it all, by golly. By the way, does anybody remember? And you know your cyber warriors are going to be responsible for this. This is huge. This is huge. On biometrics, when a new employee comes in and you take their fingerprint or you take their retina scan, that's put into something we call a template in security, okay, in your cybersecurity. You want to know that. It's called a template. You got to store those files somewhere, and you got to put them in a template. So the fingerprint would be in a template. The iris scan would be in a template. Guess what? That's personal information. That's pretty important stuff that you don't want getting out of that network, do you? You cyber warriors are going to be responsible to make sure that nobody gets this data as well, especially this data. Get somebody's fingerprint and whoo, doggies. You got a problem. You know my wife has no fingerprints on 10 fingers. All 10 fingers. The FBI has tried, not that she got in trouble. She's like a paralegal or something like that, you know. And she has to get, for her notary, she has to get fingerprinted, right? Or has that in the past. No, not a fingerprint one. So what did they do? I don't know. I don't remember what they did. She told me, but no fingerprints whatsoever. I said, honey, you want to go into a crime deal with me? You do the crime because you had no fingerprints and we'll make a lot of money. I didn't really do that. I'm just kidding you. But you know, because there's DNA now, that messed that all up. Okay, but anyhow, let's move on. So yeah, you can't choose two factors from the same category. Be sure you know that for the exam and know that at work. Somebody says, okay, Keith or Lisa or Johnny or whoever you are, you're on the new job. You're a cyber warrior, a super cyber warrior. And they say, I need you to set up two-factor authentication for Jill, this new employee. And give me two factors. You won't want to choose those two factors from any one of these categories. You can pick one from here. You can pick one from here. That'll work. They'll give you two. You can pick one from here, and you can pick one from there. That'll work. That'll give you two factors from different categories, okay? If I spend enough time on that, I think you all got it, right? Yeah. This is for authentication. Now, this is huge because everything we're going to talk about is going to kind of pile in here and on all of this for us here in just a moment. All right, our sweet little lady there, she looked kind of like my wife when she's younger. I'm so happy I don't have to log into all these apps one at a time. Oh, baby, I love this one. I remember the day when we got to do this. I remember the first time that I was able to use this years ago. It's called single sign-on. What does that mean? I can log in with one set of credentials. Now, it may be a password, a fingerprint scan, and almost everything has multi-factor or two-factor authentication at a minimum these days, doesn't it? Almost everything does. I mean, we got to do it because we got those bad guys and girls out there that you're going to be defending against. By the way, one of the greatest security experts that's ever lived, and he's still around. He's written books. He actually wrote some of the early encryption algorithms. Yeah, I'll think of his name in just a bit. I see his face. I can always, it's hard for me to remember his name. He's got a book out on encryption. It's really good. It's several years old, but it still is very valuable. But anyhow, he says this, and I read that book years ago, and I've never forgotten it. If you're going to be in security, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, you need to think like the bad guy, the attacker. You've got to get a mindset of thinking like the attacker. What does that mean? That means you'll need to go into forums and listen and learn from these hackers and stuff. Now, maybe even at some point you'll get into the dark web. You gotta be careful with that. Make sure you know what you're doing. Go through onion routers and stuff like that to get into the dark web and some of these forums and listen. They talk about this stuff. You don't even have to go into the dark web to hear it. Lots of forums where these hackers are talking about stuff. Talking about what they're working on for the next, next exploit, next piece of malware, okay, or whatever, or ransomware. You got to develop a mindset and think like those bad guys, or how else can you defend against them? You got to know what they're doing, what they're trying to do, or you can't defend against them. So that gives you and me permission to think like the bad dudes and the guys and gals, okay? It does. I mean, seriously. I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean in a good way. But we got to learn their tactics, their techniques, stay ahead of them, because we only have to be wrong one time and they get us. They can mess up a lot of times and miss and not get in, penetrate our network, but we let them in one time, it's over. Well, it's not the end of the life, it's not the end of the world, but it's a bad thing. So single sign-on means I can sit down with one set of credentials, whatever that is, fingerprint scan, password, whatever. I may be using multi-factor, two-factor authentication. But once I log in, I've logged into Outlook. I've logged into SharePoint, OneDrive, OneNote, and Teams. And when I open up Outlook and I log in, now, when I go to SharePoint, I don't have to log in. I'm already logged in. When I go to my OneDrive, I'm already logged in. When I go to my OneNote and open it up, I'm already logged in. When I go to Teams, I'm already logged in. This is called single sign-on. I log in once, okay, and I get this special ID. We'll talk about that on another slide. Now, I put notes in there. Well, here it is. How it works. Let me go to the slides. And let me show you kind of how I use these slides, and I recommend it. How it works. There's an identity provider, an IDP. I'd want to know that for my exam. Okay, how does a single sign-on work? Well, it's an authentication process that allows the user to log in once with a single set of credentials and then access multiple related but independent systems or applications without needing to log in to each one of them. You log in once, and then you've got access to a series of applications. This all has to be set up on the back end the first time, and then you're good to go. Log in once, all those apps have been set up. You don't have to log in during the day. Oh, that can make you have a better password. Why? Because you don't have to have a different password for everything. It's one set of credentials, okay? But you're getting logged into all these different services. Now, boy, this is great, but there's some risk to it as well. If there's a good side, always two sides of a coin, you flip it over, and there's going to be some bad sides in security, isn't there, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, there is. So there is a user authenticates once, and then they get this identity provider or this IDP. I want to remember what that is, okay? What it is. Well, the IDP provides a token or a session. Doesn't last forever, it'll time out, 24 hours or whatever, depends on how things are set up. Yeah. It's trusted by the other applications. Okay, so you're only getting authenticated once. But this token, this IDP, this identity provider, provides a token or a session for each of these other apps. So your credentials are not being reused again. So it's not literally logging you on with your username and password or whatever for all of those. It logs you into one system. And then these tokens or sessions are sent out to these other apps. And by the way, that could be something like a hash of your password or something, because hashes aren't reversible. Even if somebody gets a hash, they can't reverse it. Remember, hashes aren't reversible. They're designed to not be. If I hash my password, leave my password stored, and send my hash across the network to authenticate, it doesn't matter if the bad guy gets my hash or not. I don't care, because he or she or they cannot reverse a hash, but they can get my password, and then I'm goner. So that's why we don't send passwords across the network. We'll usually hash them. Run a hashing algorithm against them, okay? And then that turns it into a series of characters that's long, and you can't reverse that. It would take years and years and years if you had a quantum computer. Well, probably not a quantum computer, although there is some technologies that quantum computers will not be able to break. One of those is symmetric encryption. Now, asymmetric encryption, we have public and private key. You'll be able to break those in no time. But symmetric encryption, that one shared key, not so much. Good stuff right there. Now, that won't be on your exam. Just sharing that with you. Because you're cyber warriors. You want to know, right? We want to know about this cool stuff. Because quantum's coming. It's here. They just can't get enough qubits together to make something really work. But they will. Okay, so anyhow. So we know that you need to dig into these notes. And this is where you're going to learn what's on the exam and what's out there in the real world. So then learn about your benefits and then learn about your risk of SSO. Well, if the SSO credentials are compromised, an attacker may gain access to all your connected services. Yeah, that's right. So we still got to protect those credentials or use, dual or multi-factor, two-factor, whatever. We still got to use that. We're layering our security, or it's called what? Defense in depth, baby. We're layering that, baby. Layering our security, right? Put it in layers. That might work, but if that misses, we'll have another layer. Hopefully that'll catch whatever's going on. And then maybe don't want to get too complex. If security becomes too complex, it gets weaker. Sometimes less is more. Insecurity as well, but we'll get to that later. So your risk, okay, and then you're relying, watch this, exam tip. You're relying on an identity provider to provide that IDP. What if that goes down? You're not going to get into any apps, more than likely. So then the high availability is gone. Remember the CIA? Availability is your CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability is the A. High availability. Well, if that IDP server, identity provider server goes down, system goes down, you ain't gonna get into anything most likely. So that's a risk. Those are the kind of things you need to know. Now let me show you. Let me just demonstrate because I've got the questions, sweetheart. That's right, sir. I've got them right there. And look there. All right. What? Now, I don't know if you can read this or not. I'm in front of it, Mr. T. You're in front of it. Move. Well, I can't. Doggone it. I'll give you this PDF that has the questions in it later.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just try it. What is the main advantage? Where can I read that from? It's up there. So, here it is. What is the main advantage of single sign-on? I don't know if you can read those or not. A, it eliminates the need for authentication entirely. No, you got to authenticate, don't you? So let's mark off A. Got it. See, you're trying to cross out wrong answers, right? B, it allows one logon to provide access to multiple applications. That's interesting. C, it provides encryption for wireless traffic. Have we talked about wireless traffic in this slide?
Not once.
All right. C's off, A's off. B, maybe. D, it requires no identity provider. We just talked about the IDP right up there. Right up there. Question you need to go read yourself, okay? Read yourself. I'm talking to the slides now. Okay, the notes. All right, the question. So what is it? You know what? It allows one login to provide access to multiple applications. Did you get that from reading above? Is that what you got from that? Did you remember that? How the IDP works, what it does, okay? And how it provides tokens or sessions to the other applications? You're not logging in. It's not logging you in for your credentials every time, just once, okay? So it allows one login to provide access to multiple applications through an identity provider that's providing tokens or sessions, cookies, it's not really cookies, but session data, okay, to those other applications. So I just started thinking about that in my brain, how that works. That's pretty doggone cool. I got my single sign-on up here. Doggone, that's cool. And I'm logging into an identity provider, an IDP, and they make that D lowercase, by the way. Yeah, so look for it. This makes it look cooler, more security-fied. Okay, so IDP, I log in to my identity provider, it authenticates me, and it just passes out tokens to the other applications that I'm going to need access to. That way my credentials only has to be used one time. It passes out tokens to the other application, and therefore I'm authenticated into those, and by golly, I can get into all these applications over here and not have to worry about it for maybe 24 hours. Now, I'll probably have to log in maybe the next day. Sometimes we'll set it up for, like a week.
Yeah.
Why not? Just let you be logged in for a week. It depends. It depends on the company, regulations and stuff on your company, whatever. But you see how that works? How I asked the question, I tried to eliminate wrong answers first. Sometimes that'll bring you right down to the right answer. That's crazy. We didn't talk about Wi-Fi. It has nothing to do with Wi-Fi. Mark it out. Do that on your exam. Let's just do one more real fast here. Let's have more fun than a cyber warrior should ever be allowed to have. That's you. And that's me. We're cyber warriors. Okay? Now, I'm not a veteran, but I have two sons that are a veteran. That's one of the reasons, one of the key reasons I took this job when I got an offer. It's because my sons are veterans, and I can identify with a little bit. Okay? From a father having veterans, two of them, one in the Navy, one in the Army. So, Marines and everybody else, don't kick me while I'm down, okay? I love you all. I just love you all. I really do. I have great respect for veterans. Thank you for your service. I mean that 100% from my heart when I say that. So I won't say it a lot, but when I do say it, I mean it. I thank you. All right. Now, and I want to help. You've helped us so much in this country. I don't know what your position was in the service, and it does not matter to me. It's great. Everything that you did, whatever you did, I heard some of you, what you did, and I'm thinking that's great stuff right there. Gotta have this, gotta have that. It's, gotta make that machine run, that military run to keep us safe. Every job in the military is very important, as you know, and it has kept my family safe. And my family before me, my parents before me, their parents, you gals are awesome. So thank you so much. I really mean it. All right, so let's do number 2. Okay, let's see if I can get her down there without giving the answer away. Which of the following, let me see if I can get it. Oh, you don't have the questions yet. Which of the following, I know this looks weird, but you know what, gotta get out of the way. Which of the following is a potential risk of using single sign-on? Hey, I'm trying to get out of the way. Users have too many passwords to remember. Oh, no, they have one.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to not help you out there too much. Well, you know that. They only have one with single sign-on, so that's wrong. Mark out A. B. Compromise of one account can affect multiple services. Ooh, that's an option. Yeah. That is an option. Let's keep it open. B. C. Users must log in. See, I'm right down there. I'm sorry. I know it's hard to see. C. B is an option. A is marked out. C. Users must log in repeatedly for each application. Mark it out. That's gone. No ways, Jose. No. That can't be. So we got A and C gone. B is a possibility. D, last one. It cannot be used with cloud services. That's what it's kind of designed for. Do we know that's wrong?
Yeah,
We just looked at it over here.
yeah, that's absolutely.
That's a cloud service. So what? You know what we did? We marked A out. C can't be. B can't be.
Yeah, none of those apply.
So it must be B.
Yeah.
Compromise of one account can affect multiple services. That's a potential risk, isn't it? That's right. A compromise of your main account can affect those multiple services. We just talked about it. It's up there in your notes for the PDF. Everything is included that you need to answer these questions. And these questions are gonna get you on the subject matter that's on that exam. So you need to know why that, well, let's make sure I got it right. B, compromise of one account can affect multiple services. It just makes sense. We just talked about it. We just thought about it. We just learned it. But now what you got to do is push that back in that long-term memory and see, tie something to that you already know, attach it to it so you never forget it again. Let me give you a quick example. Back when I was in my first college, it was 2 years, many moons back, many years ago, quickly. Here's a little idea of what I'm trying to share with you about how a technique of learning, something really hard. You get something really hard. Here's a little technique for you. So we had to remember who invented, not the internet, we don't get political here, not the internet, but the World Wide Web. Those links that you click on your web pages. There was a guy, and is a guy, he's still alive actually, he's getting up there, but he's still alive, named Tim Berners-Lee. I threw down my pencil and I said, what are you talking about? How am I going to remember a name like that? Tim Berners-Lee. Couldn't you shorten that a little bit for me? Make it easy for me. I'm just starting out in this stuff. And then it dawned on me. Mr. T, settle down. I didn't call myself that then. Nobody to call me that. I didn't have students back then. I said, Terry, settle down. Make up something funny that you are very familiar with and like, have a close association with, and try to tie it into that. So here's what I did. Tim Berners-Lee. I have a son named Timothy, or Tim. So I saw my son Tim standing over a burner on my kitchen stove, okay, burning a pair of Lee jeans. Tim Berners-Lee. Got it. Never forgot it to this day. Ask me who invented the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee. Because I see my son named Tim standing, holding a pair of Lee jeans, trying to burn them on a burner on a stove. The more wacky and crazy it is, the easier it'll be to remember. If it makes you grin or laugh, use it. And so hard stuff like that, I try to attach to things I'm already familiar with and make it as funny as you can. You'll be sitting there, you can't talk, you take these exams. If you go to the center or you're sitting there at home, you can't talk. Don't you say a word or they'll get you. They'll get on to you. Sir, did I hear you talking? If you did, I was. You probably don't want to go that approach. And I got a lady called me, I don't know. Said, sir, were you talking? I said, oh, I'm sorry, I forget. I like to talk when I'm taking exams. Talk it through. She said, no, sir, not allowed. And I knew it. I just forgot. Thought I could get away with it. I was being a little hungry. But she was nice and let me continue on. But seriously, that's how you learn. Oh, to love your cat. Oh, what's the cat's name, please? Can you tell me? Cat's name?
His name is Boots, and you won't leave me alone sometimes.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's a cat. I love cats. Love dogs too. That dogs. My wife has 3 cats. I have 2 dogs. I have a golden retriever and a Sheltie, little Sheltie, beautiful things. And they love each other. And my wife has 3 cats. And guess what? The 2 females love me more than they love her. But the male loves her. Yeah. But they're all great. I love pets. I love cats. I love dogs. That's great. Don't mind it at all. Yeah, let them come in and play. That's cool. All right. They relax us sometimes. Yeah. And they make us relax so we can learn better. That's what I've learned about pets. So, yeah, they're good. Don't worry about it. Now, don't try that on your exam. They'll tell you, get the cat out. Actually, I was on an exam in Liberty twice. One of the same cat at home, doing it from home. The cat jumps up on the counter. And I'm like, oh, Lord, they're going to tell me to get out of here and come back and do this later. And I said, ma'am, Miss Proctor, Cat just jumped up on my kitchen island.
Statistics, we can
Do I need to take it somewhere? Nope, it's okay. Just leave it alone. Just go ahead. I guess they knew a cat wasn't smart enough to tell me answers. It was okay.
Yeah.
Right. Now I've heard if
Yeah,
a dog
like
walks in and barks,
the
they'll make
cat's
it stop.
gonna
I don't
tell
know
you all
why.
the
Is a dog smarter than a cat?
all
I
attack
doubt it.
answers.
But anyhow, whatever. Just having a little fun with you. You're going to keep things interesting.
Yeah.
You see how I went through those questions, and you're probably already doing that. But understand the question, and then try to find the wrong answers first. Eliminate those. And sometimes you'll eliminate it right down to the right answer. That's just 2. There's 5 there for just that one slide. Use this super mini learning guide. All these PDFs. Oh, and by the way, somewhere up there, I put in, because you asked me for all my PDFs that I had, I put in a zip file. It's somewhere up in the main chat that you all can download. I put it in a zip folder.
Oh,
And
check
it's
that
up there
out.
somewhere. Can y'all find it?
Yep, I just
If you need it, yeah, there it is.
found it,
It's
yeah.
called netplus009-pdf.zip, about 1207. I put it in there. So you can download that. It's got all my PDFs in it up through 8. That's all I've got. So, but I'm giving you everything I've got. Just like I said. Promise made, promise kept, because you're awesome. Okay? Anybody told you that you're awesome today, people? You should hear it every day. Okay? Because you are. Don't you ever forget that. I'm serious. Don't you ever forget that. It's very important stuff. You're awesome. You can. Somebody says, I can do this. Somebody says, I can't. You're right. They're both right. Because what you say you can't do, you won't do. What you say you can do, you're likely to do. See that? That's a pretty interesting way to think about it. And it's true. And you all have put your minds and efforts and body and money and, all this effort into this. Keep in mind what it's going to bring you, what it's already bringing you, knowledge and understanding about IT. It's going to change your life. It is changing your life, not just gonna. It is changing your life. All you got to do is be a nice person, be able to get along with other people, and be eager to learn more stuff and let that potential employer see that. That's the key to getting a job. It's not about what you technically know or don't know right now. There'll be maybe a little question about that, but not much. Okay, and you should be able to, all your A+ stuff, you should be able to answer any technical question you're asked. For beginner jobs especially, and even quite a ways up, they usually ask pretty easy questions, to be honest with you, in the interview. And if you don't know the answer to one of the questions, just be honest. I'm sorry, sir, ma'am, I don't know, but I can find you the answer. Don't be afraid to say you don't know on the job. There's nothing wrong with it. You will be respected for being honest. They won't mind that. They know you will learn it. Okay? So don't be intimidated. If you don't have any experience in IT, it doesn't really matter. You have experience in life. You're going to have a lot of schooling and training to take there, certifications that's going to help you get into those interview rooms. Then you've got to be a nice person, get along with people, and be eager to learn. Because they're going to continue to pay for your certifications for you to keep you climbing the ladder so they can give you more money and give you more promotions and make them more money. And you as well. Maybe you want to start your own business. I don't know. That's cool. You can do that. Okay? I'm going to go back over here. And now we're going to start a subject that's going to take a little bit of time. But this is important for your exam. It really is. This slide and the next slide or two is really, really important. We've been talking about authentication. That's it. Okay? All day. That's all we've been talking about so far. Isn't that cool or what? Yes, it's cool. All right. Let's continue on the theme. Let's know that we're in the context of authentication. That's 3 dogs, I guess it is. I'm not sure if those are dogs or what. Anyhow, that's the logo that you'll a lot of times see for Kerberos. Okay, there's a little history behind that, but I'm not going to take time to share it. Kerberos and single sign-on. Remember how we talked about that ID, that ID provider, IDP?
Yep.
Well, okay. Remember how we talked about that they will authenticate you, but then they're going to give tokens to the applications to authenticate you into the other applications. This is what Kerberos helps with in single sign-on. Just what we've already described. We're just going to talk about this protocol called Kerberos that will be on your exam. I can practically guarantee it. Okay, something on there, maybe 2 or 3, 4 questions, maybe 5. You never know. I mean, nobody knows exactly how many questions you're going to have, but we do know percentage-wise, okay, from each domain. Like if one domain says 32%, that's 32% of your questions will come from that domain. Okay, so better study that domain. Really good. Okay. Okay, let's back to this. So Kerberos, well, I told you what it does. It helps us do what we just talked about on the previous slide. Do single sign-on and do it securely. All right, this principle is you or your computer. Okay, trying to log on and to authenticate to an ID provider, for example. Okay, because we'll keep using that language. All right, here's the thing about it, and I have look at the notes. You've got the PDF with the notes in it, right? These are just not the questions. Look at the notes here. Kerberos is a network authentication protocol. That's what we've been talking about. Authenticating. Okay, that uses tickets instead of passwords. Huh. So we're just going to call them tickets now instead of tokens. In Kerberos language, we call a token a ticket. It's the same basic thing. It's just the language changes. Okay, that's all. So Kerberos is a protocol that uses tickets instead of passwords or tokens for secure communication. It is widely used in Microsoft Windows Active Directory. That's something I've worked a lot with over the years to support, watch it, single sign-on. Oh, let me take you over here and show you. On the wrong page. To support single sign-on. Right there in your notes. See, you're looking at it, I'm looking at my notes too. Now, let's read these notes just for a moment. This is important stuff. Key components of Kerberos. What's it going to do? It's going to get us single sign-on. It's going to be away the method that we use to do single sign-on, log in one time, and then all these other applications, we get authenticated to them automatically in the background via tickets instead of tokens. They're the same thing, basically. Okay, so the key components, we got a principal. That over there is your principal. You or your computer, it could be a service on the network as well. Okay, but let's say you sat down at your computer, you're called the principal. You're logging in to what's called the the Key Distribution Center. What did I just say? The Key Distribution Center. Did I see the word key? Yeah, boy, I did.
Key Distribution Center.
What do we say up there? It uses tickets. Well, but we're gonna use keys at first. Okay, we're gonna talk about the keys, KDC. So we authenticate. Notice how up here the KDC has an authentication service running. Oh, so my Key Distribution Center is I'm going to log into that, authenticate to that. Right, your principal with a username and password or with a username and fingerprint scan, whatever it is. Okay, if it's multi-factor or two-factor, you're going to authenticate at the KDC, the Key Distribution Center. That's a trusted server that's going to be issuing tickets over there in the notes. See, I'll show you how I go down and read these. And this is how I learn, this is how I put this stuff in. I'm thinking like the exam. I'm thinking like the job for you and putting it down in my words. That's the way I understand it. But now you need to talk about it the way you understand it. Because you may think a little, and hopefully you think a lot different than I do. And that's good. That's what makes you unique. That's how you learn. Reword this and use your examples. Don't use mine. Unless they really work for you, that's fine. But you make up your own. Okay, so we log into the KDC because it's also an authentication server. Step one. Are you following me so far? Good stuff. It's also, the KDC is also, if you look at my notes, it's a ticket granting service, a TGS. It's an authentication service, and it's a TGS. The KDC is. There's two services running on this server. That's the way you think about it. The KDC has two services running on it. The authentication service, I log in and authenticate. All right? Validates my initial logon, that single logon. Remember, in single sign-on, I get a single logon. So it's authenticating that single logon. The authentication, the AS does. Then it's going to give me some tickets. I love tickets, don't you? Now watch this. So we got next, let me erase some of this. We got the ticket granting ticket, or the TGT, sorry. This is proof of identity used to request access to services without re-entering your credentials. That's the whole idea of single sign-on. I enter them once. Oh boy, are you following me so far? Then we're trying to log into this application server, is what we're trying to do here. Here's us. We authenticate to the KDC. So, single sign-on, we authenticate one time. Okay? Now, we're trying to get into an application server. What happens? How it works. Logon request. Users logs in with a username and password. to the KDC, the AS, the authentication service. Are you still with me? To this baby right up here that's running those two services, authentication service, okay, and our DGS, our ticket granting service. See, ticket granting service. Going to grant tickets. It's a service that grants tickets and gives out tickets. You know, when you go to the football game, you want tickets. Yeah, you know, hey, whatever. All right, here we go. Log on. User logs on. Use the password at the KDC. The authentication server verifies credentials and issues a ticket granting ticket, baby. Have you ever gotten one of those before? You have, and you didn't know it, maybe. Now you know. You have gotten these babies before. All right. So, and it issues
hey, how are you doing?
A TGT. Now, that ticket granting service, when the user needs a resource, the TGT is exchanged for a service ticket. Ooh, boy. You see your steps so far?
If you're hearing conversation, it's coming from
to the KDC on the authentication service.
It's coming from lectures
ticket.
while I'm in class.
It's a ticket that can grant you more tickets.
Leave your comments. I'll respond. I'll respond as I
applications. See that right there? Woo-hoo-hoo. If you're getting this, you're going to answer every question on this exam about Kerberos, single sign-on. No, we're not quite done. Then, guess what? When the user needs a resource, the TGT is exchanged for a service ticket. Now I got a ticket I can take over to my application server and say, proof, you should let me in. Kerberos says so. I got my TGT gave me a, what? A service ticket. It's going to let me log into something. All right. Then access is granted. The service ticket, oh, baby. Oh, don't get me started. I love babies. Oh, look at they'll melt you and make you want to relax and just learn. Oh, for that little baby's life and future. Oh, I'd do anything for a little baby. That's your motivation right there, my friend. You probably got a pretty wife or girlfriend behind the scenes there. That's good right there for you. You got it going on. All right, look at that. Howdy, sweetheart. Can you see Mr. T? Let me go full screen.
I appreciate you. Come by, leave a comment at any time. From time to time, I may have lectures like this going on, but still leave your comments and I may respond.
Too much fun in this class. I might want to come back sometime. That's cool. All right. So then, once we get that,
thank you. I love wearing simple clothing that's comfortable, and
gives us that service ticket.
White t-shirts are wonderful.
We're granted access to that other
much
device.
appreciation.
But notice, we're not logging in again. That's what the service ticket's doing. All right, let's walk through this one last time. Let me go back full screen. All right. Do you remember this? You sat down your computer and you log in to the KDC.
Commentary and interactions that you may be hearing is coming from
it also has a DGS running on it, ticket granting server. So there are two things running on the KDC server, on that server, right? Pretend those are services, and they are. So you get authenticated, and then the KDC says, hey, we're going to give you a ticket granting service in case you need a service ticket to log into something else. We can give you that, and you can then that service ticket will log you into that other server. Right there, an application server. Well, let's just say we got a SQL server up here. Well, the ticket granting ticket service will give you another service ticket, and now you can log into the SQL server, but you're not logging in again. You log in one time to the KDC, and those other two steps takes care of it for you. That's called single sign-on, and we are using the three dogs. Bark, bark, bark. It's called Kerberos, single sign-on authentication, but there's more than authentication. Now, you need to look over this. Are you having fun or what? Look at that little baby. I just couldn't take my eyes off that little baby. Oh, okay, but anyhow, so now we go down here to make sure we understand that. We read the benefits of single sign-on again, risk and limitations. That's going to help me out. And then I'm going to go down there. Let's see if we can get this first question. All right, you guys and gals are good. The little baby can do it. That's her? Your little girl? Ah, that's a little girl. I can tell. You're sweet, sweetie. You love my golden retriever. He'd just come and lay by you, snuggle up next to you, keep you warm. Yes, he would. Okay, gotta move on. Sorry. That's great. Thanks for bringing the little guy in. All right, watch this. Question 1. Which of the following? Let me switch over. Ooh, get the red stuff off the screen, Mr. T. What time is it? Oh, it's almost time for our saver. Watch this. Which of the following best describes the function of the ticket granting ticket? Ooh, that little do that we get when we authenticate? Oops.
Stepping through the process that they will
But it's going to give us something.
call.
What is it going to give us? Does it encrypt all data transmission between servers? Did we even talk about that up there? No. So let's
No.
eliminate that one.
Yeah.
A is out. Just like on the exam. No, that won't work. B, allows the user to repeatedly access resources without re-entering credentials. That's interesting. I'm going to keep that one on there. Might be, might not be. C, stores, you can see this in your PDF if you can't see behind me, right? Stores a list of user permissions on the application server. No, we're trying to get to the application server. No, cross out C. D, replaces the need for multi-factor authentication. Oh, come on, we're cyber warriors. What are you doing asking that kind of question, Mr. T? I don't know, I just thought to make it interesting, sorry. Okay, but look at this. What do we have left? We marked A out, C, and D. Do we think B is right? Read it again. Allows the user to repeatedly access resources without re-entering their credentials each time. I'd add that on the end. Is it B? Yes, it's B because you're cyber warriors and you know how to think analytically. You know how to take a question and understand it and get rid of the crazy answers that they give you. Sometimes on that CompTIA, it's like, where did they come up? What was they smoking when they wrote that question and those answers? You know, I really got in left field. You can mark it out. Get rid of, cut that thing out.
Like how the left field.
And a lot of times, like I said, you'll be able to eliminate 3 and it'll take you right to the answer. But even if you can just eliminate 2, you got a 50-50 chance now, sweetie, that you can answer that question. You got an advantage on it now just by eliminating 2 of them, but you'll probably eliminate 3 and then double check, make sure that answer is right. So that's how you, and go slow in that exam room. Don't get in a rush. You got a clock up there. Remember, top right, it's counting down. No problem. Just keep an eye on that clock. Okay. One more strategy. A lot of my students use, and you may have used this strategy as well. When you go to your exam, what do you see first on your exam once you get past all that writing and accepting everything? And hallelujah. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Let's move on to the exam. Once you push start that exam and the clock starts counting, what do you see first? PBQs. Every time. They'll always be first.
Yep.
You may have 3 or 4 of them.
Yep.
Well, somebody says those take a while and those confuse me. Go through them. Mark them to come back and look at later. And then go get all of your multiple choice. Use the techniques that you know. Get all your multiple choice answered and make sure you're going to leave yourself 15-20 minutes. You can pace yourself. And if you study it up, use the good methods, you'll be able to get through those multiple choice. Some of them 15 seconds, some 30 seconds, some 45 seconds, but probably not over a minute. Okay, but much less than that for most. And then you'll have time to come back around, and then you're not stressed out. Go through those PBQs and do your very best on getting through those. Those can be the harder ones, okay? I admit that.
Yeah.
And you can pass an exam without answering every one of those PBQs. I've had students that's not got one of them right. They didn't even try and pass the exam. But you don't want to take a chance. You want to dig in and learn and go through those PBQs and try to learn them. You know, try to answer those things right, because it could be the difference between pass and fail. But anyhow, there you go. We are coming up at about 2 minutes until break time. So let's do this. Oh, you boy, I just really messed up there, didn't I? I just hit the wrong escape key on the keyboard. How y'all doing out there? Are you having fun? Are you having more fun than a cyber warrior or super cyber warrior should be allowed to have? I sure hope you are, because I am. You see, I wouldn't be in this business if it wasn't fun. It's got to be fun. Life is not meant to be boring.
Yeah.
It's meant to be exciting. And you all chose to come to this field because you know there's excitement here. The thing that's going on, man, it's been going on for years, technology has. It's really going on now. Okay? There's a bright future. Someone says, AI is going to take my job. It's going to take a few, but it's going to make a bunch more in technology. That's the way it always has worked, and this is going to do the same thing. Trust me. There'll be more jobs out there than you ever thought of. You just got to keep yourself skilled up. This is your foundation that you're getting now, baby. Yeah, you got to keep building on this foundation. A+, Net+, Security+, CISA+. Oh, that's a goodie. And it's not that hard. Once you've gone through A+, Net+, and Security+, it's really not. It's not. Because you're smart. Don't you ever listen. Anybody tell you that you're not? Because you are. You're just as smart as you want to be. That's right. Okay, let's go to the next screen here, take a quick look at it. And we're under about a minute until we... Here it is again. The same thing. It's just talking It just broke it out a little bit. Here's the service tickets, okay, that are being issued. Here's your ticket grant. Same thing. There's your application server. We're getting into it. So I'd read through this, read through the notes on this slide, but we already talked about it. This just goes into a little bit more details. Okay, so do read that slide, but I'm not gonna take the time to do that so we can get through everything decently. I want to try to do the best job I can for you on all of their slides. There's not that many today. Okay, so there's that, and there's your 5. Look at those 5 questions. Oh, those are going to help you so much. Okay, and I'll get that material to you here as well. All right, now what am I going to do next? Well, let's take a break because it's 8 seconds until break time. So let's go ahead, take our next top of the hour break. And see, that'll be 2 o'clock your time, Eastern time, 1 o'clock my time. Let's come back at 10 minutes after the top of this hour, and we might do something a little different for a while. Wink, wink. So come on back after break. I'll see you then.
Will continue to handle the load, and traffic will continue to flow normally through that network. On our modern networks, we've become so accustomed to simply turning on our systems, and we're able to communicate with other devices on our local network or browse the internet. But it wasn't always this easy. We used to manually configure all of our IPv4 configuration settings. The IP address, the subnet mask, the DNS settings, and everything else associated with TCP/IP was all configured manually on every device. In order to scale this process, we created a new protocol that would do all of this for us automatically.
Leave your comments if you're now joining me. Also, don't forget to like the video as well.
But we didn't configure everything automatically, and there were a number of enhancements that we would like to make to the protocol. For example, if someone left the network, it would be nice if this protocol recognized that IP address was now available. So we created a newer version of UDP called DHCP, or the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. DHCP is the protocol we use today to provide these automatic address configurations for all of the devices on our network. The process for defining these IP addresses automatically follows 4 different steps that we're going to call DORA, D-O-R-A. The D stands for Discover, where there is a discovery process where you find the DHCP servers that are on your network. The next step is the offer phase, where we get an offer from a DHCP server. The third step is the request process, where we request one of the offered IP addresses. And then lastly, we have the acknowledgement phase, where we tell the DHCP server that we have received that configuration and are using that particular IP address. Let's step through all 4 of those phases from the perspective of this network diagram. On this diagram, we have Sam that has just connected her laptop to the network, and she needs to receive an IP address. On her local subnet, you can see there is a single DHCP server, and there are other devices on this network that we're simply not showing in this particular diagram. There's also a router, and this router is connected across a wide area network to another router, where there's a separate switch and another workstation that is owned by Jack. Let's focus on the process that Sam is going to use to obtain an IP address. This first step is the Discover step, and in this step, Sam's workstation is going to send a DHCP Discover packet. It's going to be sent from an IP address of 0.0.0.0, because Sam's workstation currently does not have an IP address. And this packet is going to be sent in an IP broadcast, which means it's going to be sent 255.255.255.255. This is sent as a broadcast so that every device on the subnet will see this DHCP request, and if the device happens to be one or more DHCP servers, those devices will be able to respond back. You'll also notice that this request is sent using UDP port 68 on Sam's workstation, and the broadcast is sent to UDP port 67. This packet is sent from Sam's laptop, and because it's a broadcast, it's sent to all devices on this local subnet. The DHCP server will see that broadcast, and it will send a DHCP offer, which is step 2 of the DHCP process. This DHCP server has an IP address of 10.10.10.99, and it will send this with a source port number of UDP port 67. Notice that the DHCP server is going to send this as a broadcast. Send it to 255.255.255.255, and it's going to send this to a destination port number of UDP This is obviously being sent as a broadcast because Sam's workstation currently does not have an IP address. The only way that Sam's device would see this packet is if it's sent to all devices on the subnet. This DHCP offer will be sent from the DHCP server and broadcast to all devices on the subnet. If there were multiple DHCP servers on this network, Sam could potentially receive more than one offer from a DHCP server. So in step 3, Sam's device is going to choose one of those offers and send a DHCP request to that particular DHCP server. This request is obviously coming from 0.0.0.0 because Sam's workstation still does not have an IP address. It is sourced from UDP port 68, and the destination is going to be 255.255.255.255, another all ones broadcast, and it's being sent to the destination port number of UDP port 67. This traffic flow is very similar to that first Discover traffic flow, where all of the packets are broadcast to all devices on this local subnet. And the last step is step 4, or the acknowledgement. This is sent from the DHCP server back to this device, acknowledging that it has received that request. The acknowledgement is sent from the DHCP server, in this case 10.10.99, with a source port number of UDP port 67. And again, it is sent to a broadcast address, 255.255.255.255, with a destination port number of UDP port 68. And again, this will go to all devices on the subnet, but obviously the only person waiting for that acknowledgement would be Sam's device. Now that Sam's laptop has received the acknowledgement from the DHCP server, it can now configure all of the IP settings automatically for Sam's laptop. As you may have noticed from that network map and the different phases that we went through with DHCP, there is a significant limitation associated with the DHCP process. And that is the broadcast that is being sent by the different devices. Broadcasts, of course, are only transmitted to your local subnet, and none of those broadcast frames will traverse a router. This becomes a challenge for an enterprise network where you'd like to have redundant DHCP servers and ideally have those DHCP servers distributed across different parts of the network. Fortunately, there is a way to implement DHCP in this environment by using some additional features of your router. We also might want to centralize these DHCP servers instead of having separate individual DHCP servers that are scattered across every remote site that we might have. Fortunately, many routers support a way to enable DHCP across these different subnets, even though DHCP uses broadcasts to communicate. We refer to this router functionality as a DHCP helper or a DHCP relay. This will allow you to send DHCP traffic to another subnet, even though it's being sent originally as a broadcast. We would first configure a router with a DHCP relay configuration. And in that configuration of the router, we would specify that there is a DHCP server located at 10.10.10.99. That is our original DHCP server that we were working with earlier. In this scenario, Jack would like to receive a DHCP address, but as you can see, there is no DHCP server on Jack's local subnet. Jack's laptop doesn't know this, however, and it will simply send the normal DHCP discover message out to everyone on this local subnet. When that broadcast is received by the router configured with DHCP relay, it will look at its configuration and realize there is a DHCP server at 10.10.10.99, and it will relay that information to the DHCP server. It changes the source IP address to the IP address of the router, in this case 10.10.30.1, and it changes the destination address to the IP address of the DHCP server. It effectively takes what was a broadcast and turns it into a unicast communication. This packet can now be sent across the network to a DHCP server that's located on a different subnet. The offer process works exactly the same, but in reverse. The offer leaves the DHCP server and is directed with unicast to the router's IP address at 10.10.30.1. At this point, the relay modifies this back to a broadcast and is sent to the local subnet with an all-ones broadcast. This process repeats for the last two phases of the DHCP process, and that allows Jack's workstation to receive an IP address even though the DHCP server may be on a completely different subnet. requests a DHCP address, the DHCP server refers to a list or pool of addresses that are defined within a DHCP scope. This scope commonly includes the IP address.
Okay, everybody, it's about that time. A few seconds here. I'll have you start making your way on back in. And I got a question or two for you, and then we'll move right along here. I want to make sure I got everything so we schedule it out right for you today. Hope you had a good break. Come back all hydrated, energetic, and ready to go. Absolutely. Pardon me. Hey, yeah, we're going to do that at the end when I leave, right? I'll be leaving, I guess 5 Eastern Standard Time is what they told me. Somebody else will be coming in, okay, is my understanding, because I have my class that I have to teach tonight. Yeah. So I need to ask you a question. So Eastern Standard Time, I don't know what time you all are on. I'm in Central, but we, at my CC, we always go by Eastern Standard Time. So what time, Eastern Standard Time, do you all actually take your hour lunch? That's something I need to make sure I understand. Is it 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time that you're taking your hour lunch? Or is it 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Just need to get I think it's 4 to 5 Eastern. Okay, 4 Eastern, so that would be 3 for me here. Okay, so 3 Eastern, 4. So that's the last hour I'm with you, I guess. Okay, so 3 Eastern lunch. Let me just write this down. I got to figure out how we're going to finish this out. That may affect it. It will affect it. So you take your lunch at 4 Eastern, 4 p.m. Eastern, or that would be 3 p.m. Central. Okay, so here's the thing. 3 p.m. 1, 2, 3. Got 2 more hours with you of actual learning. All right, here's what I'm going to do to make sure I get this part done. The next section in our slides is actually, there's not a lot of depth in there. Okay, not a lot. There's a little. So I'm going to treat this just like I do my class. This goes much faster than the first part because there was a lot there that is really important for the exam. So I took my time and tried to give you the best I could on that. So let's go ahead, and I want to finish out the slides real fast, and then we're going to give you time to work on the daily stuff. Okay, so we're day 10. I don't know how you guys do it. I'll just trust you, and I do, to work on stuff when we're done with our lessons here. I'll let you work on whatever it is in class, labs, things like that you need to be doing until your lunch break. And I'll be hanging around, I guess, an hour at the end, just hanging out on your lunch break, which is fine. I'll be here. I'll answer questions for you. Anything I can do to help you, I'll stick around. All right, so let's finish this up. Access control models, okay? These are some terms I'm going to point out that you definitely want to go prepared for on the exam. The first one is discretionary access control. What do I need to know about that? So we're setting permissions, like we're using ACLs, access control lists, for example, like on a file share, right? You got a folder or a bunch of folders. We'll talk about one folder now on a file share server. It's got a bunch of data in it, and there's permissions on that folder. Only certain people can access it. Only certain people can read it. Some people can edit it. Some people can read on it. You get the idea. That's a form of an access control list or permission set. A DAC, or discretionary access control, means that it's owner controlled. In other words, the person that, by default in Windows, when somebody creates a folder, by default they're the owner, okay, of that folder. So therefore they can set permissions on it, okay, for example. So owner controlled access would be just that. If you create a folder, you decide who you share it out to, and you decide what permissions they get. Okay, that's an example of DAC, discretionary access control. Okay, the owner of the service or the file, the folder, the printer, could be whatever service or file or whatever it is, the owner controls that access. In other words, it's not the IT team going in and setting it all up. It would be the owner. The one that created it usually is what that is, at least in Windows. So that's DAC. That's owner controlled access, because we're talking about access control models. Well, DAC is the first model, okay, that we're using here. The second one's way behind my big head there. It's called role-based access control. And you can see in the notes right there, access is based on a user's role in the organization. Maybe you're in sales. Okay, there'd be a role-based access control set up for sales. HR, they said that's a role in the business, so that they just assign that RBAC to the user that needs that set of permissions, and there you go. So it's based on the role of an individual, sales, HR, whatever, right? Marketing, by roles. And it makes it easy to a point by creating the role, set the permissions on the role, and then whoever you add to it, right, inherits the permissions based on the role back that they're put in or connected to. So it makes a lot of sense. Now, there's also another one that's not on this slide that I put in there for you because I think you might need it. So let me switch over here real fast. See if I can switch. There we go. It's called mandatory access control. Okay, access is enforced by central authority based on security labels. Okay, method, subjects, users, and objects resources have classification levels such as confidential, secret, and top secret. You are veterans. You probably understand that even better than I do, having worked in the military, serving in the military. Okay, so that's mandatory access control based on classifications of something, right? So those are three that you want to be sure that you know, and that's why I put that other one in there for you. Now, terms to know about access management. Privileged accounts. These are accounts, let me go back over here. These are accounts that cyber warriors likely would have, okay? Firewalls, routers, just start to name off some certain type of SIEM systems, right? Log aggregation, things of that nature. Very high privileged accounts. And a lot of times we'll see kind of a longer password for that. Maybe we're definitely going to use two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication for sure. Because if somebody gets a hold of this account, this privileged account, they got a lot of access to our network, firewalls, router, whatever the case might be. So it's a very high level. That's what a privileged account for major system changes. An administrator account in Windows would be that. And a root user, which is an administrator in Linux, would be an example of that. All right, now, privileged access, how are we going to manage these privileged accesses? Well, there's something called PAM. It's not a girl or guy, or they. It's controls to prevent abuse of privileged accounts, a system, okay, that prevents the abuse of these privileged accounts, a system that helps us manage these privileged accounts. That's what PAM is, okay? Least privilege, we talked about it, granting users just enough rights to perform their job, and I like to add not a bit more, not a bit more. Everything they need to do their job, 100%, but not a bit more. Permission and nothing else. That's how you approach it. It's called least privilege. We do that every day. That's very, very important. Separation of duties, dividing tasks among different users to prevent misuse. If one person gets control over an area, and only they look at it and manage it, and nobody else knows anything about it, you're setting yourself up for potential misuse by an employee. Okay, now we don't think that way right out of the box about an employee, but it's happened so much, it's just something we do. Okay, you won't just do one job and you're the only person that knows it. We'll rotate people out, make sure somebody else understands that system. Okay, it's called separations of duties, and then you may go learn something else. Right? It's not that we're treating you badly. No, you'll go learn something else in another area. That person will come and learn your thing, and that's great. I mean, that helps everybody. You can take PTO when you need to that way because there's somebody there to do your thing. It's a positive thing, okay? And it really does make things more secure. All right, think about it. Who needs access? When you sat down, we talked about this. System administrator, going to have a lot of privilege. Be careful. Right? You never want to run as a system administrator during your daily duties. Only when you need to elevate and change something, then you log in with a system administrator account. Or Linux, that would be root, right? Remember the sudo account in the A+, the sudo and the su accounts? Two different ways of elevating yourself as the root or administrator in Linux. So you can make changes, high-level changes to a system. What permissions does a developer need? Well, certainly not HR. You get the point? All right, who needs that HR manager? Well, they need HR, but they don't need to get into the developer stuff. Probably know the marketing stuff. Get it? Sales representative, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that's some good notes and good questions in there. Please read. That's your little mini manual to success. Okay? Super mini manual, whatever you want to call it. All right. Now, here's an important subject, network hardening. Defense in depth. We talked about it earlier. Okay, defense in depth. For data, we're going to use access control list, for example, permissions, right? That's one thing that we'll use. For applications, harden them. What does that mean? Well, make sure they're up to date. You got the latest version, okay? That's hardening them. That's one way to harden them. If there's any services you don't use in that application, turn them off. Seriously. Because that's just some low-hanging fruit that might be taken advantage of. There might be a vulnerability there that the company doesn't even know about, which is a what? Huh? If there's a vulnerability on a system on your network or in your enterprise, and nobody knows about it, the company doesn't know about it, what's that called? 0 day. Oh, awesome. Nailed it, my friend. Way to go. So what about hosts, endpoint devices, computers, laptops? Harden that OS, patch it, make sure it's updated, upgraded, all the good stuff. Patching, BIOS upgrades as well. Maybe you're going to use a user or system password on the BIOS. Yeah, those. I don't like it because there's only one password for each one. But anyhow, sometimes we use it. Internal network. How do we secure that? By the defense in depth. We'll create subnets, right? Put certain computers in a certain range of IP addresses, subnet, or VLANs. It's called like virtual LANs, literally. Okay, putting certain users in this VLAN, like HR, marketing will be in a different VLAN. That segments them, that separates them at the level of your switch, in this case, with the VLAN. Intrusion detection and prevention systems. Okay, what about at the perimeter? See, these are different layers in your defense in depth. That's what we mean by layers of defense in depth. If one of our roles or one of our models here doesn't catch it, hopefully the next one will stop it. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. So at your perimeter, you have your firewalls, your VPN connections. If you have any intrusion detection and prevention systems would live there as well. That's where your internet connection usually comes in. See what I'm trying to say? And then you have, don't forget, your physical security, guards, locks, tracking devices, fences, you name it, cameras, on and on and on. So defense in depth, know what that means, okay? Get a grasp on that. It's layers of security on different things within our network to try to create enough layers, all we need but no more, okay, that hopefully one of those layers will catch something bad or a bad person trying to get in on our network. Now, switch security. Know these terms. NAC, Network Access Control, System to Authenticate and Authorize Access to a Network. Let me give you a quick example on this one. It's important because I've seen this on the exam a lot over the years. Just keep the color down. A NAC is this. Let's say you do a BYOD policy at your organization. What does that mean? Bring your own device, right? And you want to bring your laptop. Well, guess what? You work on that thing at home. You install stuff. Your kids may install stuff on them. Guess what? When you first come in on a day and you're going to work and you connect to the Wi-Fi, you're probably using Wi-Fi as the laptop, or it could be a cable to the Ethernet, whatever. If it's a BYOD device, what's going to happen is your NAC is going to actually take that connection first. This is all set up in the background. It's going to receive your connection first, and your NAC is going to put that probably in a VLAN, okay, a separate VLAN to segment it off from the rest of the network. Why? Because we need to scan that laptop to make sure the antivirus is updated, the operating system is updated. Scan it do an antivirus scan on it. Whatever your company sets up in that NAC, okay, those scans will be done against that computer or that phone or whatever it is to make sure it's secure. Once it's secure, then it will be released out of the VLAN into your network. But it has to go through the network access control system first. That makes sense? Because we got to protect your network. This is a BYOD, bring your own device. We don't know what's been installed on it. They may have got a virus last night before they came to work. So you're certainly going to see a NAC in those cases, and sometimes just even corporate laptops. This doesn't take long. It's seamless, in the background, but it's a very important step. So know what a NAC is. A switch, well, it connects computers together on our little LAN, right? Switch ports, okay, those RJ45 ports, we connect devices like computers, printers, connects to switches too. Now they got all kinds of cabling in the wall, in the ceiling, structured cabling or wiring, right? That we'll learn that in A+ as well. But those are your switch ports. These are things that you need to make sure you understand what they are. Okay, that's all that's talking about. Then port security specifically, here's some different things that we talk about on port security. Physical access. Okay, that's important right there. Okay, you don't want people going into where your switches are. That door should be locked in your switch closet or whatever. That ain't just common sense stuff. Lock it, right? Nobody has a key that only people that need it. Regularly update your switch firmware. Disable unneeded ports. This is a big mistake. Good to have a question on this on the exam that's often made. Okay, IT people. Sometimes, you're using 48 ports of that 48 port switch. All of them got a connection. But then somebody leaves the company. You got a computer sitting there that's still plugged into the wall. It sees that port, probably going to use it again. But until they hire somebody, you should log into that switch. And in Cisco, you do a shut command, okay, which would disable that port electronically, not physically, but it turns it off electronically so that even if somebody comes by and plugs another, maybe they bring it from home, their laptop, and they want to plug in and get faster internet through the Ethernet, it won't work. You turned the port off. Just turn it off. It won't work for anybody. Now, you hire an employee, and you're going to reuse that computer, okay, the day of their of onboarding, the day of their start, you'll go log into that switch, and you'll do a no-shut command in a Cisco, which means don't shut it down, bring it back up. Now it will work, and you've got the right computer in there, to use that port. We can also put port security on a port, meaning that we can filter it by MAC address. Like that computer that's supposed to be plugged into that switch on that port, we can say the MAC address of that computer only will work on that port. You plug anything else in, it's going to have a different MAC address. It won't work. We do that at home on our little Wi-Fi routers. You can do that as well. Okay, so that's something you could go in and look at your Wi-Fi router and go look for MAC address filtering for security. Okay, so a couple other things there. 802.1x, okay, is authentication, is security for wireless devices connecting to our network. 802.1x is often used for secure authentication in the enterprise for wireless devices to connect. Okay, it doesn't just use a password, it uses an account. Okay, so it's more secure. Okay, so be sure you know what those all mean. I'm not going to use the question right there. Let's look at these and we're about done. Firewalls and proxy servers. Know the difference for the exam. And I got good questions in here for you. A firewall filters traffic and blocks or allows based on access control list. You know what an access control list is? You got a rule here, a rule here, and a rule here. And in an ACL, the rules are read from top to bottom. Okay? And then at the bottom down here, you always want to put in a rule called an implicit deny. Means you can do everything up here, but whatever's left, deny it. Everything that you say you want done, we'll do it, but you put in that implicit deny rule at the end of your ACL. Means nothing else can be done but what's above. That's it. Nothing else is allowed. That's an implicit deny. That could be on your exam. It's in your notes. Okay, you're on a mini study exam study. All right. So a firewall protects your perimeter, right, where your internet connection comes in, so that bad traffic can't get in. We don't open up very much on firewalls usually, even in enterprises, because we don't want much coming in. We got to know we want it coming in, or we're not going to open up that port. We're going to leave it. Now we're going to want port 443, aren't we? Why do I know that? Because that's how our internet connections, web browsing comes in today, right? That's HTTPS. So sure, we're going to open that port up because we got to allow that. But we don't open up too much, okay, on inbound on a firewall. We got to need it, and it's got to be approved for us to open that port up. So that's what a firewall does. Inbound, outbound, blocks or allows traffic. Now, a proxy server, know the difference. Went over. It deconstructs or analyzes packets to ensure rule compliance. It enforces company policies, manages or redirects requests to control internet access. Proxy servers can do a lot of stuff. They can filter by URL. Okay, don't go to whitehouse.com. It used to be a porn site. Now whitehouse.gov is legit. But for those of us that in the early days of the internet didn't know, we thought, well, I'm going to go visit the White House's webpage. We go to whitehouse.com, and it's not what you thought it was. Well, maybe it really was. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Having a little fun. Got to keep you alive here. Wait. All right. So a proxy server works on behalf of, okay? It can do a lot of different things. All right. Make sure you know the basic difference between those. Like content filtering, we just talked about it. Firewalls can do it as well. Firewalls can filter protocols, certain protocols you can block or allow. Right? Source and destination addresses, source and destination port numbers, like port 23, port 22. Port 23 is Telnet. You don't want that, do you? Why? Because it's not encrypted. Port 22 is SSH. Well, you might allow that because that's encrypted. But if you're not using it, don't open the port. See what I mean? That's right. Don't open the port. Least privilege. And then proxy servers, they could filter by URLs or domain names. Keywords. Okay, usually firewalls don't do that. Proxy servers, though, can filter by keywords, even by bandwidth usage. It can throttle. If it sees somebody downloading from a peer-to-peer site, it can cut that off. It can also do that by ports. We can block ports for peer-to-peer sites at the firewall level. But we can block content, keywords, URLs, domain names, things like that, or even by reputation of a website. There are databases out there that you can point your proxy server to that says, oh, don't let your people go to that in proxy server because it's bad, known to be bad. Okay, got that? Common, watch this. I've seen these on the exam. Common firewall misconfigurations. Overly permissive ACLs. You're just opening up ports that don't need to be opened, or you had to open some ports for a project. Project's over, you didn't go back and then block those ports again. And that can build up over time. So you've got too many ports open. You're too free with it. You're not managing it properly. Or you could overly prohibit. Now nobody can get their work done. Remember, everybody's got to be able to do their job. So security is not 100%. You know, everybody's got to do their job. There's compromises in security. But you can overly permit, okay? Or prohibit, I'm sorry. Got the wrong word. Sorry, my brain. Overly prohibit, okay? Block too much and they can't get their job done. Failure to apply and implicit deny. You need to put that at the end of every ACL. I talked about that earlier, right? Only the things that they are allowing above that implicit deny are going to be allowed. The implicit deny just means nothing else will be allowed but those things above in the ACL. Okay? And then improper logging settings. If you don't have your logging settings turned on or set up right to log all that traffic through that firewall, you may miss the bad guy and not make it harder to track him down if he does get on your system. See what I mean? Or people trying to get on your system. You need to be logging that stuff. All right, good job. Summary and review. We're not going to do that. That's it. That's the slides. And you know what that means? We're going to let you go to work and spend the next hour. We'll give you a break at the top of the hour. And I'm going to give you, we're going to let you work till the top of the hour. You get a 10-minute break. I'm going to come back and probably let you work a little bit more. I need about 20 or 30 minutes to give you that review, okay, from Wayground. It's an online thing. We'll have you go to a little URL, or you can type it in yourself, and we'll give you a code, and it's going to let each one of you log in. You don't have to use your real name if you don't want to when you sign in. And I'm going to let you take this 40-question review, and we'll see overall how you do as a class today on everything that we've covered in those slides. You see, you go to your labs. Okay, I don't have access to your content, so I can't go in there and do labs with you today. But please, whatever you need to be doing, working on labs, videos you need to be watching, if you need to catch up. See, I don't know that stuff. Only you will know that. So I'm trusting you, and I do. Okay, please be working on that. And then about 30 minutes, the last half hour before you go to lunch, okay, which would be 3:30 Eastern time, I guess 2:30 Central time. I want to give you that exam. All right. Now, if you didn't get that zip file, go up in the chat and find it and download it. It has all of my through day 8 of what I'm teaching at night. It has all those PDFs. Now, it's not going to have everything for your Network Plus, but it has everything I've done, and it'll be like this. And I'm also, after we do the review, I'm going to post the PDF with questions and answers in them It's just like the PDF I sent you, but it's going to have the 5 questions with the answers in there for you, so you can use that for study. That'll be the last thing I'll post for you before I'll let you go to lunch. Does that sound like a plan? All good with you? Hands up, nodding this way, nod this way. Yeah. Okay, good. And I'm going to be standing by. If I have to go grab something to drink, I'll let you know. Be right back in the chat or something, or I'll tell you. But I'll be standing by if you have any questions, if I can help you anyway about any of the content today or anything else. If I can help you, I'll be standing by to take those questions, okay? I want to help you any way I can. So please let me know. You're not bothering me. That's why I'm here, okay? Is to help you any way I can. You all are great. You really are. I just want to give you this. I want to give you the biggest applause I've got, okay? Because you've been great. You've been attentive, and I think you're learning. I think you're only doing pretty good in this class, aren't you? Yeah, I bet you are. Well, I wish you the best, but we're not done yet. But I'll see you back here, and we'll take that exam. We'll take a break. We'll take the exam then a little bit later, right before you go to lunch, and then let you go to lunch, and then I'll be going for the rest of the day, going to my class. Okay, standing by if you need me.
There are some numbers included on each line of those IP addresses, the number 300. This specifies that this information will only stay in a cache for 300 seconds, so you know that the IP addresses that you're resolving are going to be 5 minutes old or less. DNS commonly uses recursive DNS queries to populate those local DNS servers and cache that information so that we're able to obtain those resolutions as quickly as possible. This is part of the overall efficiencies associated with DNS, and it allows us to have many different DNS queries taking place, but minimize the amount of overall network traffic. The DNS server itself is the one doing all of the hard work behind the scenes. The end user never sees any of these recursive queries. And then once the original recursive query is done, we have information that's now cached on our local DNS server, and any subsequent requests for that domain name will come from our local server in the cache. Let's look at how this recursive DNS query occurs. Let's first assume that no previous queries have been made for this domain name, so nothing is hidden or stored within any caches. We start with the device making the request. We refer to this device as the resolver. This resolver is going to make a request to your local DNS server. So in this case, we're looking for the name www.professormesser.com. If your local DNS server is one that is managed by your company, or it's one that may be at a third party such as Google, that name of www.professormesser.com is not going to exist in that particular DNS database because the DNS server used by our domain is located at a different provider. So how does our local name server know where to find that particular information? Fortunately, the local DNS server is configured with a root server IP address. So the local name server is going to make a request to the root server asking for www.professormesser.com. The root server doesn't contain that information, but it does know where the .com name server is and provides that information to your local name server. The local name server is then going to make a request to the .com name server. The .com name server does have a record that shows where the primary DNS is for the domain professormesser.com, and it provides the answer of that IP address back to the local name server. Now the local name server knows exactly where the primary DNS server is, and it makes a direct request to the professormesser.com name server, and of course that server will know exactly the IP address for www.professormesser.com, and it will provide that information back to your local name server. Now that that information is back at the local name server, you can provide the answer back to your workstation, and it will cache that information so that any subsequent requests will simply query the local name server, and the local name server will be able to respond back immediately. DNS is a protocol that has been around for a very long time, and when it was first created, there was not a lot of work put into security of the protocol. Information for DNS is usually sent in the clear, and if someone was monitoring your DNS queries, they could at least have an idea of the services or the names of devices that you're trying to access. Another challenge is that the results that we're getting from DNS are not authenticated, so we're never quite sure if we're receiving legitimate responses from a DNS server, or if the responses that we're receiving may be from a third-party or spoofed DNS server. One way to resolve this is to use DNSSEC. This is Domain Name Security Extensions, where the responses that we get from these DNS servers are digitally signed. This means that we can verify that the information that we're receiving really did come from a trusted source, and the information contained within that DNS response has not been modified by a third party somewhere along the transmission. DNSSEC does require additional changes and configurations on your DNS server, but it does provide a much more secure method of name resolution. Even though this information has now been digitally signed and we can confirm that we're receiving information from a trusted source, the information that's being sent is still in the clear, which means anybody capturing that traffic can see the host names that you're trying to access. One way to resolve this is to encrypt all of the traffic to and from the DNS server. One method of encrypting this data is through DNS over TLS, or DOT. This allows you to send the DNS traffic over a different TCP port than usual. By default, it's TCP 853, and it encrypts all of that information using very similar protocols to what we use when we are encrypting web server communication. Another form of encrypting this DNS information is to send DNS over HTTPS, or DOH. This is going to send all of that DNS information over a very standard HTTPS packet. This is the same process of communication that we use to send and receive encrypted data to a web server. And if you were to look at a packet capture, you would see traffic that looked exactly like encrypted web server traffic that's being communicated over TCP port 443. Some of the more modern browsers use DOH by default, and you may be already encrypting that DNS traffic whenever you're accessing web servers from your browser. To look at the configuration file of a DNS server, you would see a number of different lines, and those lines contain one or more different types of DNS records. We refer to these as resource records, and these resource records might provide information that allows us to resolve a name from an IP address. It might contain information about a certificate that we can use to validate DNS information. It may contain aliases of host names that are stored within the DNS database, or one of many other record types. On the screen is a DNS configuration file. You'll notice there are a lot of different types of information contained within the DNS file, and in this video we'll step through a number of these more popular DNS records. At the very top of the DNS configuration file is a Start of Authority record, or an SOA. This gives us an overview of what we will find inside of this DNS configuration.
There,
Information
nice to meet you.
such as
I'm excited to help you get things
details,
done.
so we can see
Let's get
what
started.
domain this particular DNS configuration is a part of. You can see
So I have a series of questions and answers that I would like to. All right, let's go.
Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground running. So if there's anything you'd like me to focus on first, just let me know.
Hey there, I've got a real...
Hey, how's it going? I'm looking forward to working together. Let's figure out where to start. What's on?
Hey, what's up? Feel free to ask me about anything that's on your mind.
Hello. Hey, it's great to meet you. How's... Hi, glad to meet... Hi there. I just want to share...
There, nice to meet you.
Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground running. So if there's anything you'd like me to focus on first, just let me know.
Hey there, I've got...
Hey, how's it going? I'm looking forward to working together. Let's figure out where to start. What's on your mind?
Time. I have a series of questions and answers that I would like to go through.
Absolutely, I'm here for it. Feel free to jump right in with your questions, and we'll tackle them one by one. Let me know what you got.
What will a layer 2 switch do when the destination MAC address of a receive frame is not in the MAC table? Here are the answers. It forwards the frame out of all ports except for the port at which the frame was received. It initiates an A or P request. It notifies the sending host that the frame cannot be delivered, or it broadcasts the frame out of all ports on the switch.
Great question. So when a layer 2 switch receives a frame and the destination MAC address isn't in its MAC table, it will indeed broadcast the frame out of all ports except the one it was received on. This way the frame reaches its intended destination, and then the switch can learn that MAC address and update its table for future frames. So the correct answer would be that it broadcasts the frame out of all ports except the incoming one.
Which network device has a primary function to send to a specific destination based on the information found in the MAC address table? Here are the answers: modern, switch, router, or hub.
In that case, the device that primarily uses the MAC address table to forward frames to specific destinations is the switch. A router, on the other hand, operates primarily at layer 3 and uses IP addresses. So the correct answer here is the modern switch.
So with the continuation of the questions and answers, can you simply give me just the answers without the explanation?
Of course, I can definitely do that. Just go ahead and let me know the questions and I'll provide you with the concise answers.
Okay, moving on to the next question. What addressing information is recorded by a switch to build its MAC address table? Now here are the answers. The destination layer 3 addressing of incoming packets, the destination layer 2 address of outgoing frames, the source layer 3 address of outgoing packets, or the source layer 2 address of incoming frames.
The answer is the source layer 2 address of incoming frames.
What is the purpose of the FCS field in a frame? Here are the answers. To compute the CRC header for the data field, to determine if the errors occurred in the transmission and reception, to verify the logical address of the sending node, or to obtain the MAC address of the sending node.
The answer is to determine if errors occurred in the transmission and reception.
What is one function of a layer 2 switch? Here are the answers. It duplicates the electrical signal of each frame to every port, forwards data based on logical addressing, learns the port assigned to a host by examining destination MAC address, or determines which interface is used to forward a frame based on the destination MAC address.
The answer is that it learns the port assigned to a host by examining the destination MAC address.
Which information does a switch use to keep the MAC address table information current? Here are the answers: the destination MAC address and the incoming port, the source and destination MAC address and the incoming port, the source and destination MAC addresses and the outgoing port, the source MAC address and the incoming port, or the destination MAC address and the outgoing port.
The answer is the source MAC address and the incoming port.
What process is used to place one message inside another message for transfer from the source to the destinations? Here are the answers: decoding, access control, encapsulation, flow control, or the source MAC address and the incoming port.
The answer is encapsulation.
Which three fields are found in an 802.3 Ethernet frame? Now, here are the answers. frame check sequence, source logical addresses, source physical address, destination logical address, or destination physical address, or media type identifier.
The answer is the source physical address, the destination physical address, and the frame check sequence.
What will a host on an Ethernet network do if it receives a frame with a unicast destination MAC address that does not match its own MAC address? Now here are the answers. It will forward the frame to the next host. It will strip off the data link frame to check the destination IP address. It will remove the frame from the media, or it will discard the frame.
The answer is that it will discard the frame.
What statement is correct about Ethernet switch frame forwarding decisions? Here are the answers. Unicast frames are always forwarded regardless of the destination MAC address. Frames addressed to unknown MAC addresses are dropped. Frame forwarding decisions are based on MAC address and port mappings in the MAC address table, or switches build up their MAC address tables based on the destination MAC address of incoming frames.
The incorrect statement is that unicast frames are always forwarded regardless of the destination MAC address.
So what I am asking for is the correct statement based on the question. Now, which one of the answers is the correct answers pertaining to the question?
Got it. In that case, the correct statement is that frames addressed to unknown MAC addresses are dropped. That's the accurate piece of information about how Ethernet switches handle those frames.
In this video, we're going to talk about NTP, or the Network Time Protocol. This is the protocol that we use across all of the devices on our network to be able to synchronize their clocks. So if you're looking at the clock that's in your laptop or desktop computer, or you're examining log files that have timestamps that are from a switch, a router, or a firewall, all of those clocks were probably synchronized using the Network Time Protocol. As you can imagine, having every device using exactly the same timestamp can be critical, especially when you're comparing log files and other information that may have been taken from multiple devices. This is also an automatic process so that every device automatically get exactly the correct time of day configured. This is also something that we can configure. So we might have some devices that update their clocks every day and other devices that might update every hour. And in many cases, these time updates are very accurate. In most cases, you might find that the devices on your network may only be different by a matter of milliseconds. For NTP to work properly, we need a time server. This NTP server listens on UDP port 123, and it's responsible for responding to any time requests from your NTP clients. The NTP server does not modify its own time, and if it needs to update its own time, then it needs to have a separate NTP client that then queries a different NTP server. The client is the software that's responsible for querying the server and obtaining the latest update of time information. And in some cases, we might have both an NTP client and an NTP server on the same device. The server is handing out timestamps to any of your NTP clients, and then if you need to update the time on that device, a separate NTP client on that device will perform the same query to a different NTP server. Some organizations will query an external NTP server to provide that time information. But if NTP is important for your organization, you may choose to have your own NTP server. You would then configure all of the NTP clients on your network to query your own internal NTP servers. By default, NTP sends information in the clear. After all, the time of day is not something that's generally private. so it's common to send this in a non-encrypted form across the network. But time can be an important security concern. For example, Kerberos is often used to authenticate devices on a Microsoft Windows network, but Kerberos won't work if the client and the server's timestamps are off by more than 5 minutes. So you could potentially cause a denial of service by providing the wrong time to all of the clients on this network. For that reason, we need some way that we can trust the response that we're getting from these NTP servers. One way to do this is by using Network Time Security, or NTS. This adds a level of authentication so that we know the response that we're getting back from these servers is one that can be trusted. To use Network Time Security, we need an additional device on the network known as the Network Time Security Key Exchange Server. This is a server that's responsible for authenticating the clients and making sure that they all have a cookie that can then be used to perform the NTP query. So this now turns into a two-step process where we first obtain the authentication details and then provide that cookie to the NTP server. Here's a better view of this. We first have a TLS handshake that occurs between the client and the NTS key exchange server, and then we can request a cookie from that server and then receive it in that response. From this point, we can perform the NTP request to an NTP server, but we include that cookie information to show that we have authenticated to the key exchange server. We can then receive the NTP response, and we now know that we have a valid timestamp from a trusted server. With a local NTP server, we can get accuracies down to around 10 milliseconds. But in some environments, we need very precise time synchronization, and we can do that by using Precision Time Protocol, or PTP. This is a hardware-based time synchronization that provides granularity down to the nanosecond. This is especially important for industrial uses, where you need to make sure that the timestamps across all of these devices are very precise. PTP often requires a separate piece of hardware that is separated from our operating system and any of our applications. That means that it has its own operating system, it can run without any delays from any type of third-party process, and it can provide the most accurate timestamps for all of your devices.
Was I just the same before the accident?
There wasn't any accident. Everything we did, we did it on purpose. There's nothing left to do now but live.
VPN is a virtual private network. That is a way of taking information that would normally be sent across a network clear and encrypting all of that data so that we're then able to send it over a public network such as the internet. If you're using a VPN from your workstation, then you're probably connecting to a VPN concentrator. This is a functionality that's usually built into our modern firewalls that allows us to encrypt and decrypt information on that concentrator. This means we can encrypt information, send it across that public network, and on the concentrator we can decrypt that information and send it on its way. This might be a piece of hardware that is specifically designed for this encryption and decryption process, or all of this may occur within software that we can install on an existing server. VPN clients can be installed on many different operating systems, and some operating systems may include VPN clients built into the operating system itself. If you're using a client-to-site VPN, then you would have software that's installed onto the client workstation, and that client workstation would be communicating back to a central site. For example, you could be using a laptop at a coffee shop, and you may want to enable...
Okay, Cyber Warriors, let's tell you what we're going to do. We're going to change it up to just a little bit. I'm going to let you take your last, or well, maybe not your last, but the next 10-minute break here at the top of the hour. And when you come back after those 10 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and do the review. That way that's done. We're for sure we get the review done. And we should be done before lunch. And I'll just let you then take off and continue to work on your lessons, labs, etc. But I want to get that review in so that when you're done, it should take about 20 minutes, 40 questions, 30 seconds allowed for each one. So my math says about 20 minutes. But then we'll need 5 minutes or 10 to look over it so you can tell how the class as a whole did. We'll be rated like 70%, 80%, 90%, whatever as a class is how this is mainly going to show us for today. But I want to get that review in so you get an idea of how much you have retained so you'll know where to go back for day 10. Go back and look and restudy some things. Make sure you can answer those questions. And I'm going to get that final PDF in there for you with your slides and with the questions and answers in it. So just what you have now, but I'll add the questions and answers. It's the same slide. Yeah. Okay, and that'll be the last thing I give you. Then I'll just let you go to lunch when that time comes. And when that hour's done, I'll stick around and do until the new instructor comes in for you to finish out tonight. Yeah. So go ahead and take that break if you want to, 10 minutes, and come on back and we'll do the review.
And you would have all of the data
Y'all gonna do great on this. I think you will.
This encrypted tunnel. Of course, the concentrators will be decrypting this data on either side of the connection, so the users at the different remote sites have no idea that this data is being encrypted between the two locations. Instead of installing separate software just for VPN connectivity, your organization may choose to use clientless VPNs that don't require any specific VPN client. This is something that usually runs inside of a browser using HTML5. This is the Hypertext Markup Language version 5. HTML5 allows us to use an application programming interface to be able to interact with the browser. And one of those APIs is a web cryptography API, which allows us to run a VPN client inside of our browser without using a separate client. This means we don't have to install any additional software. We just visit the appropriate web page, and the VPN software within that API takes over and provides that encrypted tunnel. All you have to do is make sure you're using an HTML5 compliant browser, and you'll be able to use this clientless functionality within the browser on your system. The administrator of your VPN system may configure the connectivity in a number of different ways. One of these methods may be through the use of a full tunnel. A full VPN tunnel means that all traffic that's being sent out of your machine is traversing that VPN tunnel and is encrypted on the other side where the concentrator is located. Your local machine doesn't make any special forwarding decisions where some traffic is sent through the tunnel and other traffic is not. Instead, everything is being sent over that VPN connection. In some cases, though, the administrator of your VPN may configure a split tunnel. A split tunnel means that some traffic will be sent over the encrypted VPN, but other types of traffic, perhaps something that is not related to your corporate environment, is sent outside of the VPN connection. So let's take this scenario where we're using a VPN. We are connected over this VPN connection to a VPN concentrator that's at our corporate office. But we might also want to communicate to a web server that's on the internet that's not part of our organization, so you might want to connect to my server at professormesser.com. This means that normally traffic that's destined for your corporate network would go from your remote user's workstation to the VPN concentrator. That would then be decrypted and sent to the inside of your corporate network. But if traffic needs to go to professormesser.com, that traffic still needs to traverse that VPN tunnel. It is decrypted at the concentrator, just like all of the other VPN traffic, but then is redirected to the internet and to the external web server. Any communication back to the client would then need to go back to the concentrator and then be sent back through that VPN tunnel. With a split tunnel, we can avoid that additional routing that occurs when you're talking to a third-party website. So now at the remote user's workstation, we effectively have two different paths. We have our VPN tunnel back to our corporate network, and then we would have a separate path that is used for other third-party traffic. If we want to communicate to our corporate network, we would send that traffic through the VPN as usual to our VPN concentrator, which then decrypts the traffic and sends it to our corporate network. But if we also, at the same time, would like to communicate to ProfessorMesser.com, we would then, at the remote user's workstation, simply send that traffic as normal. The VPN client would recognize that we're talking to a device that's not part of our corporate network and would directly send that traffic to the third-party website without traversing the VPN tunnel. And of course, the traffic back to our device would also not use that VPN connection. This means we can continue to have an encrypted and secure connection to our corporate network, but use a more efficient process of communicating to third-party websites.
Oh, Capital One? My team's transformer-based AI model.
Then, using contextual data helps personalize your experience in real time. That's how it's done.
That's technology of Capital One.
If you've done anything in networking relating to switches, routers, firewalls, or other devices, then you've probably connected over the network to a terminal or console. To do this over an encrypted channel, you use a protocol known as SSH. This is Secure Shell. This allows you to use this terminal screen to a remote device, but all of the traffic sent over the network is encrypted. This means you can put in your username, your password, and all other information, and no one else will be able to capture that traffic and see any of that important data. Secure Shell operates using TCP port 22, and it's designed to replace a protocol known as Telnet, which uses TCP port 23. Telnet is very similar in operation to SSH. It provides this console-based view of a remote device, but it provides no encryption, and that's why the best practice is to always use SSH and to not use Telnet. Working at a command line is useful, especially on devices that support it, but occasionally you need to be able to provide remote access to a graphical front end. You can do that by using some type of remote sharing software so that you can be at a remote location, yet still see and operate the same desktop as someone who's sitting directly in front of that computer. If this is a Windows computer, then you're using RDP, which is the Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol that allows you to connect to a Windows machine and be able to access and use the front end as if you were in front of the actual monitor and keyboard. If this is a Windows computer that you're connecting to, you're probably using RDP, or Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol. This allows you to remotely control the Windows machine, either from another Windows machine across the network, or by using remote desktop protocol clients that are available for nearly any other operating system. Another option for remote control of a device would be to use VNC, or Virtual Network Computing. This uses a protocol known as RFB, or Remote Frame Buffer. This is very similar in function to Microsoft's RDP, but the VNC functionality can be run on many different operating systems. If you're part of a help desk or support team and you need a way to remotely connect and control any of these remote desktops, you're probably going to be using RDP or VNC. Sometimes you need to be able to make changes to hundreds or even thousands of different devices. You could automate this at the command line using scripts and batch files, but because this operates at the command line, you don't have a lot of control over the process if you happen to run into problems. For that reason, you might want to use a more automated method of controlling that device using an API, or Application Programming Interface. Using an API, you can connect and control a device using the language that that device would expect. This also allows us to automate the process and set up additional tasks if we need to do any type of error handling. If you happen to be in the same physical location as the device, you may be able to plug in a cable and directly connect to the device. With switches, routers, and other infrastructure devices, you might even have a separate port on the front labeled console. That console allows you to connect through a serial connection so that you can plug in your RJ45 serial, a DB9 serial connection, or a more modern USB connection to be able to gain access to that system. The console is also a perfect solution if you lose network connectivity to the device. If you're not able to ping or SSH into the device, you can always connect your console cable and directly communicate with that system. These consoles are commonly text-based interfaces, so you need to know the command line interface for that particular device. These console connections are commonly serial connections, so we will need a laptop or desktop.
Okay, everybody, let's make our way back in. We're going to get ready for that review. Make sure you're in front of your computer. Got your browser opened up there. I'm going to start this little puppy right now. And let me see. Why didn't it work? Let's skip that. Only comes right up. There comes. Stand by. We'll get this puppy going here for you, hopefully. Let's do classic mode.
Where anyone on the internet could potentially connect to that system. This needs to be very hard. We need to be sure that we're using
no need for that. Unlimited. Blah, blah,
multiple
blah, blah.
factors to be able to prevent anyone from brute forcing their way into that jump server.
One more second.
From our external client, we would use some type of
Okay.
software.
So let me get you the link if you want to use my link, or you can join myquiz.com, or I'm going to put the link if you trust the link. I just took it right off the website there. Or you can use the QR code as well. And then when you go to that link, enter that code 190516. Again, you do not have to use your real name. You can make up a fictitious name if you'd like to do so. And not a problem at all. myquiz.com, or use the link and use the code 190516. As soon as we get everybody in here, which is only about, 10 or 11 of us or something like that, we'll start this. Again, 30 seconds per question is what you'll have. There's 40 questions, so that should be 20 minutes. That'll allow us to look things over, kind of review some of the questions that were, a lot of them were missed or something. We'll touch on those, try to help you out. So I got 4 people in, so I need you to keep on coming in. I want to turn that volume off. It plays some funky music that we don't need. Most students say it's distracting. Got 4 people in, got 5 people in. Not sure how many total we got. 3, 6. About 12 of us, I think, maybe. 11, if you don't count me. And don't count me. There you go. Got 7 of you in there. Let's all join again. Use a fictitious name. It's fine. No problem at all. And this is really going to help you gauge kind of how you are remembering things based on just a little bit of time there. And we're going to do some spaced recall. Now, this would really be, usually I do mine the next night, okay? To give you a time to sleep on it. And then I do this review. But we don't have that luxury today. So got 7 of you in there. I still need everybody to come in, if you would, please. Log in there, get logged in, and we'll get started here. I want to get started as soon as we can. So there you go. Keep on coming. That's a good one. Choose your icon. I think you have to choose that. Use a fictitious name. Fine. No problem at all. We're not trying to find out and announce what you know today. That's not the point. But this will just help you. Okay. Just help you. All right. I'm going to give you about, we'll give you another minute, and then we're going to start. I'm going to push start. You can join after I push start, but please join now. I'd like to see you all in there if you would. Please use a fictitious name. You can use Fonzie or, anybody remember Happy Days back in the day? Yeah, that's a good show. Oh, my goodness. All right. Just another 30 seconds here, and we're going to start. So each of you will be going through this on your own. It's how this is going to work. You'll go through it on your own, and then we'll see a combined percentage score at the end, and then we'll be able to look through the questions. And it'll show us how many missed that question, not who, but how many. And so we can kind of gauge our learning on the review. About 15 seconds. Anybody else? We sure like to have you all join. 3, 6, 7, 8. And we got a few more out there. Now you can jump in if you want to, but we will finish it at in about roughly 20 minutes. Here we go. We're going to start. 3, 2, 1, go. So there you go.
across the network.
You should be able to start the
Data
exam.
in transit. You'll sometimes hear this referred
And you
to
will have
as
30
data in
seconds
motion.
per
How
question.
you have information
So take your time. You should be able to pretty much, not rush it.
network, you have data in
That's the
transit.
leaderboard. We got 75% just right off the bat. People know their stuff. 67. I can look over at the questions here. We'll kind of see how people are doing.
To protect that data.
And I'll kind of keep track of that while you go through this.
A router or some other network device.
70%. Wow. That's good. Right off the bat. 64. 60. It'll fluctuate all the way through.
Security would come from other devices such as
Try to concentrate, eliminate, use the techniques.
These are systems that are designed to monitor the traffic, decide if traffic should be forwarded or blocked, and then look inside the traffic itself to make sure that none of that information is malicious. We might also include additional security to data in motion through the use of encryption. Two very common encryption types are TLS, which is Transport Layer Security, and IPsec, which is Internet Protocol Security. If you're saving information to a hard drive, an SSD, or any other type of storage device, we refer to that data as data at rest. One common way of encrypting data at rest is to encrypt the information as you write it to the storage drive. This means that if someone gains access to that storage drive, they would have the encrypted files, but they would have no idea what that information actually is. Some different types of data at rest encryption would include the entire disk using full disk encryption. You might encrypt just one single part of a database or an entire database of information.
As you can see, that leaderboard keeps changing up on us. We're 65% class accuracy at the moment.
And in most cases, we're applying different security policies to the data that we're storing on these devices. For example, we might create access control
You'll get higher.
or ACLs that would determine
There
what
it's going
users
back
have
to it.
access or no access to a particular type of data. This would allow the system administrator or the owner of the data to determine who has access to that information. These security controls are usually part of our operating system, and we can apply it to any data that might be at rest. One of the challenges with security on any network is maintaining the control and management of all of the different encryption keys and certificates. We refer to the policies and the control of all of these different certificates as a public key
Back up to
infrastructure,
70.
or
Good
PKI.
job. 71.
Creating digital certificates, encryption keys, or any other type of digital security, you'll want to rely on the policies you configure as part of your PKI. As you can imagine, a PKI is not a small part of your security infrastructure. There's usually quite a bit of work that goes into the creation of a PKI, and there's often changes and updates to that policy as time goes on. Many organizations will begin building out their public key infrastructure when they start adding encryption keys to web servers or signing public certificates to individual users or individual devices. The PKI then becomes a requirement for maintaining and managing all of these
74. Look at you go. 5.
One challenge that many organizations have is applying a level of trust towards a user or a device. One way that they can assign this trust is through the use of a digital certificate. Digital certificates are often digitally signed by a central certificate authority, and that's what adds the trust to these individual certificates that are then deployed to users or devices. Instead of having a centralized certificate authority, some organizations will use a more distributed form of trust called a web of trust. With a web of trust, if A
76, the highest I think I've seen it.
then A can also trust
Good
B.
job.
This process of creating certificates,
77,
certificate
right there,
authority,
come
and
back
then
down.
providing digital signatures for those certificates is often built into central operating systems. For example, the certificate process is built into the Windows domain services. There are many third-party options that you can use for many different operating systems. One of the more common ways to provide this trust in an organization is through the use of a certificate authority. This is a centralized authority that all certificates start from. This means that if anything is signed ultimately by this centralized authority, you can trust it anywhere in your organization.
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series. Struck out with the cheap seats. Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine. We are Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Tackling your security concerns starts with a prompt. With Sola AI, you get answers to the security questions you really care about instantly. Get started with Sola, the AI you need to get security done.
Some organizations will build their own certificate authority within their organization, but other times they may use a third party as an independent authority. Whether this CA is a trusted internal resource or it's a trusted third-party resource, the CA is responsible for the trust that we have in all of the certificates that we create. And since the certificate authority is digitally signing all of these certificates, anyone can examine a certificate, see who signed the certificate, and then determine if that is a signature that they can therefore trust. On the internet, it's useful to have a third party provide trust. That way, anyone in the world can reference that certificate authority and know that there's a trust associated with those digital certificates. But if all of your devices and users are within your own organization, you could create your own certificate.
Which filter method is typically unique to a proxy server and not a firewall?
78. Highest I've seen it. 79.
Public off-the-shelf software.
Going up.
Which filtering method is typically unique to a proxy server and not a firewall?
And as long as all of the users in your organization can trust the CA, they can therefore trust any of the certificates created by that same CA. When we store important data on our systems, we need to be sure that only the authorized users are able to access that data. This is something that is a common issue for all the types of data that we use across all of the different systems that we're accessing that data from. This is complicated by the fact that this data could reside anywhere. It could be on our local computer, it could be on a central web server, or it could be stored in the cloud. This data might also need to be accessed by many different individuals that have different rights and permissions to that data. Some of this data may need to be accessed by customers or contractors,
79.
or you may need internal users
Look at
to
that.
gain access
Come on,
to
80.
that data.
Let's get 80.
We also
Proxy
need to be sure
server.
that we have controls in place to prevent any unauthorized users from gaining access to that data. The process of managing the permissions and access to that data is referred to as IAM, or Identity and Access
leaderboard.
Management. This involves creating an access control
That
to
number
that
one
data
spot.
to ensure that only users
Holding on up
access
there.
the information that they
Allowing
really
only
need to perform
specific
their
network
job.
protocols.
We need to be sure we have proper authentication in place so that we can verify that that's the user accessing the data, and we need to be sure that we provide authorization for the data once those users gain access to the network. And of course, there needs to be a way to track and monitor access to the data so that we're able to audit and understand exactly who accessed that information at any particular time. An important
Which of the following
characteristic
is
of
security
identity and
requirements
access
to
management is the
Kerberos to
concept
prevent
of
ticket
least privilege.
replay?
Least privilege is the
attacks.
concept that a user
Time
will only
synchronization
have the
between
rights and
us.
permissions that are necessary
Yep, that one
to
was
access
a
the
replay.
information they need to perform their job function, and no additional access would be granted. This is one of the reasons that we don't assign administrator access to every system that's on the network. We need to be sure that we are limiting how much access a user might have to an application or to data, and we need to be sure that the applications that we're using have just the right access for that.
Okay, let's go
job
on.
function. If you give users too much access to data, for example, give everyone administrator access, then everyone
what
will
is the
be able
function
to
of
access
a
any type of data
switchboard?
at any time and be able to control it in any way they would like. That would obviously be a significant security concern, and it's one of the reasons that least privilege is an important concept in identity and access management. One way to provide this least privilege is through the process of a role-based access control. Most organizations will separate individuals into separate roles. You might have a shipping and receiving department, there might be a manager of that shipping and receiving department, and there might be a vice president that manages not only shipping and receiving, but also the accounting department. Each one of those users has a
access
particular
control
role within the organization, and their rights and permissions
by
will be different
insurance.
depending on their role. With role-based access control, the administrator of the network determines what type of role an individual might have and what permissions
Which
might
access
be
control
associated with that
concepts to
individual
reduce
role.
fraud by
The administrator
ensuring
would then
no
assign
single
users to
individual.
each of those role definitions. So there might be a shipping and receiving role for the people performing those functions. There might be a manager role for shipping and receiving, and there might be a vice president role that handles many different
So the
aspects of
following
the
is an
data
example
across
of
the
something
entire
you add
organization.
in a
In
multitasking.
Windows, we provide this role-based access control through the use of groups. We would create a separate group for each one of those different roles, and then we would assign users to those Windows groups. limit access to data is through the use of a geographic restriction. This means that we would identify where a user happens to be, and then we can
Which
assign
firewall
different rights and permissions
firewall
based on where they may be
misconfiguration will
located.
increase
This can
risk of
sometimes be done with an IP address. If somebody's connecting over a
risk of
VPN,
a
they might be assigned an internal IP address, and we might provide them with the rights and permissions that are expected for someone that's connected to our local network. But if they're connecting from a different state or a different country, we might want to change the type of permissions that user might have.
Organic and dairy-free.
Here we go.
At Sprouts, our shelves are filled with new, exciting, and delicious discoveries. This is that Sprouts feeling.
A hypoallergenic clean recommended by dermatologists. No irritating residues, no dyes, no perfumes.
IP addresses are not always the most accurate, so there might be other ways to determine a geographic location for a user. For example, we can use GPS or the Global Positioning System to determine where a person might be in the world. If GPS is not available, we might want to use the name of the wireless network where someone's located, and often we can determine the location of the access point to determine where the user might be. Once we know a user's location, we can then start assigning rights and permissions to where that user may be located. We refer to this as
This protocol is
geofencing.
commonly used
Geofencing
with
takes into account where a
802.1x
user might
authentication
be,
in
and then
enterprise
allows
wireless
or disallows
networks.
access to information based on a physical location. For example, certain data within the organization might be very sensitive.
802.1.
You may only be able to view that information if you happen to be located in the corporate headquarters building itself. If you're outside of the building, you may not have access to that data. Many organizations will supplement their physical security through the use of cameras. Sometimes we refer to this as CCTV, for closed-circuit television. This is a very common security technology and one that is implemented in nearly every organization. Some of the more modern cameras can not only provide motion detection, so you know if anyone happens to be
Got a little competition moving in there now. Look at that number one spot has jumped. Wow.
That's radius.
facial recognition. Usually there are many different cameras
Security
deployed in
policy.
locations
Current number two held that number one forever. Good job.
Where they can store this information over a long period of time. This allows the administrator to go back in time and view every video feed that may have captured information during a particular time frame. And if we're talking about physical security, we're also going to talk about
Sure would like to see that go up to 80. Let's see if we can get her above 80.
Which of the following?
That's really good where we're at, but we'll strive for excellence. Not perfection. Excellence, right?
Which of the following best describes?
Code to gain access to a door, or there might be a token-based access, such as the RFID badge associated with this electronic reader. Or we might not use the badge
Network
at all, and
administrator
instead
reviews.
focus on characteristics of a
Network
person,
administrator
such as
reviews
a
logs
handprint,
to
a
determine
fingerprint,
which
Okay,
users
technically we've got about 3 minutes, so if you're
This is an example.
behind, you might want to kick it up a little bit. I may not be able to let everybody finish. We'll see. I'll try, but
And network
yeah, that'll affect it just a bit. But we'll get a really good idea, even if everybody doesn't
logs to determine
finish. But we'll try. We'll try to let everybody
user
finish.
access can
79, we're kicking that 80. Wish I could just reach up there and pull it over just a little bit.
count it. What is the main benefit of using centralizing such as radius? Messaging for user accounts. Provide the same point. Reducing encryption overhead. Why should unused switches be disabled to improve stuff? Trying to prevent rogue device from connecting to connecting.
Imagine if we could tell everyone here that the
Let's do
radius will
3.
customize his car insurance to save people hundreds.
Overly permissive ratio. Got that. Which principal insurance employees only receive a minimum access?
Coming up under 2 minutes, technically left.
Oh.
See how much y'all can get done there. Most of you will finish.
Which of the controls is an example of network management system?
Come on, 80%. Let's lock that in if we
Network
can.
management system.
Good job. Good job.
Manager.
password. Sometimes there's an additional authentication factor, and that provides us
Oh,
access
this
to
one
the
was.
system. But behind the scenes,
Oh,
there is a lot more happening. So let's dive into the process of authentication.
what is the main
The
purpose?
process of
Access
authentication uses something called the AAA framework.
Stubborn,
We'll look
isn't
at
it?
all three of
Just
these
don't want to move.
control
associated
the
with the AAA
user
framework in a
file.
moment. But first, we start with a piece of information that everyone has access to, and that would be the
For
identification that we use when we're logging
user
in.
present
This is often our username, it might be
ticket
an
granted
email
ticket
address,
TGS.
but
What
it's
does the
information that
TGS
is usually
provide in
available to
return?
pretty much everyone. This is public
User provides
information.
service
And
ticket.
just because someone happens to know our email address or happens to know our login name does not give them access to our systems.
That
The
was
first
service
A
ticket,
in the
of
AAA
course.
framework is authentication.
Which of
This
the
is
following
process
describes
where you prove that you
authorization?
are really who you say you are. This is
Verify
often done
something
with some
pretty
type
much.
of private information,
Okay, so-
such as a password or some other type of authentication factor. Once you go through the authentication process and you prove that you are who you say you are, we now need to be sure that you're provided the access.
Okay, we kind of come to the end of our time, but I'm going to go ahead and give us a grace period of 2 minutes. How's that? Let's just do 2 more minutes.
That sounds good.
And those of you that are not finished, it's fine, but if you can get finished, it'd be great, but not, it's okay. Not a problem. We're just trying to get an idea of kind of how the class as a whole, and I'm telling you, that's good. What we would see, if I'd have given you 10 or 15 questions, we would have seen in the 80s or 90s. Just about guarantee you from what I'm saying here. But by being 40 questions, that's automatically going to lower the overall percentage. So if I could see anything 70 or north, I was going to be very happy. And we're seeing 77, 78 now. So that is awesome as a group. Very good. Got about 1 minute left, and I'm going to go ahead and end it. Even if we're not done, it's fine, no problem. We'll see what anything above 70 is shouting ground. Shouting ground. Means that y'all did really good. Really, really good. For a first pass on all that material we went over today. That was a lot to take in.
Access control. A feature that's
In a short time.
device and filters and authorization based on network access.
About 30 seconds.
Which of the following is an advantage of stateful inspection in a firewall?
Matches what's contained on the AAA server. That server will send a message back saying that those credentials have been approved. At that point, we're able to traverse the network because we've gone through the entire authentication process and we were confirmed by this AAA server. On many networks, we only have to provide that authentication information one time during the day.
Oh, I think I'll give you 1 more minute. I think everybody does it 1 minute. 1 more minute to try to complete as you can. Good job. Good job.
Single sign-on. When we sit down at our desk in the morning, we
Alright.
provide our username,
I'll just randomly
other authentication details required, and from that point forward,
which of the following
the
is
day,
the
provide
authorization?
that information again. We obviously don't want to provide that access indefinitely, so there's usually a time frame associated with this.
Visual interest in the server farm, job privilege management access. Okay.
We'll probably have to go through this process again. Single sign-on is a function
Which of the following
30 seconds.
describes the purpose of authentication in network access?
And not all authentication methods support single sign-on. So you want to check with the authentication method that you're using to see what options might
Which
be
of the
available.
following would be practical to use a
15.
Mac?
One very common protocol used during the authentication process is the remote authentication dial-in user service, or
All right, let's end that little puppy. Are you sure you want to end it? Yeah, I'm sure. Absolutely. Here we go. Let's see the first, second, third. Look at that. Look at that. Whoa, look at there. Good job. Good job. There's our 3 highest ones. We ended up with a 75%. That's above 70. I consider that awesome. That is really, really good. If you want to see our accuracy down here, let me zoom in a little bit.
A Raker on that.
A little more. A little more. Let's see if we can show you down there. Look at that accuracy. Wow. Look at that accuracy right there. That is pretty doggone good. Boy, look at those top 4, top 5. are all good. Okay, so overall, we got a 75. And if you hadn't had to rush there at the end, we might have got a little higher than that, but I was pushing and rushing you. That makes a little bit of a difference there as well. But you can kind of get an idea of how you scored across there. It's pretty cool. Now, I don't have you all set up in there, so I can't email this to you or anything like that, unfortunately. But this, I have our class set up. It takes a little time to set that up. But this gives you an idea of how you did individually there and how you did as a class 75. That is really awesome. Really a good job. Okay? Really. Somebody said, laugh out loud, I'm just good at guessing. I don't think that's all there is to it. I don't think so. I think you're probably just got some memory learning going on there. Probably is what's going on, I think. Yeah. So great job, people. That is really awesome. I mean that. That is really good. All right. I tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to let you go ahead and finish out lessons and stuff until the top of the hour. Got to study up. Well, good. That gives you, See, that's what this is all about, to motivate you to say, hey, I know I need a little more work on this or that. And that's positive, because now's the time to learn. Make all the mistakes you want, miss all the questions you want, but go back and restudy and get that down. So that when you go in that exam room, that's when you got to start getting them right? So now it's fine. And that's what spaced recall is all about, to tell us what we don't know. That's what we really want to know, right? So we can go restudy just that. And when we got something down, we don't need to keep re-hitting it and wasting time. And that's what spaced recall does. Now, like I said, normally I would have done this the night after, so you'd have time to sleep on everything. But just to kind of give you an idea, I wanted to go ahead and do this today. And so you can kind of see, get an idea of where you were. And that's really, really good. Very, very good. So thank you so much for participating. And appreciate that so much. Hopefully that helps you. And that's pretty good stuff right there. Yeah. All right. I saw a lot of good comments in the chat today. A lot of true, factually good information. You're commenting. I don't, when I'm lecturing, it's hard for me to get over there and watch all of them, but I did roll back through and lots of great comments and answers to questions and things like that you added. And so that's really great. Here's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to go to the chat and I'm going to put day 10 PDF with questions and answers. Okay, I'm dropping it in there right now.
Okay, that's
and I'm going to push send. So if you want to get the same PDF with those questions and answers in there, all those these are the same questions that are in this PDF. I used them in this weight ground. Same questions. So you can go back now and challenge yourself and get in there and see what you were a little weak on, what you need to restudy, and what you got down. And if you do that each day, wow. Like I say, use the smiley faces and the frowny faces. If you didn't get one, put a little frowny face by it temporarily.
Yeah.
Then after you go through all those, go back and look at your frowny faces and go restudy just the frowny face questions. And then wait a day and go back and see, can you answer just the frowny faces? See what I mean? The ones you didn't get the first time.
Yeah.
That saves you time. Because you got the smiley faces, or you wouldn't have put a smiley face on them. Actually, you don't even have to put the smiley face, just a frowny face. But once you get them right, you'll want to put the smiley face and mark out the frowny face, right? So do it ever how you want, just so you know ever how it works for you. You bet. You bet. Got that right there. Now, I'm going to give you something else. I'm not done. I'm going to give you flashcards, a PDF with flashcards. You might want to use these. There you go. Same questions, okay? But you can put them in the form of a flashcard. So that might help you a bit as well. Okay? So I just dropped those in there as well. Feel free to take advantage of all of that good stuff. And again, if you go up and get the zip file, I have days for the night class. See, we come in at 5 Central and 5 hours, 10 o'clock. I guess it is that we're done. And so we have so these won't line up exactly, but it's covering the content from the beginning to where I got. I think it was day 8 for us. So, but I sent those to you in a zip file. Those have the questions and answers in them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And took them right out of my my repository here. So maybe those can help you as well. So we're going to let you work till the top of the hour. My understanding is that'll be 3 p.m. East. Wait a minute here. No, that'll be 4 p.m. Yeah, that'll be 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if we go to the top of the hour, because it'll be 3 for me. Yeah, and that's your lunch time, right? 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, good. So at the top of the hour, work on your lessons, do whatever you can to get done, and then put a pause on it for your lunch hour. I'll stay here during the lunch hour. I may run upstairs and grab something, but I'll let you know when I'm back. But I'll be here if you have any questions or anything like that. I'll be monitoring. So even during lunch hour, feel free to reach out if you need me. And then I'm supposed to be replaced. Someone's supposed to be coming in after the lunch hour so I can go to my class. We'll see what happens. I'm sure they will be. Had to have a couple or three of us, I guess, to cover the class. I have to say thank you all, if you're still here listening. Thank you all. And we'll do that music out, though. I'm going to do a music outro, and we're going to do that hey before when you get back from lunch. Okay? Because I'm supposed to be leaving. But you'll be staying, and somebody else will be coming in. And I want to do that because you've worked hard today. And it's kind of a victory shout, okay? And I'll direct you, and I'll count you in 1, 2, 3, 4, then we'll go hey. Right on. All microphones will be unmuted, and we'll go hey. Sounds great when we do it. It's really cool. Everybody likes it, usually likes it. And if there's anybody here celebrating a birthday today, we can sing happy birthday to you as well. I know I may be talking to myself because you're at lunch. That's fine. All right, standing by. I'm going to run and get something, and I'll be right back.
All right.
And monitoring the class in case you need anything.
It's very common during the authentication process to provide login details such as your username and your password. But of course, someone else could have access to that information. So very often, we have other authentication factors that we provide. When we're adding additional factors to the authentication process, we refer to that as multi-factor authentication. This means we may need to provide a password. There might be a mobile app with a particular number that we need to provide, or we might be including GPS details that show that we're located within the corporate facility itself. Some popular multi-factor authentication factors might be something you know, that might be a password, something you have, that might be your mobile phone with the app that you're using. It might be something you are, such as a biometric reading, for example, your fingerprint, or it might be somewhere you are, which would certainly be a GPS location. One or more of those could be used during the authentication process to help prove that you are really who you say you are. The factor of something you have is often associated with a TOTP. This would be a time-based, one-time password algorithm that is integrated into an app that you might have on your mobile device. This usually has a secret key associated with it, and it uses the time of day to be able to provide what is considered to be a pseudo-random type of numbering system. This number tends to change occasionally, so every 30 seconds, you may get another randomized number that appears on the screen. In reality, this is not a randomized number. It's a number that only seems to be random, and it's a number that is expected by both sides of the authentication process. This is accomplished by creating a secret key ahead of time and then synchronizing both the client and the server using a protocol such as the network time protocol. So during the authentication process, you may be asked for your username, your password, and then the code that appears in the app on your mobile phone. This is becoming a very common way to authenticate, and it's one that's used by Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and many other organizations to add additional factors to the authentication process. In IT security, there is a constant fight happening between the attackers and the folks that are being attacked. And one of the ways that we can learn more about our attackers is to watch the attacks themselves. One of the ways that we can do this is through the use of a honeypot. We know that these attacks are often not a human being who's typing into a keyboard interactively. Usually these are scripts or programs that are designed to attack many different systems simultaneously. So one of the things we can do is to create a virtual network with virtual servers and virtual components that would be very attractive to one of these attackers. We're effectively leaving out this virtual honey that hopefully will attract this attacker's sweet tooth. If you want to see what people are using as a honeypot or you'd like to build your own, there are many open source versions available that you can install on your own systems. The attackers, though, are very good at determining what might be real and what might be fake. So there's a constant battle to build the best possible honeypot so that you can attract the attackers and be able to watch what they're doing during these attacks. But to make this attractive to the attacker, we need more than simply a single server or a single device. We need a number of different components. We need servers, workstations, routers, firewalls, switches, proxy servers, and anything else that can make this system seem a little more real. When we compile all of these together, we've now created a honeynet. We now have a much larger deception framework. We might have the attacker start with a workstation as part of the honeynet, then they would move to a honeynet server, and then we might see if we can move them over to the honeynet NAS. These are commonly virtual devices, and we can build any number of these to be able to attract the attackers. If you want to read more about honeypots and honeynets, there's a wealth of information on the internet, and a good place to start would be projecthoneypot.org. In the world of IT security, a lot of the decisions that we make are based on risk. Risk is the exposure that we have to something that might be harmful or something that might be dangerous. If we need to describe how possible it might be for something bad to happen, then we would be describing risk. Risk is a constant concern for every organization, and the larger the organization grows, the more risk they tend to take on. We would always want to consider how risky a situation might be during the process of expanding, adding new applications, making changes to a configuration, or anything else in our organization that might open us up for attack. Whenever we're making business decisions on what we do next, we always have a level of risk associated with that. And it's important to be able to identify what that risk happens to be so that we can then make a business decision on whether we continue with that particular task or whether we add additional security controls to help protect that task. If you've been reading through your monthly Microsoft patch notes, then you've probably seen a list of vulnerabilities that have been identified by Microsoft. These vulnerabilities are listing a set of weaknesses that are associated with the current version of the operating system. And if someone was to take advantage of those vulnerabilities, they could potentially gain access to our systems or our data. And just because a vulnerability hasn't been discovered doesn't mean the vulnerability doesn't exist. Researchers are identifying vulnerabilities all the time that may have existed in an operating system for months or even years. And of course, there are many different types of vulnerabilities. There might be a vulnerability associated with the type of data that can be injected into a data stream. Maybe the authentication process that's being used for the operating system has a vulnerability or a flaw that would allow someone to gain access to your system. Or maybe there's data that's exposed or a security misconfiguration. All of these can be categorized as a vulnerability. Identifying that an operating system has a vulnerability is not the same thing as someone taking advantage of a data breach. The data breach itself is described as an exploit. This is when someone takes advantage of the vulnerability to gain access to a system or gain access to data. Usually, the exploit is taking advantage of that vulnerability, and there may be many different ways to accomplish this. This might be a relatively straightforward exploit where a username is embedded within the code and we can use that username to gain access to the system. Or it may be a relatively complex series of tasks that an attacker needs to complete before gaining access to that operating system. The threat is what is used by the attacker to exploit that vulnerability. Threats can also be things that might be accidental. For example, a fire or a flood can certainly be a threat to an organization's building. But threats in our local area are things that we often understand and we can prepare for. On the internet, many of the threats to our systems are coming from somewhere outside of our organization. So if your operating system has a vulnerability, there may be a threat agent that takes advantage of that vulnerability by creating a threat action. This threat action will exploit the vulnerability and allow the attacker to gain access to the system. The results of that entire process means that an attacker could cause the system to become unavailable, or they may gain access to private information, or perhaps make that information available to others on the internet. To be able to combat these attacks, we fundamental principles of IT security. We refer to these as the CIA triad. This is sometimes referred to as the AIC triad to be able to differentiate it from the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency of the U.S. federal government. The C in the CIA triad refers to confidentiality. One way that we can help protect our data is to make that data confidential. We can create data confidentiality by restricting access.
All right, I'm back. If anybody has a question or anything, please feel free to let me know. I'm going to grab me a little sandwich here along with you and have some lunch as well.
Integrity means that the data that we are referencing has not been modified by any third-party means. For example, messages sent across the network can't be modified unless there's some type of detection in place. We commonly associate digital signatures with the integrity arm of the CIA triad. And of course, one of the core principles, not only of IT security, but information technology in general, is availability. We want to be sure that all of the security that we're applying towards our data and our systems doesn't affect the overall access and availability of those systems themselves. And for most people in information technology, we understand that the importance of maintaining these systems and security involves making sure that they are available to anyone who needs access.
It's time to change the way you think about pads. Meet Always Pocket Flex Foam. Full-size protection in a tiny pad. It's made with foam, not fluff, for up to zero feel and up to zero leaks. And it absorbs more. Ready to go where you go. Always Pocket Flex Foam.
An ongoing challenge for IT professionals is to maintain compliance with the laws, policies, procedures, or other rules that may be associated with their type of work. Some compliance requirements are brought on by the type of business that someone might be in, but other compliance is brought by laws associated with state, local, or other agencies. And in some cases, not following these compliance requirements may result in fines, incarceration, or a loss of employment. And these compliance requirements may be wide-ranging. It may be something that is a national, territory, or state law, or there may be domestic or even international requirements that have to be followed. In many geographic areas, one type of compliance is associated with data localization. This means that any data that is collected by that country must stay inside of that country. An example of this can be found in the GDPR. This is the General Data Protection Regulation that is associated with the European Union. There are a number of rules associated with how data should be stored and where data should be stored. And whether these data localization requirements are part of the GDPR or part of another type of compliance regulation, you need to make sure that you understand where the data is supposed to be located and where that data can move once it's been stored. But the General Data Protection Regulation, or the GDPR, involves much more than just where the data can be stored. This is a regulation that's associated with the protection and privacy of data associated with individuals that reside within the European Union. This includes, but is not limited to, their name, address, photo, email address, bank information, websites they visit, and any other type of data that that user may be gathering. The GDPR states that any data that is collected on European Union citizens must be stored in the European Union. The users can, of course, decide where their data goes and can choose to have their data removed from sites if they prefer. The GDPR is designed to give individuals control over their own data. And although it's often described as a right to be forgotten, it may be better described as a way for individuals to protect data that they themselves own. Another type of regulatory compliance is not one associated with the law, but is instead associated with an organization. This is the PCI DSS. This is the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, and is a standard designed by the payment card industry to protect your credit card information. There are 6 different areas of focus associated with the PCI DSS. We need to build and maintain secure networks and systems. This is something that will help protect data as it's moving across that network. We need to protect cardholder data, especially information associated with someone's private information. We need to maintain a vulnerability management program, which is especially important if you're an organization that is storing credit card information. We need to implement strong access control measures so that only the people required can gain access to this credit card data. There needs to be regular monitoring and testing of these networks to ensure that all of these policies that we put in place are indeed working as expected, and we need to maintain an information security policy so that we have a broader scope on how to protect not only the credit card information, but all of the data within our organization. Organizations are often audited to see if they're following the policies associated with the PCI DSS, and an organization that is not following these policies could result in them not being able to process credit cards any longer.
Strengthen your hair with Cream of Nature Unstoppable Hair.
We get it. You work hard, so get the gear that works as hard as you do. The Blue Business Cash Card.
In IT security, segmentation can be a very valuable tool. We may want to physically separate devices from each other, or it may be a logical or virtual segmentation. This may be a separation of physical devices, or it might be segmenting networks with VLANs. Sometimes this segmentation is created so that you can increase performance. Some applications might transfer large amounts of data, and by putting them on their own network, they would be able to transfer that in the most efficient way. From a security perspective, segmentation allows us to limit what devices can talk to other devices. This can be useful in certain environments where you want to be absolutely sure that one device and another device cannot communicate to each other. And sometimes this segmentation has already been determined before the network design is even complete. Some compliance, like the one from the payment card industry, requires segmentation if you'll be storing credit card information. Our industry is dealing with a large number of new devices connecting to the network that are IoT devices, or Internet of Things. These can be sensors such as cooling and heating sensors, perhaps even lighting that you might connect to the network, or it might be a smart device such as home automation devices, video doorbells, cameras, and other home-based devices. This could also be a device you wear, such as a smartwatch or a health monitor. The problem with these IoT devices is that they may be very ingenious in their operation, but they may not be very well thought out from a security perspective. So segmenting the IoT devices onto their own network and away from your data might be a good choice for IT security. Industrial devices also have a challenge when it comes to communication. These are IIoT devices, or Industrial Internet of Things. This would be for one machine communicating with another machine in order to keep all of those systems running. With IoT devices, we're most concerned about controlling lights or controlling temperature. With Industrial Internet of Things, the stakes are higher. There could be an entire manufacturing line that is based on all of these devices being able to communicate properly from one to the other. In that scenario, it would make perfect sense to segment all of these devices onto their own network. By segmenting these, you're preventing any external devices from disrupting that very important communication. But you can also have automation within the Industrial Internet of Things configurations, and making sure these networks are operating will ensure that we have things like oil and gas systems that will continue to work, or to make sure that the medical devices in a hospital are able to communicate properly to the other medical devices. When it comes to our critical infrastructure, or when lives are on the line, we need to make sure that these IIoT devices are able to communicate properly, and segmenting the network might be the perfect choice for a network configuration. When you're talking about larger industrial equipment, you may be referring to SCADA or ICS. This is Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition Systems, or Industrial Control Systems. These are very large systems that might be in a manufacturing environment, or they might be used for power generation. These types of very large industrial systems require real-time monitoring, and we need to be sure that we're able to control the system across the network at a moment's notice. If you look at a network with SCADA devices, you'll notice that it is completely segmented from the rest of the network, and only people with the right access in the right location are able to access these systems. Uptime and availability becomes even more important when you talk about operational technology, or OT. This could be systems that are designed to keep the electric grid up and running. It might be for traffic control, or it may be an entire manufacturing plant that's running on this OT equipment. When a failure occurs in this type of environment, the results can be very wide-ranging. For example, if you lose traffic control, the traffic lights may not work properly or they may not work at all. You may have situations where manufacturing plants have to shut down completely, or perhaps there are issues with the power generation systems and being able to distribute that power across the grid. This is a very good example of where network segmentation can create a stronger security posture and keep these systems up and running all the time. And if your access points support it, you may want to consider configuring a guest network for your building or your home. This will allow people access to the internet, but prevent any type of access to your internal services. So in your pull-down list of wireless devices, you would see that there was a separate wireless network just for guests to be able to use. And you may be able to control this using a passphrase, or they may have to log in to gain access to that wireless network. The useful part of segmentation here is everyone on this guest network can still access the internet as they normally do, but they would have no access to the internal services that are on the inside of your network. And we often see segmentation being used with BYOD.
Okay, I think technically 4 o'clock, this is your lunchtime, right? All right, feel free to take that hour. If I don't see you again, I will play the outro after the hour going out. The new instructor should be coming in. I'll wait and make sure. But thank you for the privilege today. You all are awesome. Don't ever forget that. You got this. Keep up the good work. Thanks for having me today and putting up with me. Appreciate you all very much. I'm going to stick around during this hour. Like I say, I'm waiting it out. If you come in and you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them for you. But take that lunch break. I'm sure you need it. And I'll be here till for the next hour, and then we'll have somebody else new come in. See you in a while.
All right.
Company's data can be removed,
Most likely.
but all of your data can remain on that mobile device.
Horsemen, return the stolen butterfingers and we'll return your lost head. Never. Done it. One last bite? You? No one lays a finger on your butterfinger, ever. Try you, marshmallow butterfinger.
A denial of service is an action or series of actions that causes a service to fail. Often this is an overloading of a system where others are not able to access because no resources are available on that particular system. For example, if someone was to overwhelm the capabilities of a server, that would certainly cause the server to become unavailable and therefore cause a denial of service. Sometimes an attacker will find some type of vulnerability in an operating system or an application that causes that service to become unavailable. In those cases, they can pinpoint that particular weakness and cause the entire system to fail relatively easily. This is one of the reasons that we often say you should keep your system up to date with the latest security patches so you don't find yourself being taken advantage of by one of these vulnerabilities. When the denial of service is underway, that system is no longer available, which would be perfect for your competitors. And there have been times when the is identified as the organization causing the denial of service to begin with. Sometimes this denial of service is a distraction. In reality, attackers are going after a different part of the network, but by bringing down this one particular server, all of your troubleshooting resources are spending their time on the server rather than the other parts of the network that are the attacker. And of course, a denial of service does not have to be complicated. Someone can walk inside the building, pull the main power of the entire facility, and do that and remove this denial of service. Many times, a denial of service is caused by a third party. It's very easy to accidentally create a denial of service situation yourself. For example, if you were to connect multiple switches together, multiple connections, you're not using a spanning tree protocol, you would be creating a loop on the network. This would cause more and more traffic to traverse the network. Very quickly, you would find that the capacity of those switches would be overwhelmed. If your internet connection has limited bandwidth, then simply downloading a simple Linux distribution could effectively cause a denial of service for anyone that uses that internet connection. You also have to think about the physical environment where your data center resides. Something as simple as a water leak or a leak from the roof can cause an entire section of the data center to become unavailable. Unfortunately, a large percentage of denial of service situations are caused by multiple of those devices direct all of their traffic towards one single server on the internet. This type of coordinated attack from multiple devices that may be located anywhere in the world is a very common form of a distributed denial of service attack. And in that particular case, devices with very limited access to the internet can still manage to bring down systems with many more resources available. We refer to this as a asymmetric threat, as the attacker has so few resources that they're able to disrupt and bring down systems with many more resources. The attackers have also found ways to make their process so much easier when they're attacking someone that they deny of service. We refer to this as a DDoS reflection and amplification. In this attack, the attacker sends a little bit of information into the internet. The internet is able to multiply that particular attack and send a much larger amount of traffic to the victim's device. Since this doesn't require any resources for the attacker, it's become a very popular way to overwhelm the capabilities of a particular host. The attackers have effectively taken the systems and protocols that we use every day and turned all of those against us. Protocols such as the network time protocol, domain name system, or the internet control message protocol can all be used to amplify the messages that are sent to the victim's computer. Let's take a look at what this amplification looks like before the attack actually occurs. A DNS query is one where the device is commonly requesting an IP address from the server. It's a relatively low bandwidth communication, and very little information is required to transfer. But there is information stored on a DNS server that can contain much more information than simply an IP address. Here's an example of what this looks like. We're running the did command with the any parameter to the name isc.org. And instead of simply receiving an IP address in return, we're getting information such as DNS key information that is embedded within that DNS server. These keys returned as part of this DNS query are normally used to verify a digital signature that's being sent out in email. But in this case, the attackers are using this large amount of information to amplify the message that's being sent to the victim's machine. Here's how a distributed denial of service would look when you're using DNS amplification. This starts with a botnet command and control. This is the device that is managing the process of the distributed denial of service. That single device needs to include other machines that can add to this total amount of traffic. And the command and control machine is using a botnet to provide those additional hosts. This botnet is connected to the internet, where there are also DNS resolvers that are open and available for anyone to query. Also on the internet connection is the web server that will be the victim of this distributed denial of service. The command and control device sends a message to the botnet telling them to send that DNS query to one of these open DNS resolvers. The botnet sends this relatively small query to the DNS resolvers, and as we've already seen, the response to that query is a much larger amount of information. The botnet devices are spoofing the source of these requests, so the responses are going to go to the web server. And since so much information has now been amplified, it overwhelms all of the resources available on that web server, and the system has now become a victim of a distributed denial of service. This amplification process has effectively taken a query that was 28 bytes in length and extended it out to 1,300 bytes as a response. This makes it very easy for these attackers to quickly overwhelm these remote devices on the internet.
When we shop for our store, we really try to have an array of price points.
We've been able to find things that are colorful, that bring joy and feel in line with our values. It's been a really amazing opportunity for us.
On the switches that we use at home and in our offices, we will often configure separate virtual area networks, or VLANs. These VLANs are designed to keep different parts of the network separated from other parts. For example, you might have a VLAN that separates everyone at an organizational level, so there might be a marketing VLAN, an accounting VLAN, and a shipping and receiving VLAN. At home, you might have different VLANs for your normal network traffic, your Internet of Things devices, and the cameras that you use for security. One of the advantages of these VLANs is that it separates these different devices into their own separate network, and each network is not able to communicate with the other unless there happens to be a router between them. But in some configurations, it may be possible to communicate to a different VLAN even though there's no router between those two VLANs. We commonly see this done in two different methods. One of them is switch spoofing, and the other one is double tagging. Switch spoofing takes advantage of a configuration on your switch that auto-configures an interface to be either an interface for a device or an interface for another switch. When you connect a device to a switch, the switch will automatically determine what's on the other side. And if the switch determines that it's connected to another switch, it could configure a trunked connection between those two interfaces. This is the real key to hopping from one VLAN to another, is pretending that you are a switch and being able to move to whatever VLAN you would like through that trunk. Since switches can send information from one switch to the other over the same VLAN, we can perform that exact same configuration by pretending or spoofing ourselves to be a switch. Once we connect to a switch and convince that switch that we also are a switch, we now have the ability to send information to any VLAN that may be configured on that particular port. This is why it's probably a good idea to disable this trunk negotiation process between different switches. Although this does make the configuration and management process of the switch a little bit easier for the network administrator, it opens up problems like this that can create security issues on your network. Ideally, the network administrator should manually configure trunk interfaces and not allow auto negotiation. They should also configure individual VLANs that should be allowed to pass from one switch to the other. By disabling this auto negotiation process, you've now removed switch spoofing from this ability to hop between VLANs. Another form of VLAN hopping is called double tagging. Obviously, VLAN tags are used for trunking between switches, and if we add additional tags to an interface, it's possible that we can communicate to a different VLAN. This type of configuration takes advantage of what we call the native VLAN configuration for a switch. All switches have a native VLAN, and by taking advantage of that configuration, we should be able to communicate to a different VLAN on that switch. We rely on these VLAN tags during the trunking process, and the VLAN tag is what tells the destination switch which VLAN this traffic is destined to. With double tagging, we've crafted a special frame that normally would not be seen on the network. This frame doesn't have a single tag on it, it has two separate VLAN tags. This means in certain configurations, we can have one switch remove the first tag and place that data onto the appropriate VLAN, and then have a separate switch remove the second tag and place that frame into a completely different VLAN. At that point, the contents of that packet are forwarded to the target, and we've now been able to hop from one VLAN to another. Because we're adding this extra tag into the frame that normally wouldn't be there, there's no way to receive a response from the information that we're sending. So everything that we're sending out is a one-way communication from one device to another. Although this is not practical for normal network communication, it does allow us to put data onto a VLAN that normally we would not have access to. If an attacker is trying to perform a denial of service, this could be a good method to use to accomplish that. To avoid this problem, we need to make sure that we don't have users put onto the native VLAN on that switch. Ideally, we would change the native VLAN ID. Normally on switches, that native VLAN ID is 1. We would make it some other value, and then we would force tagging of the native VLAN for all traffic across that switch. Here's how this would work. We have a network set up with two switches. We have an attacker that's on VLAN 10, that's the green VLAN. We have a trunk between switches that supports sending information over VLAN 10 and VLAN 20. VLAN 20 is the red VLAN. And then we have our second switch, which has connections to the victim device, which is on VLAN 20. You'll notice on this link between the switches that the native VLAN is VLAN 10. The attacker is going to create a frame that has two tags inside of it. One of the 802.1q tags is for VLAN 10, and the other tag is for VLAN 20. For the first step, the attacker sends the entire frame to the next switch down the line. That switch will interpret the first tag it sees in this frame, which in this case is the VLAN 10 tag. So this switch knows that it should put this data onto VLAN 10 after removing that VLAN 10 tag from this frame. And that's exactly what happens next. We now have a frame that has removed that VLAN 10 tag, but of course, because we are double tagging, there is an additional tag still included in this frame. This frame is sent along to the next switch, which will interpret this as a trunked frame that needs to be dropped onto VLAN 20. This switch is going to remove that tag, take the rest of the data, and send it on to VLAN 20, where it will be received by the victim device. So you can see how you can start on VLAN 10, but by using the double tagging, you're able to send data to a device that is on VLAN 20. In a computer, the MAC address is the Media Access Control address. This is the hardware address of the Ethernet adapter that's inside of your device. This is a unique address, which means you should be the only one who has this particular MAC address. So this allows us to send information specifically to your device and no one else's. The format of a MAC address is 48 bits long, or 6 bytes long, and it's normally displayed as hexadecimal. For example, this is a normal MAC address: Charlie, Delta, Alpha Alpha, 4 Bravo, 98, Alpha 7. You can see that we're separating each one of these bytes with colons, periods, or some other delimiter. The first 3 bytes of the MAC address are called the Organizationally Unique Identifier, or OUI. This is effectively the manufacturer of this particular network adapter. The last 3 bytes of the MAC address are the network interface controller specific value, or what is effectively the serial number of this particular network interface card. So a manufacturer that creates network interface cards will always use those first 3 bytes that are specific to the manufacturer, and they'll change the last 3 bytes of the MAC address for every adapter card that they manufacture. This value is stored in the ROM, or read-only memory, of this network adapter, and we often refer to this as the burned-in address. As we've mentioned before in this course, the Ethernet switching process uses this MAC address to determine where information should be forwarded. The switch is constantly building a big table of MAC addresses that it sees on the network, and it keeps track of not only what MAC addresses are on the network, but what interface on the switch should be used to communicate to that MAC address. This list is created based on the source MAC addresses that are inbound to the switch, and this is only a temporary table. Switches often cache this information for a limited amount of time, so it may learn of a MAC address and store that information in the table, but about 5 minutes later, it is discarding that MAC address and would have to relearn that address to know where that device happens to be. These MAC addresses might also be used by other tasks on our network. For example, Spanning Tree Protocol, or STP, uses these MAC addresses to maintain the uptime of our network and avoid any loops on this switch network. Let's look at more detail about this learning process and how this MAC address table is created. As we mentioned earlier, the switch is going to examine all inbound traffic and look at the source MAC address associated with the frame. If that source MAC address is unknown to the switch, it will add that source MAC address to a table and keep track of all of the inbound source MAC addresses that it happens to see. Let's take a scenario where Sam is going to send information on this network. Sam's MAC address is 1000.1111.1111. So that will be the source MAC address that's sent over this network. In this particular case, the destination MAC address is 1000.5555.5555, which also happens to be the MAC address of the SGC server. Sam starts by sending this information to the switch. This switch's MAC address table is currently empty, so this frame coming through with this source MAC from Sam's machine will be something the switch has not seen before, and so it needs to add that to the table. So it will take note of the source MAC address, and it will add that source MAC address to the table. It will also make a note of the interface that this frame was received on. In this case, the interface is F0/1, and that is also added to the MAC address table. Now that this information is in the MAC address table, any inbound frames to this switch that have a destination of 1000.1111.1111 will be sent out switch interface F0/1. So if the SGC server is now going to send a frame to Sam's workstation, it will have a source MAC address of 1000.5555.5555, because that is the MAC address of the SGC server, and it's sending it to the destination MAC address of Sam's workstation. Since this source MAC address is also not known by the switch, it will make a note of that MAC address and then send that frame over to Sam's workstation. So now we have a complete MAC address table, and any inbound traffic that has a destination to either of these MAC addresses will be forwarded out the appropriate output interface. Most switches have a number of different devices connected to them, and once you have these devices plugged in and information starts to flow, the MAC address table will become populated. You can see this one has 5 different devices connected to this switch. All 5 MAC addresses have been learned by the switch, and we have all the output interfaces defined for each of those MAC addresses. Let's see what happens when information is sent from Sam's workstation. We have a frame that has a destination MAC address of 1000.5555.5555. That's forwarded to our switch. The switch is then going to refer to the MAC address table to see if that destination MAC address is in the table, and in this case it certainly is, and you can see that the output interface for that MAC address is F0/5. The switch now knows to send that frame out that particular interface where it will be received by the device with that destination MAC address. Notice that the conversation was direct between Sam and the SGC server. Although there are 3 other devices that are connected to this switch, that frame was not sent to any of those devices because the switch is able to direct that traffic based on the destination MAC address. One challenge with these MAC address tables is that they are only so big. There's only a certain amount of space allocated to store MAC addresses on any particular switch. And you should be able to look at the specifications for your switch to see how many MAC addresses could be stored in that table at any particular time. So if an attacker would like to take advantage of MAC flooding, they will send many frames to this switch, all with different source MAC addresses. This is going to quickly fill up that very limited space that's available for our MAC address table. This is going to take advantage of a process that is normal to the switch, where if a destination MAC address is not found in the MAC address table, that particular frame is forwarded to every interface on that particular switch. This means if we fill up the MAC address table with random MAC addresses and we send any traffic into that switch, all of that traffic is going to be automatically forwarded to every other interface on that switch. We now no longer have this directed conversation from one interface to another interface on the switch. We've now effectively turned this switch into a hub where every inbound frame into the switch is automatically forwarded to every other interface that happens to be on that switch. This is the normal process for any switch so that you can always guarantee that traffic will always make its way to its destination. The attacker is taking advantage of that normal process so that they can now capture all traffic that is being sent to this switch, even if that traffic was not originally destined for the attacker's workstation. Fortunately, many modern switches have port security configurations where they can limit how much flooding can occur from any particular interface on that switch. So although you could still possibly flood the network by filling up the MAC address table, with the port security settings enabled, it now becomes much more difficult to fill up that table to begin with.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus,
Spoofing is a term that describes when one person or device pretends to be another person or example, a fake web server would be a spoofed web server. A fake DNS server, you're spoofing the DNS server. If you've ever received an email that says that it came from a person, but it really did not come from that person, then you're a victim of email address spoofing. And if you've received a phone call and the number on the screen is not really the number of the person who's calling, then you're also a victim of caller ID spoofing. Spoofing is a technique that allows an attacker to have access to a system or a person that normally they would not have. And this is very commonly used for techniques such as on-path attacks, where they can sit in the middle of a conversation and be able to monitor or even change the contents of that conversation. One way that a third party could sit in the middle of a conversation is through the use of ARP poisoning. This is also called IP spoofing, where the attacker is pretending to be an IP address that they really are not. In this example, we have two devices on the network. We have a 192.168.1.9 IP address, and you can see the MAC address associated with that device. We also have a router. That router is 192.168.1.1, and obviously the router has a completely different MAC address. The way that address resolution protocol, or ARP, works is that the device on one side needs the MAC address of a device that it wants to communicate to. All it really has is the IP address. So if the 192.168.1.9 needs to communicate to 192.168.1.1, it first needs to determine what is the MAC address of 192.168.1.1. And that is what we would use the address resolution protocol for. ARP will send out a message to everyone on the network using a broadcast. And that broadcast will ask who has 192.168.1.1. I need that MAC address. And the device with that IP address of 192.168.1.1 will respond back to the requester with the MAC address of that particular device. You can see in this example, the MAC address that's responded back is exactly the same MAC address associated with this router. Once the original device has that response, it will cache that information into a local ARP cache on that machine, so that it now knows that 192.168.1.1 is the MAC address that it has received as part of that address resolution protocol. You'll notice that there's no authentication or special security associated with that ARP process, and it's that lack of security that the attacker will take advantage of. In this example, we have an attacker who's at 192.168.1.14, and you can see they have a very different MAC address associated with their device. They're going to send an ARP response to the 192.168.1.9 device, even though that device did not originally send a request. ARP will interpret and take any responses that are sent across the network, and in this case, the attacker is going to spoof the IP address of the router. And this attacker says, I am 192.168.1.1, and this is the MAC address associated with that IP. You can see in this example, the MAC address that's being sent as part of that ARP response is the MAC address of the attacker and not the MAC address of the legitimate router. When that ARP response is received, this ARP cache is now updated with the new information. So now 192.168.1.1 has a completely different MAC address than the one that was put there originally. The attacker has effectively spoofed the IP address of that router so that the victim now believes that the router is located at a different MAC address. From this point forward, any traffic sent from this device to the router will first be sent to the attacker, and very commonly the attacker will then forward that information on to the legitimate router. This means that neither the victim device nor the router realize that there is an attacker in the middle of the conversation that is intercepting and forwarding all of the traffic sent between these two devices. Another type of spoofing that can take place is DNS spoofing. This is also referred to as DNS poisoning, where we are modifying either information contained on the DNS server itself, or we're modifying the responses that are being sent from the DNS server. We could do this without the DNS server itself by modifying the host file that's on the client. This host file has a higher priority than DNS responses, and everything in the host file will always take precedence over anything else that may be on a DNS server. This DNS poisoning works by sending fake responses to legitimate DNS requests. And if you're not modifying information on the DNS server itself, this will require changing the information on the fly as it is sent in real time between the DNS server and the victim machine. This is a perfect example of where on-path attacks would be perfect to execute a DNS poisoning. Let's see how this DNS poisoning can be used to modify the results of the DNS response sent to different devices on the network. In this example, we have two users, a user 1 and a user 2. These two devices will be querying a DNS server that is also on the network, and of course you'll notice we also have an attacker on the network as well. The legitimate IP address for ProfessorMesser.com is stored currently in this DNS server. And if user 1 wanted to receive that information, it would simply make a request to the DNS server for ProfessorMesser.com, and that DNS server would respond back with the IP address of that particular host. Once that's received by user 1, it's added to a cache on the user 1 machine. And you can see in this case that the IP address that is stored for ProfessorMesser.com is the same as the one that is located on the DNS server. At this point, the attacker could use ARP poisoning to sit in the middle of the conversation between the DNS server and another device, or the attacker could hack into the DNS server and change the configuration of the DNS server itself. If they do that, they'll be able to change the IP address of ProfessorMesser.com to the IP address of the attacker's workstation. Now all subsequent requests to the DNS server for ProfessorMesser.com will return the poisoned address instead of the legitimate address. User 2 will make that request to the DNS server, and the response from the DNS server does indeed send the spoofed address or poisoned address to the user 2 workstation, and you can see that that is found on the user 2 cache. When that user now wants to communicate to ProfessorMesser.com, instead of going to the legitimate IP address for that web server, they will be redirected to a web server that's running on the attacker's IP address. We've become very accustomed to connecting to a network and receiving an IP address, a subnet mask, a default gateway, and other IP address configuration details. This is all handled by the DHCP server, the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. But as you're probably aware, there's no security built into the DHCP protocol. A DHCP request that is sent by a client can be responded to by any device on the network, whether it's a legitimate DHCP server or an illegitimate DHCP server. We could build our own DHCP server, start handing out IP addresses, and cause duplicate IP addresses, valid IP addresses. People would not be able to communicate to the internet. There might be duplications on the network, and we could effectively shut down the network with this misconfiguration from our rogue DHCP server. Fortunately, there are ways to prevent someone from starting up their own DHCP server and causing these problems on the network. In many enterprise switches, there's a feature called DHCP snooping that will examine all DHCP requests and will only allow responses if they're coming from a legitimate DHCP server. There's also a feature in Microsoft's Active Directory that determines what an authorized DHCP server might be, and it will only allow those servers to hand out IP addresses. If you do find a rogue DHCP server on your network, your goal is to remove it from the network, eliminate that from responding to any DHCP requests, and then you need to renew all IP addresses on your network to ensure that everyone has a legitimate IP. Another rogue service that you should be aware of is a rogue access point. Access points are relatively inexpensive to purchase, and you can plug them into any Ethernet connection. This could be an employee that is simply trying to improve or expand on the existing network. It may not be something malicious, but this does create security issues, and without the right security on the access point, this will make it very easy for anyone to gain access to your network. To install a rogue access point, you simply plug in the access point to any available Ethernet connection. Some operating systems also have a feature that allows for wireless sharing in the operating system. This means you can effectively turn your entire computer into an access point. It's always a good idea to perform periodic scans of the network. or to physically walk around the facility with a wireless analyzer to see if you happen to find a wireless access point that should not be there. Many organizations will prevent rogue access points by enabling 802.1x on their network switches. This is also known as network access control. This requires everyone to authenticate before they are granted access to the network. So even if somebody does plug in a rogue access point, they still would not be able to gain access to the network unless they had the proper authentication. If someone is connecting an access point and they're doing this for malicious reasons, we refer to that as a wireless evil twin. This combines a few of the techniques associated with phishing with the technologies associated with wireless networking. A wireless evil twin is designed to look exactly like the wireless access points that are already installed at a location. So there might be the same or something very similar to the SSID or wireless network name, and there may be similar security settings on the wireless evil twin, or the wireless evil twin may have an identical captive portal configuration. Many of these wireless evil twins will increase the output power of their radios so that they overpower any access points that may be in the area. This means that they are now the primary access point for anyone who wants to connect to that network. And if the attacker is trying to look like an existing open Wi-Fi network, they may be able to duplicate that very closely by using a wireless evil twin. One way to avoid any problems associated with a wireless evil twin, even if you happen to connect to it, is to always send encrypted traffic. This means that you would always have a VPN enabled, or at least always use HTTPS if you're ever communicating to a web server. These wireless evil twins are perfect for sitting in the middle of a conversation and watching all of the traffic that goes back and forth. We refer to this type of attack as an on-path network attack. This is a technique that is also referred to as man in the middle. This device or attacker that's in the middle of the conversation will receive information from one device, examine that information, in some cases even change that information, and then send that information on its way. The source device and the destination device have no idea that this device is in the middle, and they have no idea that that information was changed by the on-path attack. We've already seen one type of on-path attack by using a wireless evil twin, but there are many different kinds of on-path attacks. Another popular type of on-path attack is ARP poisoning, using the address resolution protocol, where the attacker can spoof the IP address of a device to effectively sit in the middle of a conversation. But of course, there are other types of on-path attacks as well. There's session hijacking, HTTPS spoofing, or Wi-Fi eavesdropping. And this is just a sample of the type of on-path attacks that you can perform with different devices or different protocols. As a general rule, you can prevent a lot of the damage that might be caused by an on-path attack by simply encrypting all of this data. Even if somebody does sit in the middle of the conversation, they would have no idea what information is being transferred between two devices.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products, and we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We've probably all seen an email come through our inbox that seems to be from one sender, but in reality it's being sent by someone completely different. These types of emails are often categorized as phishing. Phishing is social engineering with just a bit of spoofing. Someone is pretending to be someone else in the hopes that they can convince you to give up your personal information. Sometimes you can check the URL that's associated with the link inside of an email message to see if it's really coming from the domain that you think it should be coming from. There's usually also something a little bit off with the graphics or the spelling, and in some cases the grammar that's being used in these messages that are trying to convince us that they're really coming from someone we can trust. This is an image of a website that I clicked on when I received a phishing email. You You can see it looks very much like the Rackspace Technology webmail login page, although you'll notice the graphics are off just a little bit, but everything else on that page looks as if it could be the legitimate site for Rackspace webmail login. However, if we look at the email where that was sent from, you can see that it does say that it was from Rackspace Service, but it came from an email address from iCloud.com. That is certainly not the Rackspace domain name, and that's not the person we would expect to be sending us information about Rackspace email. You'll also notice the text in this email has different fonts associated with it, and the first line of this message says, "Dear user, we notice your email has not been confirmed for the new upgraded service. There's no period at the end or no other type of punctuation." This should certainly cause us to look more deeply into the details of this message, and at the very least, we should never click a link inside of an email message. I was able to click this link and provide you with these screenshots by using a virtual machine that was completely isolated from all of my other systems. In this particular case, that was the image that came up when you click that link. So on the top is the image from the phishing email, and on the bottom is the legitimate Rackspace email landing page. You can see that they are very similar to each other, but there are some significant differences that you can make out now that we have them side by side. But if you weren't familiar with the Rackspace login page, the phishing email is close enough that it probably could fool quite a few people. This is the goal of the attacker. They want to make this page look so similar that you will be enticed to put in your email address and your password. And at that point, when you click the login button, you're actually sending those credentials directly to the attacker. Another useful social engineering technique used by the attackers is shoulder surfing. We use our mobile devices and our laptops in public all the time. You can be in an airport, a restaurant, a coffee shop, and anyone who can look over our shoulder could potentially see the information that's on our screen. Part of the problem with this, of course, is that occasionally we will be reading through information on our screen that could be considered sensitive, and in some cases it might be information that our competition would love to have. Someone standing behind you or sitting at a table that's behind you has full access to view the information that's on your screen. And there have been situations where people have been able to read the screen of a computer that's in another building. They would use binoculars or a telescope to be able to view the information that's on your screen, even though they're in a completely different location. One of the more advanced versions of this are attackers that will put malware on your computer to enable your camera and be able to see exactly what you're doing when you're sitting at your computer. We can use a number of different techniques to try to prevent shoulder surfing. One is to make sure that we understand where we happen to be. If you're in a coffee shop, maybe your back should be towards the wall. If you're in a public area, it might not be the best time to start scrolling through information about payroll or social security numbers.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
You can also get privacy filters for your LCD screen that can only display the information on the screen if you are sitting directly in front of that device. Anyone who is to the side of the device simply sees a black screen. These work exceptionally well. You could be on a plane right next to somebody in coach. If they have a privacy filter, all you see is a black screen. And if your computer is near a window, you might want to turn your computer so that the monitor faces away from that window. Not only will this help with the glare that's coming in through that window, but prevent anyone from being able to see what's on your screen by looking through that window. You should always keep in mind the information that you have been viewing on the screen and where you might be at any particular time so that you're not disclosing any sensitive information to any third party. A lot of the security for a physical location happens at the front door. If you can get through that initial door, a lot more information will be available to you. And the attackers know this. They found ways to get into buildings without having any type of authorization. One technique that attackers use to get into a building is tailgating. Tailgating is using someone who's authorized to give you a way into the building. Maybe when somebody is walking in, they'll hit the badge, unlock the door, walk through the door, and leave the door to close on its own. While they're walking away, you can walk up and stop the door from locking again and simply walk into the building. It's a perfect example of tailgating. Another technique that's very similar is piggybacking. With piggybacking, you have someone who is authorized to get into the building, and they're letting you in the building as well with their knowledge. This can be easily accomplished by bringing in lunch or carrying in boxes of donuts and asking the person who's opening the door to hold the door so you can make it up to the conference room. They can see that you're walking in, they're even helping you get into the door, and in that particular case, we call that piggybacking. And as many attackers will tell you, once you're in that front door, it's very easy to walk around the inside of that building where many of those doors are already open. To prevent tailgating and piggybacking, we should always be looking to see if someone is in this building who should not be there. Most organizations will provide visitors with a visitor badge that clearly shows that they are in the building as a visitor and they are authorized to be there. But if someone's walking around without a badge, it should be your responsibility to ask them where their badge happens to be. And if they don't have a good answer, it's time to call security. Some organizations also have very strict rules on badging in and having one person walk in at a time. There might even be people lined up at the door, but one person will badge in, walk through the door, and physically close the door so that the second person can then badge in. Following that process would probably prevent any type of unauthorized access. You could also use an access control vestibule or an airlock that would only allow one person in the building at a time. This effectively takes the policy of one person scanning at a time and turns it into a mechanical requirement where only one person can walk in at a time. And although it may be uncomfortable to walk up to a stranger and ask them where their badge happens to be, this is something that has happened to me many times inside of the building where I've had a badge on a jacket, I've taken the jacket off, and then I've gone to get coffee at the coffee maker. And very often, people from that company will walk up to me and say, "Hi, I don't recognize you. Do you have a visitor badge, or can you tell me who you're with?" These are organizations that have worked hard to train their employees to look for things that may be out of the ordinary and to address those so they don't become a larger security issue. If you look in the back of your building, I'll bet in the parking lot there is a garbage bin. Sometimes we refer to this as a dumpster, although that is a brand name of a particular unit. In other parts of the world, these have different names, such as a rubbish skip. Going through your trash is a very useful social engineering techniques that attackers use all the time. It's remarkable how much sensitive information is simply being thrown into the garbage without any type of security associated with it. These garbage bins and dumpsters are often open and unlocked. Very often you can find names that can then be used for impersonation or phishing over the phone, and there may even be contact information that can help with additional phishing attempts. Attackers often try to find the right time to go through the garbage. It may be at the end of a quarter or the end of a big project where a lot of information may be thrown out, and a lot of those details in the garbage may be perfect to use for a future attack. There is a question about legality of going through someone else's garbage. In the United States, the garbage is effectively free to go through as long as it's something that has already been thrown out by the original owner. This is not always the case, and there may be local or state regulations that would prevent someone from going through someone else's garbage. But if there are no local laws, everything in that garbage bin may be available for anyone to stop by and take. But if the bin is on private property and there are signs that say no trespassing or no visitors allowed, then you certainly would not be able to access that trash at that location. If you're trying to understand more about whether going through this garbage may be legal in your area, then I would recommend you contact a legal professional and see what the options might be in your particular geography. To prevent someone from going through the garbage, one of the best things you can do is to lock it up. You can put a fence around that area, you can put monitoring cameras, and you can prevent anyone from gaining physical access to your trash. You can also shred the information that you feel might be sensitive. Some organizations will have a third-party shredding service come through every month, and they'll sit in the parking lot and shred all of your sensitive information. Some organizations go one step further. It's not unusual for governments to light all of their sensitive information on fire, because because once you burn it, there's no way anyone can gain access to that information. If you're wondering if this is something you should be worried about, then maybe you should look through your own garbage. There might be information in there that is relatively sensitive, and you may need to institute new policies to prevent someone from walking by and simply grabbing your sensitive data right out of the trash. Constant challenge we have, both at home and in our offices, is the threat of malware. Malware is a broad term that describes many different types of malicious software that can cause problems, steal data, and effectively disrupt your entire computer. Sometimes these are capturing information that you're typing in or capturing images from your webcam. There might be multiple computers infected with malware, and they're all working together as one botnet. Perhaps this malware is really designed just to show you advertising, so it's making money for the attacker or the author of the malware. And there may be viruses and worms that are able to replicate themselves either with your help or without your help and infect other devices that may be on your network. A generic term for malware that uses humans to replicate and spread is called a virus. This is a very broad term that is used to describe many different types of malware, but one common trait with viruses is that it requires human intervention to be able to replicate itself from one machine to another. This is different than malware that's delivered as a worm. A worm is malware that's able to replicate itself from one computer to another, but it's able to do it without any type of human intervention. For that reason, worms are considered to be much more dangerous than a virus is. With a virus, we can simply choose not to click on a particular link. With a worm, that malware can replicate itself without any type of human intervention. Ransomware is a category of malware that gets on a system and begins encrypting all of your personal data. The ransom part of ransomware is that they will give you the decryption key, but you'll have to pay for it. Very often you're sending cryptocurrency or some other type of currency to the attacker, and they're providing you with a key that you can then use to unlock your system. You're effectively having to pay the ransom to get your data back. A Trojan horse is malware that gets on your system by pretending that it's something else. You could be presented with an executable that says it's a game. When you click that executable, it is installing software that does appear to be a game, but behind the scenes, there is malware that's infecting your system. A rootkit is malware that's able to hide within your operating system itself. This means it's very difficult to detect because it's part of your operating system itself. It's also very difficult to eradicate. When keyloggers infect a system, they're going to record every key that you press. This is especially important during the login process, where this keylogger will record your username and your password. It will then send that information to the attacker, and now they have access to the same systems that you do. Adware and spyware is especially good at presenting you with advertisements on your screen, and that advertisement is making money for the malware author. Although bloatware is not directly malicious, it is software that does cause problems on your system. Bloatware is software that's usually preloaded on a system, and often it's software that you'll never use. This bloatware takes up space on your storage drive, and often it has processes that are actively running in the memory of your system. If you were to remove this bloatware, it would free up those resources for legitimate applications. And logic bombs are especially good at waiting for a particular event to occur, and then they execute. Often this is a time of day or a day of the week, and when that particular time or date is reached, the malware begins to execute on your system. Very often, multiple types of malware are working together to infect your system. Here's a very common scenario where a worm might take advantage of a vulnerability that's on your system because you did not update to the latest series of security patches. Once that worm finds its way onto your system, it then embeds some malware in the form of a remote access backdoor, which then allows anything to gain access to your system from that particular malware author. And often they will install a bot on your system where they are now able to view and control your computer remotely. For any of this to work, there has to be some executable that runs on your system. With a worm, that executable can run automatically. but very often that executable needs you as a human to be able to click on something. That's why we often say as a best practice, you should never click a link that's embedded within an email on your system. You might also see pop-ups appear from a website that entice you into clicking those. Those might also run an executable. And you also have drive-by downloads that may download an executable onto your system without you having to click anything on a particular web page. And as we've already mentioned, worms can move from machine to machine without you clicking anything. Fortunately, worms are relatively rare, and it's very unusual to find one that can move from system to system. This is why you constantly hear the best practice of keeping your system up to date with the latest security patches. If your system has closed those holes and there are no vulnerabilities in your operating system, you can prevent this malware from embedding itself into your system. And of course, the same thing applies to the applications that are running on your system. Make sure that not only the operating system is updated, but all of your applications as well. Ultimately, the malware authors want to somehow make money from your system, and occasionally they will make that money by taking your data. Ransomware is a good example of this, because with ransomware, your personal data is very valuable to you. And if someone was to encrypt all of this information, you could be enticed to provide them with the ransom to be able to get your data back. If ransomware hits a system at work, the stakes are a little different. There may be planning documents for the company, there could be employee details and personally identifiable information, or PII, or there might be private information and financial details that the company does not want to make public to others. There is usually a number associated with the value of this information. It's not unusual for organizations and individuals to work with the malware authors to provide them with the ransom they're looking for in exchange for your data. There are a number of different ways to help protect our computer devices, and in this video we'll look at device security. As we've already seen in this course, port numbers are used extensively to be able to transfer information across the network. But these port numbers can also be a way into your system. Each network-based service running on your system has an open port number that can be seen by others on the network. That port number is effectively an entry point into that service that's running on your system. If that service is actively in use, then we need to keep that port open. But if that service is one that you're no longer using, then you should close the service and make sure that port number is not accessible from the outside. One way to control access to this open port would be to use a firewall. A firewall can give you control over what devices are able to connect to your computer. So you could decide whether you would like individuals on the inside of your network to have access to this port number, or if you'd like to open it up to a wider audience. Sometimes port numbers are open on our computer and we have no idea why that port number is open. Often this is because there's a service that's running on your system that you are simply not aware of, and that service opens a port number to the outside. There is a large range of port numbers that could be opened on your computer, specifically port numbers 0 through 65,535. Any service running on your system can use any of those numbers to enable access from others across the network. If you're wondering just what services or port numbers may be open on your computer, you can use a third-party tool such as Nmap to scan your system and see what port numbers are advertised to the world. From there, you can decide whether that's a port number that needs to stay open so that service is available to others, or you can choose to shut down that service and remove that port number from your system. If you've ever installed a switch, a router, a firewall, or any other networking device, then you know there is commonly a set of standard credentials to be able to log into that device. Many devices will require you to change those credentials the first time you log in, but a large number of devices simply have those default credentials available for anyone to use at any time. Obviously, keeping those default credentials on a system mean that anyone who happens to know that default username and password could potentially gain access to that system. And in many cases, these default credentials provide administrative access to the entire system. Leaving these available would effectively allow anyone to have complete control over that system. If you're wondering what the default credentials might be for a particular device, There's a database of those that you can find on routerpasswords.com. This website provides a database of all of the default usernames and passwords for these devices that you may already have installed on your network. One of the challenges with securing a switch network is that you can't physically be watching every single interface on every single switch all the time. But there are features within the switch that can provide you with additional security, specifically port security. Port security is a feature built into a number of switches that prevents someone from unplugging an existing system and plugging in their own system into that same interface. The switch will recognize that a new system has now plugged in, and it will prevent that system from communicating on the network. This is based on the MAC address or media access control address of this device.
Okay, everybody, it's time to come back from that wonderful, awesome lunch hour that I know you all had. It's time to start making your way back in, get those cameras on, make sure you frame that camera so we can see it all the time, satisfy the VA and everybody else, and we got it made. It's been so good to be with you here today. I don't see that I have a instructor in house yet or in Zoom yet, but I assume they'll be here shortly. Hey, say there you go. That's what I want to do when we go out, but we're going to shout it out, every microphone open, and we're going to shout hey together when I leave. Yeah, we can do that. So I'm looking around in the chat, and somebody is supposed to replace me so I can get on to my normal class or my regular scheduled class. And but I'll let him out. It's no problem. And we'll see who shows up here hopefully in a second. If not, I'll have to chat out somebody and find out what's going on. But it's no problem. We'll make it work either way. I hope you all had a good day today. I hope you learned some good stuff for day 10. I hope you take it with you and you use it in the exam. Remember, the idea is read slowly, read your questions carefully, make sure that you don't get in a hurry on that exam. Read your questions carefully. Make sure you understand the question. Pick out keywords that help you identify what's really being asked. Try to eliminate any answer that you can that you know can't possibly be right. You know, we did that. And try to narrow it down to the last thing that's right. And if you can't, maybe you can get 2 out, be down to 50-50. And if you have to guess at it, you know what? We do sometimes, don't we? Use those strategies, though. They'll really work in that exam room. And people tend to rush. I know how I used to be early on through those exams. But by golly, you know what? You just kind of slow yourself down. And you were an awesome group today. And I'll be happy to report back to James that you all were super awesome. You really were. So thank you so much. Appreciate you very much. Let me give you the old Mr. D applause. The digital workout applause. Yeah, there you go. That's how much I appreciate you. And again, I really mean it. Thank you for your service. Every one of you really do appreciate it. And you're awesome. Don't ever forget it. Don't ever let anybody tell you that you're not. And I'll let you go back and, continue on with your labs and lessons and stuff if you want to. I'll be here if you have any questions. And I'm waiting on a new host to come in so I can go and get to my class here. But we'll see what happens. May have to reach out to somebody. Not a problem at all. Thank you so much. If you do have questions while I'm still here, please feel free to let me know. I'll be happy to try to answer those for you.
Their MAC address in the filter so that they can communicate on the network. One of the challenges with a media access control filter is that the MAC address on a device can be administratively changed. You can change the software configuration of the network adapter card to be any MAC address you like. This might allow someone to perform a packet capture to see what MAC addresses are on the network, wait for one of those MAC addresses to leave, and then use that MAC address to gain access through that MAC address filter. For that reason, we would categorize MAC filtering as security through obscurity. This means that if you know the method that's being used for security, it becomes very easy to circumvent that security. If you've worked in IT for any amount of time, you know there are authentication details, certificates, encryption keys, and many other security keys that have to be managed in your IT environment. Often there's third-party software you can install to keep all of these keys managed. From this single console, you can create keys for a specific service or perhaps for a specific cloud provider. You might even associate these keys with a specific user or a specific service. From there, you can manage those keys. You'll know exactly when the keys will expire. You can renew the keys or revoke those keys. And you can even see when the keys are being used or when someone may be using a key to gain access to another system. Here Here's the dashboard of a key management system. You can see there are certificates and keys that are configured as part of this key management system. You can see the certificate authority associated with those keys, vulnerabilities, SSH keys, license details, and much more. If you have many different web servers and you need to find a way to manage those SSL keys, you can use the SSL feature of the key management software to be able to list all of the keys, know when they expire, and be able to renew them all from this console. You might also want to manage SSH keys, which can be used to log into a Linux server or some other SSH compatible service. All of these keys are also listed in the key management device, and you can see what users are gaining access to these keys and what devices they're authenticating to. Since all of these keys are in one central place, you can then start creating reports on how these keys have been used. There are SSH reports, landing server reports, private key reports, and so much more. All of this is contained within this single key management server, which makes the process of managing all of your keys much easier.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. A leave can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
One common way to limit the type of traffic that can traverse the network is by using an ACL, or an access control list. This is a generic term that describes a list of traffic that is allowed and traffic that is disallowed. It's often grouped with different categories so that you can create very complex combinations. For example, you might want to use source IP address, destination IP address, a port number, a time of day, or an application, combine all of those together to create a rule where traffic may be allowed or disallowed. ACLs can also refer to a group of these criteria. For example, you can have a group of IP addresses, and some of those IP addresses would be allowed access to the system, and another group of IP addresses would be denied. Access control lists can be found on many different devices, including routers, firewalls, operating systems, and anything that needs to make a decision about access. The security policies we often see in a firewall are a very complex form of an access control list. This access control list, or set of security policies, includes the name of the rule, a source and destination zone, a source and destination address, a destination port, a username, and so on. As you can see from this console, you can make some very specific and very fine-grained security controls using this security policy list. Most firewall rules are interpreted by starting with the first rule number and working down through the list until it finds a match. This top-to-bottom approach is very common on most firewalls that you'll run into. This can be a very specific set of rules, or they may be very generalized. We tend to put the more specific rules on the top of this list, so they'll be matched first before it ever gets to the more general rules. And with most firewalls, if you get all the way through the rule base and none of those rules are matching the data that's flowing through the firewall, that data is automatically denied. We refer to this as an implicit deny. Although there is not a specific rule denying that traffic, the lack of any other rule matching that traffic means that we implicitly deny that traffic. In this rule set, there is an implicit deny at the bottom. You can imagine a Rule 8 at the bottom of this firewall rule set that denies all other traffic that didn't match any of the rules from rule number 1 through 7. Let's step through this firewall rule set and see what each line is providing us for security. Rule number 1 allows any IP address from any port number to connect to port number 22 on this particular device over protocol TCP. You can see the allow action is the disposition at the end of this particular rule. Port 22 is commonly associated with SSH, so this would allow anyone to connect to this device over that SSH port. Rule 2 is a similar rule to port 1. It has a remote IP of all and a remote port number of any, so anyone can connect to this device over local port number 80 running the TCP protocol. We know that port 80 is commonly used for web traffic, and all of that traffic would be allowed. Well, if we're allowing port 80 for our web server, then we're probably also going to allow port 443, and the next rule in the rule set is port 443, and it is allowed to this service. Port 4 allows any remote IP and port number to connect to TCP port 3389 on this device. All of these are allowed, and of course port 3389 is commonly associated with the Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol, or RDP. This server must also make DNS requests because in Rule 5, we're able to connect to any remote IP address over port 53 from any local port on this device using UDP. You can see that action is indeed to allow that traffic. And very similarly, we have Rule 6, where we can connect to any remote IP address using port 123 over UDP from any local port. That is allowed traffic. Port 123, of course, would be the Network Time Protocol, or NTP. And then lastly, our network administrator has decided not to allow someone to ping this device or use any other aspect of the Internet Control Management Protocol, or ICMP. This is Rule 7, and it says that any remote IP address using ICMP is denied.
Okay, everyone, thank you again. You have a new instructor. Desmond is going to be with you for the rest of the evening, I think. Thank you so much again. Appreciate you all. And I'll turn it over to Desmond and get on to my class. Thanks again. Have a great week. Thanks, Desmond. See you soon.
Thank you, Terry. You have a good afternoon and a great class this evening.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. If you guys need anything, just let me know. I'm here in the background. Hang on, give me just a second. I don't know why it's doing that, but I have to put my official MyCC background. I don't know why I didn't take it, so I got to find it real quick. You guys working on assignments? Is that what's going on right now?
Those URLs up into a very broad category, and that's what most URL filtering devices will do. They might allow you to allow or disallow access to auction sites, hacking sites, travel sites, recreation sites, and many other categories. Users often try to find ways around URL filtering or find different ways to access those websites without having to go through this filter. For that reason, we often combine URL filtering with a firewall rule set so that we can prevent any type of circumvention of our security rules. And most next-generation firewalls have URL filtering already built into the software, so you can simply enable or disable these categories and include them in an existing firewall rule. URL filtering is a type of content filtering.
There we go.
Choosing what
And now I have a correct MyCC background. I won't get in trouble now. Hey, if you guys are working on assignments and need anything, just let me know.
We might have internal documents inside of our company that we don't want to get out.
I'm in another class too. My class, they're testing for their core 1 today. All right, y'all. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm here to help you out, okay?
Prevent that traffic from traversing the network. Some organizations will use content filtering to prevent any non-safe for work type content being shown on the screen, or you might use it at home for your parental controls. And one of the most common types of content filtering are built into our antivirus and anti-malware software. We're looking for malicious software being transferred across the network, and this software will filter any of that.
And Michael, I just opened up the breakout rooms. If you need a second, go ahead and go to room 1. I'll meet you there.
But we don't want that public to have access to our internal network. One of the ways we can accomplish this is through the use of a screened subnet. This allows us to create a separate area of the network that is specifically designed for visitors to our network. This allows them to access services that we'd like to make public, such as public web servers or public email servers, but all of that traffic is going to this separate screened subnet. We still have our internal network, and anybody on that network can communicate out to the internet, but anyone who needs to visit our web server will be directed to the screened subnet and away from our internal services. On the firewall console we saw earlier, you might have noticed that there were zones referenced as part of the firewall rule. These zones can be used to create very broad references inside of our firewall rules. Instead of using an IP address range, you can simply use a security zone. You would first need to separate the network into different zones. There might be 2 zones on your network, a trusted zone and an untrusted zone. Or you might have an internal zone and an external zone. And if you wanted to have additional zones for additional granularity, you might have an inside zone, an internet zone, a server zone, a databases zone, and a screen subnet zone. This allows us to simplify all of these security policies that we're building inside of our firewall. So we can create one rule that says if you're on the trusted zone, you can communicate to the untrusted zone. You don't have to add any IP addresses, there's no port numbers, there's no specific applications. You're simply saying that all traffic in one part of the network is able to communicate to a different part of the network. The same thing might apply from the internet or from the untrusted zone. You may allow that traffic to visit your screened subnet. Or perhaps you'd like to prevent anyone from an untrusted part of the network from being able to communicate to the trusted part of the network, and we could create a firewall rule that denies that traffic based on those two zones. Visually, we can overlay some zones onto our existing network design. We have an internet connection coming into a firewall. There's a router with another firewall. That firewall takes some traffic and sends it over to honeypots, and the rest of that traffic is sent inside to our normal network. We can overlay some security zones on top of this. For example, we can make a security zone where the internet is first connected to our firewall, and then everything else on the network can be another security zone. We can then name these zones. One of them might be the untrusted zone, which is where the internet lives, and the other would be the trusted zone, which is the inside of our network. If you need more granularity with your firewall rules, you can break this into other zones. For example, we can have an internet zone at the top. You might have a screen subnet where people are connecting, and then there may be an internal network that is separated by a separate firewall. If you'd like to have more control over the firewall rules and you'd like more granularity, you might want to add more security zones to your zone-based firewall. When you work with networks, there will be problems that need to be resolved and issues that will need troubleshooting. And in this video, we'll look at a flowchart that takes you through the process of how you can troubleshoot different aspects of your network. This is a high-level overview, and the idea is to apply these concepts to any problem that you might run into in the field. We start with identifying the problem, understanding where the issue really is associated with this particular problem. And then we need to establish theories, test those theories, and evaluate the results of those theories. We can then establish a plan of action, implement the plan, verify full system functionality, and document our findings. For the first phase, where we are identifying what the problem really is, it might be very obvious. You might walk up and there is a cable along the floor that is in two pieces. That's an easy one to determine where the problem happens to be. But often the issue is not quite so cut and dry, and you might want to see if you've really found the problem by attempting to duplicate the issue. One of the best places to go for more information is the users themselves. What are they experiencing? What have they seen associated with this problem? Those experiences can be combined with the statistics and metrics that you're gathering from your routers and your switches to try to build a better view of what the problem actually is. We often think of these problems as having a single symptom that we need to solve, but in reality, there might be multiple symptoms working together that are causing this particular issue. One of the questions we should often ask ourselves is, what has changed from this configuration today to the one we were using yesterday? Is someone in the wiring closet? Is moving cables around? Is there a particular system that has been powered off? Did we make changes to a configuration in the meantime? All of these questions need to be considered to help understand what the problem might actually be. Many network professionals will build a lab where they can attempt to duplicate the problem. If they can duplicate the problem, then it's easier to find the root cause and ultimately resolve the issue. And if the scope of a problem is too large, you may want to break it into smaller pieces and take one unit at a time or one component at a time to try to determine where the problem is really happening. Now that we've gathered all of this information about the problem itself, it's time to start creating theories of what could possibly be causing this issue. We usually want to start with obvious problems and problems that can be solved very quickly. Is the issue related to a cable? We can swap a cable and see if that changes the issue. Often though, the problem is more complex and we need to dive into the specifics to really understand where the probable cause might be. We might want to start with a top-down approach from the perspective of the OSI model. So we would start with an application and work our way down into the network. Or maybe this is a new network implementation and we would prefer working from the bottom up. You might want to verify the network is working properly and then move towards the application. And if you can eliminate different aspects of the environment, you might simplify the troubleshooting process. If the issue appears in one operating system and it also appears in a different operating system, then the problem obviously is not directly associated with the operating system. Now that we have a theory of what we think the probable cause might be, let's put together a series of steps where we can test this theory to see if it really might be the cause of the issue. For example, we may have a theory that the problem is associated with a configuration. So in our lab, we might change that configuration and evaluate the change. Did this change have a positive effect and effectively solve the problem, or does the problem still exist? If making that configuration change did not solve the problem, then it's not fixed yet. We can go back and establish a new theory of what we think the issue might be. Let's say that we have finally identified the configuration change that is going to solve this issue for everyone in our production environment. Now we have to come up with a plan of how we're going to implement that change into the existing production systems. With some organizations and some types of changes, you can make some updates during the day to help resolve that issue. But many times the production network cannot be touched during the day and you have to schedule change control to make any significant changes. And of course, if we're going to be making any changes to our production environment, we need to be prepared for anything. So we want to have a plan that we're going to use to put this change into effect. And if we run into problems, we'll need a plan B. And if that runs into problems, we might even need a plan C. And of course, if you're following the normal change control process, there's probably also a rollback process just in case you need to go back to the way things were before you even started. So now we've identified what we believe will fix the issue, we've gone through the change control process, and we've gotten some time during the day that we can make this particular change. Now it's time to implement the fix into our production environment, usually during the change control window that was assigned to us. And in some companies, the folks that implement the change are different than the folks that determine what change needs to be made. So you might have a troubleshooting team that determines what needs to be changed, and that change is then handed off to the operations team to make the actual change. Although we've had this in our lab and we made the appropriate changes and we believe those changes will resolve this problem, it's never confirmed until we can get users to make sure that the problem they saw before is really now resolved. We need to verify full system functionality, and often this involves the end user or the folks that identified the problem to begin with. This might also be a good time to sit down with those users and talk about ways that we could prevent this problem from occurring in the future. They might have ideas of things that might help them work better, and you might have ideas of how you could prevent this from a technology perspective. And of course, nothing is finished until it's documented. We need to be sure that we are not only documenting the process we followed, but we need to identify what change we made that resolved this issue. This way, if we happen to run into this issue a year from now, we can refer back to our documentation to see exactly what we did to resolve this problem. In many cases, there's a help desk database or knowledge base where we can store this information, search for those details, and hopefully a year from now, we'll be able to easily find and reference this information that we worked so hard on today. So that's the troubleshooting process. We need to identify the problem, which involves gathering information, symptoms, talking to users, and determining if anything in our network may have changed. We then need to establish a theory on what we think is really causing this problem. Of course, the only way to tell if our theory is correct is to put it to the test. So we might go to the lab, make those configuration changes, and see if they had any effect on the problem that we're seeing. If that theory did not fix the problem, we can go back to establishing a theory and go through the process again. Once we've identified the fix in the lab, we now need to put together a plan of how we're going to implement this in our production network. We would then get a change control window, implement this into our production network, and then have our users test the fix to see if it really resolved the problem. And of course, we need to document this entire process so that ourselves or someone else can use what we did today if this problem happens to occur tomorrow. That's our troubleshooting process. Hopefully that's given you some ideas of how you can make your troubleshooting process go as smoothly as possible. When you're working with fiber optics, you have to make sure that you're using exactly the right kind of fiber optic connection. This is because the light works very differently in one type of fiber versus the other. For example, with multi-mode fiber, the fiber can use multiple modes to be able to find its way to the other end of the connection. This means the light will use different paths to find its way from one end of the fiber to the other. This is very different than using single-mode fiber. With single-mode fiber, the light source uses a single path to go all the way through the fiber. And you can see with single-mode fiber that it is a much smaller fiber diameter than it is with multi-mode fiber. And it's difficult to tell the size of the fiber core and cladding unless you look very carefully, and even then it becomes very difficult. For example, in multi-mode fiber, you often find two different sizes, one that is a 50 micron and one that's a little bit larger that is a 62.5 micron. And there's also cladding around that makes the total size of the fiber 125 microns, which is identical if you were to hold them in your hand. Single mode fiber is very different. You can see it's around 9 microns, but still we have cladding around the outside that brings it up to 125 microns. So you could be holding one piece of fiber, but that fiber could be one of 3 different standards that are commonly used on your network. If you do mix fibers, where you plug in a single mode fiber where multi-mode should be, or multi-mode fiber where single mode should be, you should see signal errors and have a difficult time communicating across that link. Often the fiber will have different colors to help designate what size it happens to be, but you cannot always rely on those colors, so make sure you document all of the fibers that you receive. There will often be writing on the outside of the fiber that will tell you what type of fiber optic is inside and what sizes it happens to be. This will help when you're troubleshooting to verify exactly what type of fiber you might be using. Not only can we mix fiber, but we can also mix copper. There are many different types of copper cables, and they all look very similar from the outside. The way that these cables are constructed is very standardized by the Telecommunications Industry Association, or TIA. The TIA sets standards for how certain types of cables should be manufactured, and they have tests that confirm that the cable that was manufactured meets their strict guidelines. Once cables are manufactured and tested, they will qualify as a certain category of cable. And that's how we reference different types of cable and different constructions of those cable types. So if you were to look at category 5 cable versus category 6 versus category 7, you will not only see that they are constructed very differently, but they're able to support different types of signals across that copper. So if you look at the IEEE standards for Ethernet networks, it will specify the minimum cable type that could be used for that particular standard. So if you're reading through the 1000 base T standard, it states that the minimum cable you can use for this is a category 5 cable. But if you read through the 10G base T standard, you'll see that the minimum cable is a category 6 and a category 6A, depending on how far you need to transmit that signal. These IEEE standards will often specify the speed of the signal moving through that copper cable. So you'll see a bandwidth rating or speed rating associated with that. This is the theoretical maximum data rate that we can get across that particular piece of copper, and it's often measured in a number of bits per second. Sometimes you'll hear bandwidth and throughput mentioned in similar ways, but throughput is different than bandwidth. Bandwidth is our theoretical maximum data rate over that link, whereas throughput is the total amount of data that we're putting over that link in a particular time frame. This is often measured also in bits per second, but sometimes it's also measured in bytes per second. So you may have to do a bit of a calculation to be able to translate between both of those. And with all of these cable standards, there is a maximum length that we're able to extend that cable and still maintain the standard amount of signal. We need to know the maximum distances, and they are usually part of the IEEE standard. For example, the IEEE standard for 1000 base T specifies a minimum category type of category 5 and you can extend that particular link to 100 meters of distance. If you're using unshielded twisted pair and you are running 10G base T signals over that cable, you need to use category 6, and that unshielded cable will be able to run 55 meters and still comply with the standard. If you're installing cable into an existing building or you're building out a new network run, it's always useful to test the cable that you're installing. You need to validate the cable that it is not only installed properly, but that it can support the signals that you plan to put over that particular link. It's common to use a cable tester that will perform tests that are very similar to the ones that are used to qualify a particular category of cable. So you can install your cable and run your tests, and your tester will tell you what category of cable best matches the cable that you've recently installed. If you use the wrong category of cable, you'll see errors on the link, and that will certainly cause a slowdown. These physical errors are often caused by signal attenuation. You might have a loss of signal completely, or you may be receiving CRC errors. UTP stands for unshielded twisted pair cable. This is a good example of an unshielded twisted pair cable. You can see that there are 4 pairs of wires inside of this cable, and none of those wires have any type of shield around them. You can also see that each of these pairs is twisted. That's how we get the term unshielded twisted pair. There's also a type of cable that is more resistant to electrical interference. This is a shielded twisted pair, or STP. Shielded twisted pair has a shield either around the entire cable or around individual pairs inside of the cable to help prevent interference. And you'll also see that shielded twisted pair has a grounding wire, so you can ground that shield. Here's a shielded twisted pair cable that not only has a braid around the entire set of cables, but each individual pair of the cables is shielded. You would need to pull those back to be able to put it into an RJ45 connector or to punch it down to a punch down block. The wires inside of those cables are very close to each other, and sending an electrical signal through one pair of wires could affect the signal that's being transmitted or received on another pair of wires. We refer to that interference as crosstalk, or XT. This crosstalk value describes how much of that signal is leaking into other wires, and we can often measure exactly how much of this signal is being transferred over from one wire to another. One of these crosstalk measurements is known as next. This is near end crosstalk. This means that we are measuring how much of this signal is leaking into those other wires at the closest end next to the testing device. This is usually the strongest part of the signal, and often that is the first crosstalk value we'd like to see. But we might also want to see crosstalk values at the far end of the cable. We refer to that as far end crosstalk. These two measurements can give you an idea of just how much signal happens to be shared between those wires as it's going from one end of the cable to the other. You might also find that there's crosstalk in your cable that's being transmitted from another cable. We refer to this as alien crosstalk because that's how you would describe interference that's coming from other cables. And then you have the attenuation to crosstalk ratio, or ACR. This allows us to compare 2 different values. One of those values is attenuation, or it's our signal loss that we see when we plug into a connection. The other value is near-end crosstalk. So we're able to compare how much signal we're losing versus how much signal is leaked between the different wires. We can often see this as a signal-to-noise ratio, where we have a total amount of signal that we're putting on the wire, and then we have interference that's being caused by the near-end crosstalk. We can then see how much good signal is getting through the wire versus how much is noise that may be disrupting that communication. We would obviously like that ratio to be very large. If we had a 10-to-1 signal-to-noise ratio, our signal would be 10 times stronger than the noise. But if the ratio was a 1-to-1, your signal and your noise would be exactly the same signal strength on that wire. If you're seeing a lot of crosstalk, it may be related to the punch down or the connectors that you're putting on the end of the cable, and it might be worth reconnecting that particular cable. You also want to be sure to maintain as many twists as you can in this cable. You obviously need to untwist a little bit from the end to either put it into a punch down block or into an RJ45 connector, but you want to maintain as much of that twist as possible. Category 6A has increased the cable size, and many Category 6A cables will have the spacer in between that physically separates the different wires in order to minimize the amount of crosstalk. And of course, if you're wondering if a cable is working the way it should, or you're installing new cables into a facility, it always makes sense to perform tests on that cable to see if it passes a particular level of cable category. Earlier, we described electrical interference and how a shielded twisted pair cable would resist that type of interference. It's always useful to minimize the amount of EMI or electromagnetic interference that we would have both on an unshielded and a shielded cable. You always want to be careful to protect the wire that is inside of these cables, especially if it is a shielded cable, and maintain that shield all the way through that particular cable run. If there is a break in that shield, there's a possibility that electrical magnetic interference will get into those wires. There's also a minimum bend radius that you can use. You'll want to check with the documentation for your cable to see just how much of a bend you can make to that cable without causing any damage. And of course, you never want to use staples on these cables, and you want to limit the number of plastic cable ties. A good best practice is to use some type of removable cable tie, such as Velcro, so that you don't crimp any of those wires inside of the cable. It's also useful if you avoid any of these external sources of interference, such as power cords, fluorescent lights, any type of electrical system or generator, and any fire prevention components. All of these can put out electromagnetic interference, and that interference can find its way into your network cables. And if you're wondering if your cable is coming close to one of those sources of interference, you can always run a cable test and see what your signal to noise ratio might be over that length. Attenuation describes a loss of signal as it is sent over a particular distance. Attenuation is something you'll find both in copper cables and in fiber optic connections. As you are moving down that fiber or moving through that copper, you're losing some of the strength of that signal as we are moving farther and farther away from the source. You've probably seen this on wireless networks. As you move farther and farther away from the antennas, the attenuation of the signal becomes stronger, and you start to lose the signal as you move farther away. This is one of the reasons that we see distance limitations when we start referencing IEEE standards and the different categories of cable that we can use. If you've ever worked with a cable plant, or you've been terminating cables into a punch-down block or putting RJ45 connectors on, you know how challenging it is to have the perfect type of cable termination. And often you can make or break a network configuration just by the terminations that you're doing with the cables themselves. Part of the problem is that many of these connectors look very similar to each other, and yet there may be different specifications depending on the different connector type. You also may find that different cable installers may have a different quality to the punch downs that they're doing. And it's true that connectors that are made by one individual may work better than connectors that were installed by a different individual. It's always a good idea to find somebody who is well versed in the standards for installing network cables versus other types of cables. In most cable runs, we're trying to match the pins on each side of the cable. For example, pin 1 on one end of the cable should be matched to pin 1 on the other side of the cable. Pin 2 should be matched to pin 2, pin 3 to pin 3, and so on. If you have a mismatch between these different pins, or you miss connecting the pins together, you may find that the cable speed drops to a different standard. For example, you may be expecting to get a 1 gigabit connection, and it's only able to support a 100 megabit connection. It's very easy to make one little mistake where you might connect pin 1 to pin 2 and pin 2 to pin 1, and when you plug in that Ethernet cable, you get no signal at all. Sometimes you may find that a cable has crossed pairs, where pin 1 might connect to pin 3 and pin 3 might connect to pin 1. This is a half-crossed view where you have 4 of the wires are crossed and the other 4 wires are straight through. This is sometimes a mistake that can be made at the ends of the cable when you're crimping on the RJ45. It could also be a problem at the punch-down block. So you'll want to check every connection along that path to see where this cross might have occurred. This will be something that's very easy to see when you plug in your cable tester, which is another good reason to always test a cable that you've installed. And it will show you that instead of pin 1 connecting to pin 1 and pin 2 connecting to pin 2, you have a very different cross set of cables. Some Ethernet chipsets, however, will recognize when a cable cross has occurred, and it will reverse that cross in the electronics of the Ethernet card itself, effectively turning it back into a straight-through cable. This is something that's built around the auto MDIX capability, but it's not always turned on, and it's not something that will always work across every Ethernet chipset. So it's always best practice to install a properly terminated cable rather than relying on auto index. Network administrators use a great deal of their time to monitor different interfaces on important devices. This allows us to see any problems that might be developing, either with a bad cable or a bad interface. We may be able to resolve that problem before it becomes an outage. Sometimes these interface statistics can warn us of congestion or overutilization on a network, and we may be able to make some decisions about how to change the design of the network to better deal with that oversaturation. Many operating systems can also give you a great deal of feedback on how your interface may be performing in your device. You can look at this under the network configurations depending on what operating system you're using. Network administrators obviously don't have time to log into every single system to watch these interfaces, so they automate the process using the Simple Network Management Protocol, or SNMP. Many devices will support a standard set of SNMP statistics known as a MIB2. This is a management information base. MIB2 provides us with a set of standard statistics that are common across many different devices, but you may find that your firewall or your switch might have some statistics that are unique to that particular device, and there may be a proprietary MIB that you can integrate into that process to get even more visibility into that interface. One piece of information we can gather using these techniques is to determine whether the link is up or the link is down. This is our link status. This may be a problem with the cable, an interface, or it may be an issue with the device rebooting. Utilization is also a great metric to monitor, especially if you're concerned about total throughput through the network. You want to be sure that you have enough bandwidth for all of the services running over that network connection, and if you're not quite sure the total amount of throughput you can get over a link, you may want to run some bandwidth tests and see what the throughput might be. And if you want some type of notification that problems might be brewing with that particular connection, you'll want to look at all of the errors that are on that particular interface. This includes CRC errors, runts, giants, drops, and other interface errors as well. This often points to a problem with the cable or a problem with the interface, so we may need to do additional troubleshooting to determine what's causing these specific errors. Before we dive into those errors, let's look at the structure of an Ethernet frame. The first part of an Ethernet frame is a part we normally don't see. It's the preamble and the SFD, or the start frame delimiter. These two fields identify the beginning of an Ethernet frame and lets a system know that everything after the start frame delimiter is a normal Ethernet frame. If you were capturing these frames on a packet analyzer, you probably would not see the preamble and the start frame delimiter. Instead, you would see the beginning of the frame with the destination MAC address and the source MAC address. This identifies the device that is sending this particular frame and the destination of where this frame should be going. This destination MAC is one that is used by switches, for example, so that it knows where to forward a particular frame. The next field of the frame is the ether type. This describes what type of data we would expect to see in the rest of this particular frame. Then you would have the payload of the frame itself, and at the very end, we have the frame check sequence. This is a checksum that can be calculated very quickly that tells us if all of the information that we've received for this particular frame came through without any type of corruption. And when this frame check sequence does not match the rest of the data in the frame, we have a cyclic redundancy checksum error, or CRC error. The CRC error is often our first warning that there's some type of problem with the signal on this particular connection. We might want to look at our cable or our interfaces to remove those CRC errors. That CRC is calculated when you receive the frame. That CRC is recalculated internally on your Ethernet adapter, and it's compared to the checksum that is included in the frame check sequence. If those two match, then we've received the frame without any type of corruption. But if there is a mismatch between that data in the frame and the information that's in the frame check sequence, we know that there is an error and the CRC counter is incremented by 1. If your error counter for runts is increasing, it means that we've received a frame that is less than 64 bytes. 64 bytes is the minimum size of a frame that you should see. So if you happen to see a frame that is less than 64 bytes, that would be qualified as an error. We don't often see runts any longer because most of our switch networks are full duplex. But if you happen to be working with a network that is running at half duplex, you may very well find runts occurring whenever there's a collision. The default maximum frame size on Ethernet is 1,518 bytes. And if you happen to have a frame come across the network that is larger than that value, we describe that as a giant. Of course, you can also have jumbo frames that are much larger than 1,518 bytes, but those jumbo frames are defined within the switches and the devices that you're using. So those also have a maximum size, and if those frames are larger than the maximum size that's configured, those are also defined as giant. And of course, if there's some type of contention or buffering problem with the devices on your network, these frames may be lost because there's no room to hold them in any type of buffer. In that case, you may see the drop counter is incremented on your system, and that may indicate that you have some type of communication problem on your network. Most devices and operating systems give you a way to view these error counters. This is a set of counters from a Cisco device. You can see I'm showing the interface statistics for one of the fast Ethernet interfaces, and you can see that I've highlighted the section for runts, giants, CRCs. You can see there are some other errors associated with this list as well. This is where we can start to get a warning that something might be going wrong. If we happen to see the CRC error is slowly incrementing, that may indicate that we're having a problem with a cable or an interface. We may need to have some downtime to replace either one of those. You may find that some interface issues create a much larger problem if they're left to their own devices. It might be a better idea to turn off certain interfaces if we happen to run into a particular kind of problem. If you can see the problem happening, you can log into a device and administratively disable a particular interface. That obviously isn't fixing the problem, we're more addressing the symptom, but at least we've now gotten the interface into a mode where it won't cause additional problems on the network. Instead of you as the network administrator having to interactively log into a device and administratively disabling an interface, it would be much easier if the device would automatically recognize this problem and automatically disable that interface. We refer to this state as error disabled, where the device has disabled this interface without any type of human intervention. You might see this happen if an interface on a switch is flapping, which means that the interface is up, then the interface goes down, then the interface comes up again, then the interface goes down. So a switch might error disable that interface so that it's no longer flapping up and down and causing problems with spanning tree and other switch functions. Or we may be limiting how many devices can connect to any particular switch interface. So if we have configured this port security and someone unplugs a device and plugs their own laptop into it, your switch will go into an error disabled state for that interface. Or there might be a configuration problem or an increase in number of errors, and all of those can cause the interface to move into an error disabled state. When a switch disables one of its interfaces because of these errors, it's not going to turn that interface back on. You have to log into the switch and administratively re-enable that particular interface. Only then will that interface be able to operate again. But if that interface has the same problems occur again, it could possibly move back into an error disabled state. Instead of error disabled, you might see an interface is administratively down. That means that an administrator logged into that system and specifically turned off that interface. This was an intentional act by the administrator, and it wasn't something that was done automatically. To be able to use that interface again, you would have to log into that device and administratively enable that interface. And on some switches, we have a mode that's very similar to error disabled, except it's an error that occurs the moment you turn that interface on. This is a suspended port status, and this means that we've connected this interface to a configuration that is incompatible with the settings of that interface. For example, you may be configuring link aggregation between two switches, and you've enabled the Link Aggregation Control Protocol, or LACP. If you configure LACP on one side, but you don't configure LACP on the other, you may find that the interface immediately moves into a suspended state. If you've recently installed a telephone on a desktop, an access point, or a camera on your network, then you've probably connected it using Power over Ethernet, or PoE. This provides power over the same wire that we're using to run data, which greatly simplifies the installation of these devices because we don't have to run a separate cable for the power. The power that's put on this Power over Ethernet connection can come from one of two different sources. One is built-in power at the switch itself. You may have a PoE switch. That switch may be providing power, and we refer to that as an end span. Sometimes you'll have a switch that doesn't support Power over Ethernet, and you'll need to have a separate device in the middle that injects power onto those wires. That injector is referred to as a mid-span because it sits in the middle between the switch and the PoE device. You'll often find one of three different Power over Ethernet standards that are being used. The original PoE was a 15.4 watt of DC power output, and it has a 350 milliamp maximum current. This would obviously be for very small devices. Perhaps it's a simple telephone or a very small access point. The next standard would be PoE+. With PoE+, we can put additional power on this connection because it supports 25.5 watts of DC power with a maximum current of 600 milliamps. PoE+ is often used for larger telephones, cameras, and other devices. And the largest of these three standards is the PoE++. As the name implies, this provides more power than the previous standards. You can have up to 51 watts at 600 milliamps maximum current. We refer to that as a Type 3 connection, or a Type 4 connection that could support 71.3 watts with a 960 milliamp max current. This larger standard supports much larger devices. There are some laptops that support PoE++, and if you have a large camera that supports pan, tilt, and zoom, that additional power for that camera comes from PoE++. This newer PoE standard provides support for additional Ethernet standards such as 2.5 gigabit, 5 gigabit, and 10 gigabit connections. If you're installing a PoE switch and your goal is to power a PoE device, you need to make sure that the device and the switch are compatible. For example, if you have a PoE+ switch, that switch will not be able to power a PoE++ device. You can often look at the switch itself and it will tell you what interfaces support Power over Ethernet. It may be a switch where all of the interfaces support Power over Ethernet. This is a 10-port gigabit Power over Ethernet Plus managed switch, and you can plug into any of these interfaces and use Power over Ethernet. Some switches may have some interfaces that have no PoE support. Some might support PoE+, and other interfaces may support PoE++. You also might want to look at the switch specifications to see what the maximum amount of PoE power that can be supported using that switch. For example, the switch may support 200 watts of PoE, or it may support 720 watts of PoE. You will need to add up all of the devices that you're connecting to that switch, determine what their maximum amount of power draw might be, and make sure that that is under the capacity of that particular Ethernet switch. You might also run into hardware issues when you're working with transceivers. Transceivers provide a modular connection for our Ethernet devices, but we have to be sure that we're using the right transceiver for the right connection. For example, if you're plugging in a fiber transceiver, you have to make sure that the fiber transceiver matches the type of fiber that you're connecting. There's usually a wavelength mark on the transceiver, so it might show that it is a 850 nanometer transceiver or a 1310 nanometer transceiver. All of these need to match throughout the entire length, and it's usually based upon the fiber that you're plugging into these connections. So you'll want to check your fiber.
All right, why don't you guys go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and I know I just put one after, but let's come back at 2 after from break. Get up, walk around, get you some coffee, something to drink, something to eat, take the dog out. We'll see you back at 2 after.
If you were to just grab a transceiver out of your drawer and plug it into a switch, you might be using the wrong one. These are two transceivers, but they are two very different transceivers. At first glance, they look almost identical, but if you look very closely at these transceivers, you'll see the wavelengths are marked in very small numbers, and it's very easy to miss that when you're plugging into a switch. It's also complicated by the fact that once you plug it into the switch, you can no longer read the markings that are on the side of the transceiver. And you may either need to look at the specifications that are shown on the switch, or you may need to physically remove the transceiver just to be able to look at the label that's on the side. One of the challenges when connecting these transceivers and fiber connections together is we need to make sure that we get enough signal from one end of the connection to the other. This is especially important if you have a very long run with many connections in the middle, and you may be concerned that not enough signal is getting to the other side. Each of these devices has what's called a sensitivity level, which will tell you how much signal it's able to receive and still interpret everything properly. Usually this is part of the specifications of the device and it should be well documented. This is why it's important to calculate the exact power budget you might be from one end of the connection to the other. We'll first need to determine how much power is being transmitted by the transmitting device. This is usually measured in decibels per milliwatt. This gives you a total number of decibels that are being transmitted for 1 milliwatt of signal. We then might want to look at the media that we're using and determine how long that connection is and how much signal we would expect to lose over that distance. We also want to take into account connectors or splices because each one of those takes away from a little bit of the signal. Once we determine the total signal loss based on that distance and the number of connections in between, we can subtract that from the total amount of transmitted power. That final value is the amount of power we would expect to receive at the end of that connection. We would then compare that total received power to the sensitivity value of that particular interface. And hopefully the amount of power that we're receiving over that connection is stronger than the sensitivity value. Our decibels per milliwatt are decreasing as they move through this media. So our sensitivity values will be a negative value. In this particular example, this is a transceiver that is an SFP transceiver at 850 nanometers, and you can see its receiver sensitivity is negative 17 decibels per milliwatt. So if we perform that calculation of our power budget and we come up with a received power value of negative 17 decibels per milliwatt or higher, then we have a good signal. If we calculate that power budget and we end up receiving negative 20 dBm, then we know that we don't have enough power to be able to receive it properly on this transceiver. As you're probably aware, at the MAC address level, there's no mechanism for counting how many times a frame might be seen on a network. For that reason, we have to be very careful that we don't create a loop on our switch network, because those frames will continue to circle and circle and circle around that network until you unplug one of those connections. That's one of the reasons that it's so important to have spanning tree enabled on your network so that any potential loop could be stopped before that traffic starts looping. Obviously, switches forward traffic based on the destination MAC address that's inside of a frame. So every unicast packet has a single destination on where that packet should be heading. There are some packets that are sent to multiple devices on the network simultaneously. Broadcasts and multicasts are a very good example of a single frame that can go into a switch, and that single frame can be transmitted out every other interface on that switch. With IP, we have a time-to-live field. This time-to-live field prevents any particular packet from circling indefinitely around the network. But there's nothing in the frame on a switch network that can prevent that type of loop. A normal switch network might have a switch on one end of the network and a switch on the other end of the network, and they're connected with one cable. When we send traffic across that network, it traverses that cable to make its way to the destination device. But inside of a wiring closet, it's very easy to add a separate connection accidentally, thereby creating a loop on the network. Now whenever traffic traverses this network, it's trying to find its way to the other side of the network, but instead it loops around and around and around the network. And as more traffic is added to the network, that traffic also loops around the network until very quickly both switches are overwhelmed and the network comes to a grinding halt. This is why many network administrators turn on spanning tree to prevent loops on the network. But how does spanning tree know where these different switches are, and how is it able to prevent loops? One of the mechanisms used by spanning tree protocol is the Bridge Protocol Data Unit, or BPDU. All of these switches are sending MAC layer multicasts to each other that contain these Bridge Protocol Data Unit frames. Any other switch that is on this local broadcast domain will see these multicasts and see that they contain configuration details and they inform whenever there's any topology change. The default for spanning tree is to send these BPDUs out every 2 seconds. So we know that every switch that is on our broadcast domain is getting an update from our switch every 2 seconds, and our switch is receiving updates from other switches every 2 seconds. But if we don't see these hello frames arriving every 2 seconds,
Josh. I'm
we
glad
wait
I've
to see
caught you.
if another 2 seconds goes by without an update, and if finally we see 3 of those that are missed, the link is considered to be down. At this point, Spanning Tree realizes there's been a change to the topology of the network, and it redesigns itself to prevent any loops. Spanning Tree relies on the concept of a root bridge. This root bridge is elected when the network is first started. All of the bridges participate in this root bridge election, and they choose the best connection to be able to communicate to that root bridge. You can manually configure which bridge you'd like to use as the root bridge by setting its bridge ID to be a low value. You can set these bridge IDs to be between 0 and 61,440, and the one that has the lowest bridge ID is the root bridge. If you have multiple switches with the same bridge ID, the switch that has the lowest MAC address number is the one that becomes the root bridge. Once the root bridge is elected, all of the other switches configure their settings so that they know exactly how to communicate back to this root bridge. As an example, we have this network with a number of switches on it. We have bridge 1, bridge 6, bridge 5, bridge 21, and bridge 11. And all of these switches are connecting multiple networks to each other. When this network was created, a root bridge was determined. This is the bridge at the top that is bridge 1. And you can see that this bridge has 2 designated ports that are connecting the root to the rest of the network. All the other switches are configured with a root port, and that root port is the port that you would take to get back to the root bridge. And they may also have designated ports that are active and passing traffic. Some switches might also have blocked ports. These ports have been blocked by Spanning Tree to prevent any loops on this network. For example, if we wanted to connect from network A and connect to a device in network M, we can simply pass through bridge 6. We could also go all the way through the network to a different bridge, but you'll see there is a blocked port that would prevent us from looping around this network thanks to Spanning Tree protocol. This configuration works great, and we can communicate between network A and network M without a problem. But what if we run into an issue where we lose connectivity between network A and bridge 6? We now have no way to communicate from network A to network M because we have these blocked ports that originally were blocking a loop. Spanning Tree recognizes that this connection has failed because the hello was not seen within 3 updates. And Spanning Tree will now go into a mode to reconfigure the network. It first removes those blocked ports from those bridges, so now network A can communicate through network Y, network C, network J, through the root, and finally to network M. This is how Spanning Tree is able to change the configuration of the network in real time to allow us to communicate to these different networks without causing a loop on the network. Spanning Tree can put these interfaces into different states. We've already seen the blocking state or the discarding state so that it's not going to pass traffic through that particular interface. There's also a listening mode that Spanning Tree will use before making any changes to the network. It's listening for other switches that might be on that local broadcast domain, and it's able to set its configuration based on the other switches that it sees. It then begins learning and adding information to the MAC address table inside of the switch, and once it knows whether that particular interface should be enabled or disabled, it puts it into either a forwarding mode or a blocking mode. And if you want to be sure that Spanning Tree will never use a particular interface to forward traffic, you can put it into a disabled mode where the administrator of the network has administratively turned off that port. If you've connected a device to the network and it's received an IP address, but yet it still can't communicate to other devices that are on the same network, you may have a problem with a VLAN configuration. Every interface on a switch is associated with a particular VLAN. This may be a single VLAN for a single device. We refer to those as access ports, and each access port is assigned a particular VLAN ID. You can see on this switch, some of these interfaces are on VLAN 254, and other interfaces are on VLAN 100. If you're connecting a device to switch interface number 4, and you're not sure which VLAN is associated associated with switch interface number 4, you'll need to check the configuration of your switch to determine what specific VLAN is assigned to that physical interface. It may be that we were expecting switch interface 4 to be on VLAN 254. So we would need to make a change to our switch configuration to be able to change that ID, or we would need to move to an available interface that's already configured for VLAN 254. You'll find that this is a very common issue, especially when your network has a large number of VLANs, but fortunately it's something that can be resolved relatively quickly. Even after configuring the correct VLAN, plugging into the network, and receiving the correct IP addresses and configuration settings, you still might find that you're not able to communicate across the network. You've looked at your switch configuration and your routing tables, and everything appears to be configured properly, but you may find that packets are still being dropped and not making it to its final destination. You could be configuring everything correctly inside of your switch and your router, but if you've got access control lists somewhere along the way, it could be blocking some of the traffic that you're sending. You'll need to check the switches and routers on your network to see if any access control lists have been configured on any of those interfaces. This is usually a very quick check, and it should be part of your normal troubleshooting process, especially if you find that no traffic is able to communicate from one network to another. Access control lists work very similar to a firewall rule base. We would like to have the more granular rules at the top of the list. The access control list stops evaluating these after finding a match, so having the more common matches at the top of the list would make the network that much more efficient. This also means that we can fire on more granular controls at the top of this list.
I'll do that right away, Bobby.
Controls that might be lower down in the ACL. As a best practice, if you're making any changes to an access control list, you might want to disable the ACL functionality first. It's very possible to make a change to an ACL that would effectively remove your access to the same switch. Also remember, if you add an access list to an interface, the default for many devices is to automatically deny all traffic that's not specifically listed in an access control list. So building an empty ACL would effectively filter all communication through that device. If you're the administrator of routers, then you're certainly familiar with the importance of routing tables. We use routing tables to determine what the best next hop will be when we're forwarding traffic through the router. So if we need to know how to get from point A to point B, we ask the router the best direction, and then it sends the information on its way. Routing information builds a map of where data will be forwarded within that router. So you can look at default gateways, so you can look at default gateway configurations or routes that have been statically added to the router. It would certainly help if you had a map of the network. That way you can look at the routing table, compare that to a map, and make sure that data is being forwarded out the correct interface. Normally when troubleshooting routing problems, you should look at the routing table of every router along that path. Not only the route to get from one end of the network to the other, but you also have to confirm that you have proper routes to get back to the original workstation. This routing table is important. We need to be sure that we have a route for every possible location. And if we don't have a route inside of our routing table, the router will simply drop that traffic. Sometimes the router will send back a message to the station that sent the traffic called an ICMP host unreachable message. So you may be informed that that information was not able to make its way through the network because of this issue with the routing table. So the network we have here has a laptop on one side of the network and a laptop on the other side of the network. And separating those two networks are 3 separate routers. Between each router, of course, is a switch that allows us to connect those together. So we would need to check the routing table in router 1 and make sure that it had a route for the destination network we were trying to reach. So you might want to check the router 1 routing table and make sure that it had a route to the network that the laptop is connected to, which in this case is 10.4.10.0/24. So in this example, we're trying to ping 10.3.10.2 from our laptop on this side of the network. You can see that that 10.3.10.2 address is located right here on the other side of router 2. So we would need to have a route to this particular subnet, which is 10.3.10.0/24. We would go to router 1, look at the routing table in router 1, and confirm that it had a route to that particular network. If it doesn't, we'll receive a message like this when we try to ping that says the destination host is unreachable. As you can imagine, on a large network, you may have a very large routing table, but often the router can be configured in a way that summarizes these routes into one central default route. This would be our gateway of last resort. If there's no other route in the routing table that matches the destination of the traffic that we're sending, we can choose to have one final route that's used as the default if none of those other routes exist. This is usually added as a static route, so you would administratively configure that route in your router configuration. And if there's nothing in the routing table that matches that destination, we can always use that static route as our gateway of last resort. If you have a gateway of last resort in your router, the destination is probably 0.0.0.0/0. That encompasses every host on every network. This way, if nothing else matches within that routing table, we know that this final gateway of last resort will match all other traffic. Here's a routing table from a router that shows a number of directly connected routes. You can see 10.10.10.0/24. We've also got 10.10.40.0/24 and 10.10.50/24. All of these are directly connected to this particular router. There are also some routes that have been added with a static route to 10.10.20.0/24 and another route that has been learned through RIP. This is 10.10.30.0/24. We don't have any other route in this particular router to tell us where to go if we don't match any of these existing routes. In fact, you'll see that it says that the gateway of last resort is not set for this particular router. To add this gateway of last resort, we'll add a static route that has a destination to 0.0.0.0/0. And if you want to go to that gateway of last resort, you need to leave via 10.10.50.2. If nothing matches in this routing table, then it will use the gateway of last resort and send all traffic out 10.10.50.2 to the next router down the line. If you've turned on your computer and you did not receive a DHCP address, and instead your system was configured with an APIPA address, this could be a case where we have run out of addresses on our DHCP server. If the address pool has been exhausted, then we'll receive an automatic private IP address in IP version 4. Although an APIPA address allows you to communicate to other devices on your local subnet, it is a non-routable address. You would not be able to communicate outside of your local subnet. We would certainly check the DHCP server and see if it has available IP addresses, and if we need to add additional addresses to that, then we can do that on the DHCP server itself. Many organizations will have a management console for all of their DHCP servers. This is an IP address management device, or IPAM, where you can monitor and view all of the available addresses. You can look at the pools of addresses and the availability on each DHCP server. If this network is one where people are only there for a short period of time before leaving, you might want to decrease your lease time so that there's no more address pool exhaustion. This means we'll be able to free up more IP addresses in a shorter period of time and therefore minimize the chance of an address pool exhaustion. Usually IP address information is configured and defined by the network administrator. They'll add it to a DHCP server and you'll receive those parameters when you connect to the network. However, sometimes you might receive incorrect information. There might be the wrong IP address, subnet mask, or default gateway. So you might want to check with the network administrator and confirm that the IP address values that you've received are correct for the interface that you're connected to. Sometimes you can perform a packet capture to see what other devices on your local subnet might be configured as, and that might give you an idea as to the IP address or subnet mask for a particular network. You could also try looking at other devices that are on the same network. If you're configuring a router and there's a different router already connected to this network, you might want to look at that configuration and see what IP address it's been assigned. And for normal troubleshooting, we would normally start with pinging our local address, and if that works, we would ping our default gateway, and if that works, we would try an IP address on the other side of the default gateway. If we step through this process using ping and traceroute, we should be able to put together a map of where we are in this network. And based on that information, we should be able to determine if we've been assigned an IP address that's correct for the interface that we're connected to. Even with all the work that goes into configuring these DHCP servers, we will occasionally still see a duplicate IP address. Often this is from a device that has been manually configured, and it's using an IP address that exists in an existing DHCP pool. Or perhaps you've configured multiple DHCP servers, but you've accidentally overlapped those pools between the servers, and each one of those is giving out duplicate addresses. And sometimes a device is added to the network with DHCP turned on by default, and it starts handing out IP addresses that are different than the IP addresses that you would expect on your network. With older operating systems, we would have the two devices fight over which one has priority on the network, usually based on the MAC address table of the switch. But in most modern operating systems, this duplicate IP address is discovered when a device first connects to the network, and it prevents any type of duplication. You'll see an error message on the screen, and from there you can decide what to do next to troubleshoot this duplicate problem. If this is a manually configured device, you want to look at the configuration you've been given, check the IP address, the subnet.
We often use modal
gateway. If you have a different workstation that you can test with, you might want to try pinging that IP address before statically configuring it inside of the device. If you receive a response and you haven't configured the device yet, then adding that system to the network would certainly cause a conflict. If you do receive a response to a ping and you weren't expecting that IP address to be on the network, then you'll have to hunt down where that workstation happens to be. An easy way to do this is to ping the IP address and then check the ARP table. If this device is on your local broadcast domain, then you now have the MAC address of that device. You should be able to go to the MAC address table of your switch to see which interface this device is plugged into. And if this problem is associated with two DHCP servers handing out the same address, you might want to perform a packet capture to see exactly what these DHCP servers are offering.
My name's Ramisha Satar. For me, being a creative director and a designer is finding the...
Our networks run at a predefined speed. For example, a 1000 base T gigabit network operates and sends traffic at 1 gigabit per second. This network cannot pass traffic faster than 1 gigabit per second. But what if you have multiple 1 gig links plugged into a switch, and both of those connections are sending traffic at 1 gigabit per second to the same destination? Obviously, we can't fit 2 gigabits per second into a 1 gigabit per second link. And in those cases, we run into congestion. This contention of both networks trying to send information at the same time will certainly queue up some packets into a buffer, but eventually we will fill up that buffer and have congestion. These buffers that are in a switch or a router are relatively small. They're not going to hold a lot of packets. So eventually packets are going to need to be discarded so that we can keep the system running. This means that we're going to lose information that we're sending between one station and another. So to resolve that, we will need to either increase the size and speed of the network, or we will need to decrease the amount of traffic that's going over that network. Often people will say the network is slow. And what they're really saying is that there's some type of bottleneck on the network that is causing a slowdown. Unfortunately, this can be very difficult to troubleshoot because the problem might be with a number of different technologies. It might be related to the bus of the system that you're using, maybe the speed of a CPU inside of a switch or a router. Perhaps you're using a hard drive or an SSD, which would be very different in the speeds of that storage drive. And of course, we have different networks with different speeds that are sent across different locations. We have to look at all of these different parameters between one device and another to really understand where the bottlenecks might be on a network. Sometimes it might be very obvious what's causing this bottleneck, but often you need to drill down into the details of these systems to be able to understand what resources are being used or slowing down that's causing this problem for everyone else. Here's an example of a web transaction response time. You can see transactions on this network were running somewhere around 1500 to 1750 milliseconds. That's almost 2 seconds of delay when somebody requested data. Notice that there was a lot of time that was being used by the database. In this particular example, it seemed obvious that our problem was somehow located in the database server itself. And by making some configuration changes to this database server, we were able to eliminate this bottleneck, and you can see the response times went down to around 500 milliseconds. If you want to know how much a network is being used, you might want to look at the bandwidth percentage. This is a measure of how much a network is being used over a particular amount of time. Usually this is a percentage that's being presented so that we can understand how much of this network is in use during that time frame. We might also want to measure throughput, which tells us how much data we were able to move through that network during that time frame. This gives us information about what size of data we're able to move and in what time frames we're able to move it. There are different ways to monitor bandwidth statistics. You may be able to gather these directly from a switch, or you may use SNMP or NetFlow to be able to gather this over time. And if you're looking at bandwidth usage over a number of different links between two devices, you'll find that the slowest link is the one that probably is holding up throughput for all of the other networks. Latency is calculated as the delay between the request and the response.
I know that you had fast.
We want to know
I'll get
how
on it right
fast
away.
or how slow is this transaction occurring. There will always be some type of latency on a connection because it takes time to move that information from one device to another. But ideally, we will want to measure these response times at every stop along the way. This allows us to understand just how quickly we can move data from one segment to another. We can break it down to its smallest parts. To get a true measurement of this, we would need some type of measuring tool in every single network link along that path. So this could be rather involved to be able to set up all of those devices, but once you do, you'll be able to capture the packets and determine what the true latency is of that connection. Because you're capturing packets, you have microsecond granularity, so you're able to know exactly how long a packet stayed in a device, how long it took to traverse that network, and how long it took to forward to the next segment. One of the problems a network administrator would like to avoid is packet loss. If we're sending traffic across the network, the ideal situation is for all of that traffic to make it across the network all of the time. But there will be scenarios where that information simply can't make it across the network for one reason or another. A packet loss or a discard means that there weren't any errors with the packet, but some other reason caused us to discard that packet instead of sending it to its destination. This may be due to an outage on the network, or it could be that we have contention, we simply don't have enough bandwidth to send all of that traffic across the network. Sometimes we're on a bad wireless network, maybe we have a bad cable, and the information we're sending across the network becomes corrupted. When that corruption occurs during the transmission of that data, it's identified when it reaches the other side, and because that data is corrupted, it is completely discarded. We have to resend that traffic across the network. This takes additional time and resources and could cause significant delays to your application. Talking on a voice over IP phone call or watching live video streams are very sensitive to any type of delay you might put on the network.
Keep in mind,
We would like these packets to arrive at regular, predictable intervals, and as long as that's happening, we can continue to have our phone call or watch our live stream.
Hard to
Everything's
crack.
working as expected. But if we have congestion on the network or the packet is corrupted, we have to discard that packet. We can't rewind our
Last but
conversation
not
or
least.
rewind the live stream. We simply have to discard that packet and continue forward.
In the
This
long
might
run,
cause a delay or a clicking noise on the phone call, or we might see a
go
small
the
stutter
extra
on our live
mile.
stream. To be able to see if we're receiving frames at regular intervals, we can measure the jitter on the network. Jitter is the time between those frames, and we would like that jitter value to be a consistent value all the time. This is what we would like to see, which has a relatively small amount of jitter because there's a small amount of delay between each of these packets. There is a little bit of variability between each of these packets, but they are being received at regular intervals. If we're having high jitter values, then we might have 3 of those packets come through, and then a long delay, and then 3 more packets very quickly, and then another delay. It's these high jitter values that give you problems hearing on a phone call or give you that stutter during a live video feed.
Let's talk murder.
We need to go face to face with the mob. It's like a godfather. I made him an offer he couldn't decline.
on a wireless network, there are only so many frequencies available to be used by your access point and your clients. You have to make sure on that wireless network that only one device is communicating at a time. Not only do we have a lot of devices on the same wireless network, we may have multiple wireless networks within the same general area. Because of that, we have to be very careful about creating interference between these access points. Many of the more recent wireless standards provide a way to automatically find the best possible frequencies and avoid frequencies that are already in use by other devices. This can also be configured manually, where you can decide what frequencies to use, but most access points are very good at determining what the best frequency might be for the environment, and they're able to change their configuration and move to a better frequency if they happen to detect interference. We've shown this diagram in a previous video, but it's worth mentioning, especially when we're talking about finding a frequency that may be available and moving an access point to that frequency. If you're using 2.4 gigahertz, you have a limited number of non-overlapping frequencies that can be used. In North America, there are 3 separate channels that could be selected. And if you're in a very busy area with many different access points, that may not be enough to prevent any type of interference. Instead, you might want to use 5 gigahertz. With 5 gigahertz, there are many other frequencies available, so you might have a better chance of finding one that doesn't have quite as much interference. And now, of course, the 6 gigahertz band is available, and you can see there are many more frequencies available in the hopes that we can avoid these types of conflicts and interference with our frequencies in the future. There are some best practices for managing a wireless network and getting the best throughput possible from your wireless devices. One of these would be to disable any legacy or low-speed support. If you look at the configuration of your access point, it may have an option to allow older versions of wireless technologies to work on the existing network. In many cases, enabling those configurations will slow down or make the overall wireless network less efficient. The best possible throughput is often available from the most recent standards. So if all of your devices support the most recent standard, you should disable that option in your access point. If you have manually configured a channel of frequencies in your access point, you may need to go back and make sure that this isn't conflicting with anything else that may have appeared in the meantime. It's very easy for someone to turn on an access point next door that could potentially conflict with the frequencies that you're using. You might also want to consider turning on the automatic function so that your access point can move to a more appropriate channel when available. Interference is one of the biggest problems you'll find on a wireless network, and interference can come from many different sources. But often the interference is from other access points themselves. Some access points may be covering a very small area, but their output power may be set to maximum. In those cases, you may be able to turn down the output power and still provide wireless access to those devices in the area. And by doing that, you're limiting the interference that may be created for other access points in the area. And it's not unusual to split the wireless network into smaller devices that are separated into access points that are away from each other. This way you can still provide wireless access for these devices, but you've now limited that load across 2 different access points using different frequencies. Here's an example of the problem you might find on a network when these frequencies begin to overlap. We've taken, for example, this 2.4 gigahertz network. You can see that it has a channel centered on channel 6 and another one on channel 11. That is exactly what we would expect to see here in the United States. There's one other channel available that would allow you to connect without conflicting with either of these existing networks, and that would be channel 1. But if somebody configured their access point in the wrong way, they could configure channel 8, and that channel 8 would overlap with devices that are communicating on channel 6 and devices that are communicating on channel 11. In this scenario, none of these devices would have the best throughput. It would have probably been a better idea to put the new access point over on channel 1 and distribute those frequencies so that they don't interfere with each other.
I would describe Underline as fast, affordable, and local. Incredibly fast, very reliable, zero lag.
That's kind of fast.
Consistent, fast, simple. It's a no-brainer.
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better, with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
As you've probably seen with wireless networks, the farther away you move away from the access point, the weaker the signal tends to be. We refer to this as attenuation, and this is a normal part of sending signals out over the air. Many administrators will measure this attenuation with their Wi-Fi analyzer, so they will walk around the facility to find out where the signal is the best and where the signal is the worst. And they may be able to make changes to the access point to improve those signals in places where it may be difficult to access the network. One of those options might be to increase the power output on the access point itself. Not all access points support this feature, but if it is available, you may be able to find exactly the right amount of power to cover the area that you need. You might also consider adding an external antenna to the access point or adding an antenna that provides additional gain. This would allow you to send the same amount of power out of the access point, but increase its ability to transmit over a larger distance. And if you're using antennas that are connected to the access point with coax, you do lose a bit of signal in the coax itself, especially when you're using higher frequencies. So you may want to limit the amount of cable that is run between
Before
the access
agreeing
point
to
and
anything
the
else,
antenna itself.
I
You
hope
should
to
always
hear from
check
you
the
then.
cable and make sure that it's not damaged, where it could potentially be leaking signal instead of sending that out your antenna. Finding the right coverage for a wireless network can sometimes be a challenge. It's important to identify where users may be accessing the wireless network, and then you can measure just how much wireless signal may be available at that location. If you're in an area with many different organizations and companies, you might want to see where their access points may be located, and that way you know where to put your access point so that you're not creating interference with others that may be in the area. This might also be a good time to see what frequencies they are using. Perhaps they're only using 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz, which would open up the entire 6 gigahertz range for you. But of course, what we examine today will probably be different in the future. There's always changes and additions being made to people's networks, so it's sometimes useful to perform multiple site surveys throughout the year just to see if anything may have changed with the wireless infrastructure. One of the ways that you can visually see how the wireless network may be working is to create a heat map. You would walk around with your Wi-Fi analyzer, and it would examine just how good the signal is at your particular location. The better the signal, the brighter the colors, and the worse the signal, the cooler the colors. This way you can immediately see where you may want to add or change the way your access points may be distributed. On older networks, you may run into a denial of service that could be created through a client disassociation. This takes advantage of older management frames in the 802.11 standard that have no protection associated with them, and an attacker can take advantage of that to remove devices from the network. You may find that a device is constantly removing itself from the network and then reconnecting again. Or you may find that it's never able to connect to a network because this attacker is constantly performing this client disassociation. If you're wondering if this is happening on your wireless network, you can capture frames using an 802.11 packet capture device and be able to see the client disassociation frames within the traffic itself. This will allow you to find the attacking device and hopefully be able to remove it from the network or disable it. And if you'd like to prevent these kinds of attacks in the future, you should consider upgrading to one of the latest 802.11 standards, which prevent this type of attack from occurring. If you have a number of different access points at work or at home, you may have configured those access points exactly the same with the same wireless network name or the same SSID. That service set identifier allows us to create a large wireless network using multiple access points. And as you move inside of a building or throughout a campus, your device will seamlessly move from access point to access point. This allows the network administrator to extend this wireless network to whatever size they might need, but it also requires that all of these access points are configured exactly the same. If users are moving from one access point to another, and the new access point does not have exactly the same configuration as the previous access point, they could be dropped completely from the network, and they would be required to connect to the network again. If you want that seamless experience for your users, you need to make sure that all of your access points are configured exactly the same with their security features and other configuration details.
At King Supers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices on over 1,000 items. With quality
value and savings that add up, King Soopers shoppers never compromise. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Wow. Every time.
Yeah, every time.
I know that all.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in, with healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. This is that Sprouts feeling.
Every network administrator will eventually be faced with a problem that says the network is slow. In actuality, the network probably is working just fine, but it will be the responsibility of the network administrator to determine what part of the network communication is performing poorly. And one of the ways that you can find this information is with a protocol analyzer. This will capture frames that are on a wired or wireless network and present the results of those frames in a format that a human being can understand. This capture capability may be built into the device you're using, so the switch, the router, or the firewall may have a capture function built into the software. Sometimes you can view the output on that device, or you may be able to output the file and view it in a protocol analyzer such as Wireshark. Wireshark can often show additional protocol decodes and additional details about the entire conversation traversing the network. And some network administrators will capture all packets to disk for later analysis. This is a big data analysis feature that allows you to store large amounts of information and quickly sift through that information to find exactly what you're looking for. Although this is used often in IT security, a network administrator will also find a great deal of use in the program InMap. InMap is network mapper, and it's able to find a great deal of information about open port numbers, operating systems, and the versions of applications. You would use InMap to scan this device, and it could return information such as all of the open port numbers that may be available on that remote device. You can also use InMap to find information about operating systems, what type of operating system is on a device, what version of operating system is on a device, and you can do all of that without actually logging into that device. And InMap is able to scan services on that device. So not only are you able to tell if there's a port, you're able to tell what service is running on that port. InMap also has an additional scripting engine, so you can write your own scripts and extend the capability of your utility. InMap is an active scan. It sends queries to the device, and it examines the results of those queries to make decisions about what ports may be open, what operating systems are on that device, and what services may be running. If you're not scanning a single device, you can tell InMap to scan an entire range, and it will find all of the active devices in that IP address range. This allows you to build a map not only of the IP addresses that are on the network, but information about the operating system, services, and so much more. If you were trying to find rogue devices or devices that you were not expecting to find on the network, InMap is a great way to scan for those. InMap can perform scans on the same subnet with just layer 2, which makes it very difficult for a rogue device to hide from an InMap scan. Here's the results of an InMap scan that was done to a single device in 10.1.10.222. You can see that InMap ran and found the host was up, and then found a number of different open ports on that device, including port 22, which normally would be for SSH, port 80 for HTTP, of course port 443 for HTTPS. There's also other ports open on this device, such as 548 for the Apple Filing Protocol, and NFS is open on this device on port 2049. If your InMap scan discovers that there are port numbers on that device that are open, but you weren't expecting those port numbers to be open, you might need to do additional research and find out what services are running on those individual ports. If you were to look at the front of a switch, it's very difficult to tell what devices are plugged in, what VLANs they might be a part of, or what their IP address might be. Fortunately, there's some protocols that we can use on this network to be able to gather that information automatically. One of those protocols is a proprietary protocol from Cisco known as CDP, or the Cisco Discovery Protocol. Although this is very specific to Cisco devices, it can provide a lot of information about that switch without having to log into the device itself. A more vendor-neutral version of this protocol is LLDP, or the Link Layer Discovery Protocol, and almost all switches support LLDP at a minimum so that you can start to gather information about how that device has been configured. Here's a protocol decode I took of a device that has both CDP and LLDP on it. This Cisco device is sending CDP packets, and you can see a breakdown of the Cisco Discovery Protocol version 2 in this protocol decode. Within this decode, we can see that CDP is telling us that we have one address on this particular interface, and it is 10.1.10.251, and the port number associated with that IP address is port gigabit Ethernet number 2. You can also see information about the software that's running on this device, the native VLAN on this device, and how individual interfaces may be configured at the hardware level. LLDP shows similar information. This is the protocol decode for the Link Layer Discovery Protocol. You can see MAC address information for the interface. It is indeed gigabit Ethernet interface number 2. This is a switch named Studio 328. And you can see for this, there is a VLAN ID associated with this interface. It's running on VLAN 10. Using both CDP and LLDP can tell you a lot about a switch without having to log in. And many third-party applications and devices can use these protocols to present this information in a consolidated form. When you're connecting to the internet, it's often useful to know how much bandwidth is available on that particular link. And one way that you can test this is to send a lot of information over the link and measure how long it took to send that information both in a download and an upload form. We can do that by using a number of free sites that are speed test sites. This can be very useful to perform prior to making a change and then after making a change to the network so that you can tell if there's any difference in speeds between the pre and post configuration update. It might also be useful to measure this information at different times of the day. You will probably have more bandwidth available during the off hours than you might have during the middle of a workday. And although there are many different speed test sites, they are certainly not the same. Some are located farther away and therefore may give you a different value than a speed test site that might be located closer to you. Some speed test sites may also be constrained by bandwidth and therefore may not be able to provide you with the most accurate statistics. Often some of the most accurate speed test sites are going to be those that are provided by your local ISP. So if you're running on an Xfinity network, you might want to use the Xfinity speed test site. If you're on an AT&T network, you might want to use AT&T speed test. That way you're getting the most accurate representation of the speeds available on your local network. If you'd rather use some third-party speed test sites, there are a number available on the internet. Fast.com and SpeedOfMe are very good choices, along with speedtest.net and testmy.net.
This is the newly redesigned Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It's not just an AI computer, it's a computer built for AI. So you can do the stuff that slows you down way, way faster. Like that. And that. And yeah, that too. It's a U multiplier. So you can get more done quicker, which means you get to be done sooner.
Hey Jalen, Thurston A. Sip here. What's harder, picking plays or picking outfits? More ice in your veins or ice in your chains?
Next question.
If you gotta be twice as good, can you throw twice as far? Do you regret ordering the Branzino? Who is this?
Jay Ernst, how many of these little hats do you own? Do you benefit from pretty privilege?
Jalen! Hey! Wait, you've always got a Sprite. Is that the key to your success?
Nah, but it tastes good. If you want to let your game do the talking, say less. If you want to refresh your drink, Sprite. Obey your thirst.
One of the most common utilities you'll use at the command line is the ping command. The ping command tells you if a device on the network is reachable, and if it's not reachable, it will give you information that might help you understand why that device is not reachable. This uses the ICMP protocol. This is the Internet Control Message Protocol to be able to query that device and get a response from that device. This will be one of the first things you do when you're troubleshooting a device. You would like to know if the device is on the network and if it's responding to these pings. So your first question will probably be, can you ping that host? Here at the command line of my Mac, we will run the ping command, but it works exactly the same whether you're in Mac OS, Linux, or Windows. We will use the ping command and we'll specify a host name. In this case, I will specify 1.1.1.1, which is a DNS at Cloudflare. And then we'll run the ping command. If everything works properly, we'll get a response like this, where the ping is working exactly the way you would expect. We are sending 64 bytes, and we are receiving 64 bytes back from that 1.1.1.1. You will see sequence numbers for the ICMP protocol, a time to live, and then you have the round trip time. If you ever run into a situation where you are not able to ping that device, you will see messages saying that it is timed out and you are no longer able to access that particular device. If the network then is restored, you will start pinging that device again and you'll be back to seeing the response times for all of those individual pings. In Linux and Mac OS and in Windows, if you set this to continuously ping, you can use the Control-C command and it will stop the ping and provide you with a series of statistics about this particular ping session. A utility that you might find yourself using almost as much as the ping command is the traceroute command. This, as the name implies, will trace a route and tell you what routers are between your device and the device that is the destination. It will map the entire path between you and that secondary device. In Linux and Mac OS, you would run the full traceroute name as the command. In Windows, it's an abbreviation of that command, and it's called traceRT. This also uses ICMP, but it uses a different aspect of ICMP than what we were using for the ping command. In this particular case, it's using the ICMP time to live exceeded error message. This is a message sent back to the originating station saying that it was not able to complete this because the time to live has exceeded. And of course, in IP, time to live is referring to the number of hops or the number of routers that we're going through, not the number of seconds or the number of minutes. Traceroute modifies the TTL and starts performing this test over the network. So it might start with a TTL of 1 to give you information about the first router. Then it will change the TTL to 2 so that you can get information about the second router, and so on. One of the challenges with ICMP is that many firewalls and other devices will disable or filter ICMP messages. So although our time to live may have been exceeded, there's no ICMP message that's being sent back because it's being filtered by another device. In your traceroute output, you'll know when the ICMP is being filtered because you'll see an asterisk instead of traceroute statistics. Depending on the operating system you're using, traceroute might work a little bit differently. For example, in Windows, the ICMP echo requests are used to send information, and we're expecting to receive ICMP time exceeded messages. There will also be an ICMP echo reply that is finally received once we make it to the destination device. As we mentioned earlier, ICMP is often filtered, so you may find that sometimes the information you're looking for does not make it back to your console. Other operating systems or different versions of traceroute might allow you to change what type of payload is being sent out. So if you're running Linux or Mac OS, you might have some options available at the command line to customize your traceroute messages.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
It's me. Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Run a traceroute, but before we do that, I want to show you what's happening behind the scenes when we run that traceroute command. In this particular example, we're going to run a traceroute from Sam's machine all the way through these multiple routers all the way to Jack's workstation. And we're going to run this by using the traceroute command. And when we run this, the very first message sent from Sam's computer has a traceroute set to TTL of 1. That means the time to live is 1. That means when this first frame reaches the very first router, that router will decrease the TTL by 1. So that means the TTL will turn into 0, meaning our time to live has been exceeded. A message will then be sent back to Sam's computer saying the TTL was exceeded, and here's the IP address that reported that the TTL was exceeded. In this particular case, that was the 10.10.10.1 router, and it says that we were able to reach that router in 2 milliseconds. Next, Sam will send a trace route to Jack's machine, but the TTL will be set to 2. That means the packet will first get to router 1. That router will decrease the TTL by 1, and it will send that down to the next router that will also decrease the TTL to 1. And in this particular case, we've now exceeded the TTL, and that message will go back to Sam's workstation, and it will be noted in the output of the traceroute command. This process continues, and the traceroute command now changes the TTL to 3. That means it will go through the first router, be decreased to 2. It will get to the second router, the TTL will be decreased to 1. It will make it to the next hop along the way. The TTL will be moved to 0, TTL will be exceeded, and a message will be sent back to Sam's workstation, and that information will also be added to the traceroute output. The TTL will now be set to 4. The same process will occur where it will decrease the TTL through each router that it goes through until now it finally reaches the destination workstation, where Jack's workstation will decrease the TTL by 1 and send back a TTL exceeded message all the way to Sam's workstation, and that information is added to the traceroute results. Here are the results of a traceroute that I ran. Let's go through each line so you can see exactly what we're looking at in the output. I ran a traceroute to 8.8.8.8, which is a Google DNS server IP address. It started with the first hop. You can see the number 1 next to the first hop is 10.1.10.1, and it has 3 values next to it. By default, traceroute runs each test 3 times, and it gives you the 3 response times for each one of those tests. The next hop is hop number 2. It is 96.120.58.137. You can see response times for those. We have a hop 3, a hop 4, a hop 5, all the way through to hop number 10, which has finally made its way to 8.8.8.8, and of course you can see the response time measurements for that device. This displays every router that we had to hop through to get between our device down to the DNS Google server. This information can be very important, especially if later on you run into a problem communicating to that server. If you then ran a second trace route, you can compare your first trace route with the second to see where you might be missing a route or which router may be stopping this route from continuing. When you're troubleshooting problems on the network, you often need to perform a name resolution between an IP address and a fully qualified domain name. That is, of course, something done behind the scenes when you're using a browser or referencing a fully qualified domain name, but you might want to query the DNS server yourself to see what type of results you would get. There are 2 useful and very similar commands that you could use to perform this query. One of them is nslookup, and the other one is dig. This will allow you to make queries to a DNS server and receive a response to any of those queries. You can look at canonical names, IP addresses, cache timers, text records, and anything else that might be inside of that DNS server. nslookup is included with Windows, Linux, and Mac OS, and it allows you to perform this query to a DNS server.
Yeah, it's a good time to take a break, everybody. Get up and stretch your legs for a little bit.
Not to use this particular utility.
Come back about 10 minutes.
Instead, we should be using the dig command. Dig is a utility that is also included with Linux and Mac OS, and there are some versions of dig that you can download in your Windows environment. There's an older version of the bind package that comes with an executable for dig. This is available from isc.org, although newer versions of the bind utility no longer include this executable in the package. Let's run an nslookup, and we'll use this command to look up www.professormesser.com. We can see that we get a response back from our DNS server. In this case, our DNS server is 1.1.1.1. And we can see that there are 3 answers that we received from that DNS server. One was that www.professormesser.com can be found at 104.22.73.108. We can find it at 104.22.72.108 and 172.67.41.114. You would think there would be one single IP address for that server, but we have redundancy built into these servers so that if this first IP address is not available, there are other IP addresses you can use to access the web server. Let's run the same query with the dig command, and again, we'll choose www.professormesser.com. On this output, it shows us that we are performing a query, and we can see that for this question about www.professormesser.com, we're looking for the internet address or the A record associated with that name. And again, we get 3 responses. They are 172.67.41.114. That matches what we got earlier. We have 104.22.73.108. Again, we have a match. And we have 104.22.72.108. So the information that we're querying with both of these utilities is the same. It's just that the format that's provided in the output is slightly different. If you're trying to query a DNS server, or you'd like to look at the configuration of a DNS server, you can find that you can access those records using either the NSLOOKUP utility.
All right, team. USAA is open to
spouses and kids of military who joined, like me. And grandchildren if their parents joined. Are you eligible, Coach Gronk?
It's complicated.
USAA. Become a member today.
Organic and dairy-free.
Here we go.
Third time today.
At Sprouts, our shelves are filled with new, exciting, and delicious discoveries. This is that Sprouts feeling.
Or did. In earlier videos, we talked about the idea of capturing packets on the network in order to view the information that's being sent and to troubleshoot network issues. One of the ways you can do that is by using a third-party utility such as Wireshark, but many operating systems include this capability as part of the OS itself. A utility that allows you to capture these packets is the TCP dump utility. This allows you to capture packets right from the command line and either view them on the screen or save them into a file. TCP dump is usually included with Linux and Mac OS, and you can install utilities in Windows that would give you a similar functionality. A good example of one is the WinDump utility. You can either capture every packet traversing the network, or you can apply filters and view that information on your screen at real time. Sometimes there is a lot of information that appears on the screen, however, and you may choose to put this information into a file that you can then download and load into Wireshark.
Hi, thanks for liking the video. You can always leave your comments from time to time. I do mute and unmute the audio based on if I'm doing currently doing interviews or going to study videos. At the moment, I am. But thank you for liking the video. Leave your comments, and I will respond to you when I can. Hi, thanks for subscribing. Leave your comments. I will get back to you once I can.
reliable fiber internet. Because you and your internet have been through enough.
In most cases, our total number of hops between us and the destination that we're trying to visit somewhere on the internet is usually around 12 to 16 hops, sometimes more and sometimes less. But that's a relatively small number when you consider that the total default time to live on macOS or Linux is 64 hops, and the default on Windows is 128 hops. That gives us plenty of room to be able to get data from one side of the internet to the other and not have that information accidentally dropped by a router. Depending on the protocol you're using, time to live may have a different definition. With routers, time to live is associated with the number of hops. But in DNS, or the domain name system, the time to live is associated with the total number of seconds. Let's take a scenario where we're performing a DNS lookup, and you can do this yourself by using NSLOOKUP or DIG, and you can resolve or look for the device www.professormesser.com, and your DNS server will return some type of IP address associated with the Professor Messer web server. Inside of that DNS resolution is information about time to live. This tells us how long we should cache this local entry on our system. So we want to cache it for a certain number of seconds. How many seconds? Well, we're going to cache it for the time to live seconds. The time to live is included with the configuration on a DNS server. This is the output from the command dig www.professormesser.com. You can see that the answer section, where the DNS server is providing us information, says that the server www.professormesser.com has a time to live of 300. This is an internet address. The A is for address. And then we have 3 different IP addresses associated with my web server. This 300 value is the one telling our local machine, keep this IP address in your cache for 300 seconds. If you do the math, that is 5 minutes. Once that 5 minutes has elapsed, our local cache removes that particular resolution. And if you want to know the IP address for that same server, you would need to perform another DNS query to update your cache for another 5 minutes. This allows me, as the administrator of my web server, to be able to change the IP address in my DNS configuration, and I can feel relatively secure that most people will have an updated version of that IP address within 5 minutes. We use time to live for many other protocols as well, so make sure you look at the documentation for that protocol to understand exactly how we're measuring time to live for that particular protocol.
At BASF, we're working together to drive change. What change do you want to see?
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series. Struck out with the cheap seats. Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine. We are Farmers.
Cloud computing has undeniably changed the way we approach technology. With one click of a button, we can deploy an application and multiple services.
How are you doing? Leave your comments. I will read your comments in between
Providing elasticity, especially in times
in between my class activities. But
when that demand goes away. We also have applications that we can now scale up or scale down and access those applications from anywhere in the world. Cloud computing also uses multi-tenancy, where many different customers are using the same cloud infrastructure. This allows for efficiency in the use of technology and efficiency in how much it costs to use this technology. Not only do we have virtual servers that can live in that cloud computing infrastructure, we can also have virtual networks. Let's take the scenario where we might have 100 individual servers that are running in our data center. That's a relatively large farm of servers. We've designed this infrastructure to have redundancy in the network. There are multiple servers, we've got load balancers and multiple firewalls, and we've designed it for uptime and availability. But now let's take this entire physical infrastructure and let's move this infrastructure to the cloud. We're going to migrate 100 physical servers to effectively one very large physical server. Inside that one very large physical server, we will run 100 virtual servers inside of it. Now that we've taken these 100 physical servers and migrated them to a cloud infrastructure, what do we do with our networking infrastructure? Not surprisingly, we will virtualize this network infrastructure as well. This is referred to as Network Function Virtualization, or NFV, where we can replace our routers and our switches and our other networking devices with virtual versions of those networking devices that are running in this virtualized environment. Although our firewall and our switches and our routers are no longer physical, they still have the same functionality. We can see those devices, our network interfaces, and everything about the network configuration all from our hypervisor. So we have the same functionality, it's just now in a virtual appliance. Just as we're able to push a button and deploy a new server, we can push a button and deploy a new firewall, or a new switch, or make a router configuration, all within this virtualized world. This gives us a lot of flexibility for deploying applications, designing the network connectivity for those applications, and connecting our different cloud infrastructures wherever they might be in the world. A common application instance inside of a cloud infrastructure might include a web server, a database server. There could be load balancers, virtual switches and routers, and virtual firewalls. All of these will run inside of a virtual private cloud, or a VPC. It's very common, especially in larger environments, that you would have separate VPCs for different application instances or different parts of the company. This allows you to keep all of these systems separated, but still allow you to manage all of them as individual virtual appliances. Although these VPCs may be different application instances, we might still want to have devices within those separate VPCs be able to communicate with each other. To provide that communication, we need a device in the middle called a transit gateway to be able to connect all of these VPCs together. You can think of this transit gateway as a cloud router that allows us to connect and allow communication between all of our different VPCs. If you need connectivity to these VPCs from the outside, you may need to add additional security in the form of a VPN connection. This allows someone who may be at a remote site to be able to bring up a VPN tunnel, connect to the transit gateway, and effectively have communication to all of your different VPCs. It's very common to use a VPN at a remote site or from the user's workstation to be able to gain access to these private VPCs. But there may be times when you want to make your application instances available to anyone on the internet. In that scenario, you might want to use a VPC gateway, or what we refer to as an internet gateway, so that users anywhere in the world will have access to your applications. We might also want to have these devices in each of our VPCs communicate outbound over the internet to other resources. We would use a VPC NAT gateway to provide this communication, and the NAT stands for Network Address Translation. Our VPCs and the private networks that we're running inside of those VPCs can translate to a public IP address to be able to communicate out over the internet. This includes security rules so that your VPCs can connect outbound to internet resources, but you may not necessarily allow inbound access from external devices. And it's not uncommon for many organizations to use multiple cloud providers, but still require connectivity between those cloud providers. We can provide that connectivity through the use of a VPC endpoint, where we create a direct connection from a VPC on one cloud provider to a VPC.
Tackling your security concerns starts with a prompt. With Sola AI, you get answers to the security question
on another cloud provider. Here's an example that has a number of different VPCs. We've got a virtual private cloud with a public subnet, or public applications that people can access from anywhere on the internet. We also have a private subnet on this same cloud provider, where we have a private virtual machine. Well, if we have a different storage network, which certainly could be at a different cloud provider, that cloud storage can easily connect to the public subnet over the existing internet and using a VPC internet gateway. But our private subnet is not accessible from the internet, so we need to add a VPC endpoint that will allow our cloud storage to communicate directly to what is a private subnet and virtual machine. Many cloud providers will include additional security that you can layer on top of your VPCs. Security groups and lists are effectively a firewall that's created for your cloud-based services. This allows you to control what traffic can go outbound and inbound to your VPCs. Most of these are based around a series of port numbers and protocols. So you can define a TCP or UDP port number and add that to your inbound or outbound rules in your security groups. You can also add layer 3 addresses to this. So you can add IP addresses that are individual addresses, maybe an entire block of addresses using CIDR block notation, or specify IPv4 or IPv6 ranges directly within your security groups. This is very similar to configuring a traditional firewall, which operates looking at TCP or UDP port numbers. In this example, the inbound rules have a number of predefined rules, but you can customize these as well with your own port numbers specific to your application. In your cloud provider's front end, you would include in your network security list the list of rules that you would like to assign. For example, I have a rule that is inbound using TCP port 443, and any IP address is allowed to communicate inbound with that rule. I have another rule that's an inbound rule for TCP port 22, and it's the same broad range of any IP address. Once you define your network security list, it will be applied to all of your virtual private clouds. You can see that I have a virtual cloud network for Subnet X, Subnet Y, and Subnet Z. These very broad network security lists automatically be assigned to each one of those individual networks. One of the challenges with these network security lists is that they don't provide a lot of granularity. When you configure a network security list, it's automatically assigned to all of your virtual cloud networks, even if you don't need that particular rule in that cloud network, and even if you need additional rules for one of the individual cloud networks. Fortunately, there are ways to add additional granularity using a network security group. With the network security group, I can assign rules to individual virtual network interface cards, or VNets. So you can see I have similar security rules that I've defined as a network security group. I have network security group A, which is inbound TCP port 443, and I have a network security group B, which is also an inbound rule to TCP port 22. I've identified these as the network security group A with the green shield and the network security group B with the blue shield. And you can see that I can assign those network security groups to individual network interface cards that may be inside of a virtual cloud network. This one is on a single subnet where I've defined different rules for different interface cards within the same virtual cloud network subnet. You can see by using these network security groups that we do have additional granularity that we can bring down to the individual interfaces. This also increases the amount of administration required to manage all of these different lists. If you find that you need additional security above this, you might want to look into a virtual firewall or other virtualized platform to include additional security to your application instances.
Confused about which IT certification to get? Let me map your path to career and salary growth. The CompTIA trifecta is your foundation for IT career success. First, A+, validates your essential hardware and troubleshooting skills. Network Plus proves you understand connectivity.
When you're deploying a cloud-based application, you also need to consider who will be accessing that application and from where. If you're creating an application that anyone on the internet would need to access, then you would probably want to include it in a public cloud so that everyone can gain access. But if you're building out a cloud-based application that is for internal use only, you may want to deploy this to your own virtualized local data center where you have a private cloud. In many organizations, we often use both of these, and we need a hybrid configuration of both public and private clouds for all of these applications. One type of cloud model is software as a service, or SaaS. This is commonly associated with software that is on demand. You have a login screen in your browser, you log in, and now you have access to the application. Someone else has written the application, someone else manages the application, your data is stored somewhere within that application, and you don't have to do anything else to be able to use that particular app. You don't have a local installation of software, you don't manage or upgrade any of the software itself. Instead, you simply log in and use the app. This allows for centralized management of the application and the data that you're putting into the application, which means everything is being stored on a third-party cloud platform. This is a complete application offering, and you don't have to do any type of development work to be able to use that app. A good example of software as a service would be an app like Google Mail or Office 365, where you simply log in and use the app. There may be times when you would like to build your own application and deploy and manage your own data, and all you really need are the computing resources to be able to run that application. In that model, you want to use infrastructure as a service, or IaaS. Sometimes you see this referred to as hardware as a service, or HaaS, because you're effectively using hardware in the cloud and using your own software on top of that. This means that you would be responsible for installing your software and managing all of the data associated with that software. If the software needs to be upgraded, you would be the one to upgrade it on your infrastructure as a service model. The application that you're using and the data that you're putting into that application is still in the cloud, but you have much more control over the access and security of that data when you're using infrastructure as a service. A good example of infrastructure as a service is with web service providers, where you can buy time on a particular web server and they make that server available to everyone on the internet. A middle ground between software as a service and infrastructure as a service is platform as a service, or PaaS. This is still in the cloud, but you're the one who manages all of the development efforts to customize the application to your specifications. The cloud provider gives you all of the tools necessary to build this particular app. You can think of this as a series of building blocks provided by the platform as a service infrastructure, and then you build out those blocks to create your own application. The underlying engine that runs the application is the responsibility of the platform as a service provider, and your responsibility is to build and maintain the apps that are running in platform as a service. A good example of a platform as a service infrastructure would be something like Salesforce.com, where they give you all of the tools necessary to create a customized application running on the Salesforce.com
training sessions.
Here's an example of a cloud responsibility matrix that you might find with any cloud service provider. In this chart, I've separated out software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, and then an on-prem device that you would manage yourself. Obviously, with on-prem, everything from the data to the applications to the physical data center are all the responsibility of the customer. But with infrastructure as a service, you have the physical data center, the physical network, and the physical host, all provided by the cloud provider, and then you handle all of the other pieces of that particular application. With platform as a service, you can see that network controls, applications, and the identity and directory infrastructure may be shared between the customer and the cloud provider, but you'd still be responsible for the accounts, devices, and the information and data. With software as a service, much more of these are provided by the provider themselves. For example, everything associated with the applications is clearly in the responsibility of the provider. Everything above that would still be the responsibility of the customer. So depending on the type of infrastructure you want and the type of responsibility that you're willing to take on, you'll need to pick the right cloud model for your application deployment.
This is a team feeling zen. And these are the Dell PowerEdge servers that make them feel that way. They take care of themselves. So the team can spend less time stressing and more time growing their business.
Oh, Christ! Gillette lamps blades last 50% longer. 5-0.
In this course, there will be a lot of conversations about TCP/IP, moving packets across the network, and very often we lose track of exactly what that means. So I thought it would be good if we started with an overview of Internet Protocol and how it operates. The goal, of course, is to get data from one side of the network to another. And there are a number of different processes involved in being able to transfer large amounts of data from one computer to another. In the analogy that we use today, we're going to describe this transfer of data from one device to another as using a moving truck to get data from one house to another. We can also think of the roads that we're using as the network that we've created. This might be a wired Ethernet network, a wireless network, a wide area network technology, or many different types of network connections. But in this explanation, those network connections are referred to as the road that our moving truck will drive on. In this example, this truck is the Internet Protocol. It's the one that is doing the heavy lifting and moving that data across the network. Just as we might pack up items or objects in a room into a box and put that box onto the moving truck, we do effectively the same thing with our application data. We package that information into a virtual moving box, and we put that moving box onto the truck, which in this case would be IP. So now we have a highway, which would be our network. We have a moving truck, which would be the Internet Protocol. We have boxes within that moving truck. We commonly refer to those boxes as the TCP or UDP protocol. And then inside of those boxes is application data that we need to transfer from one device to another.
All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and take just so that I'm right. I work the day classes, so we're about y'all end at 6 Pacific time. Is that correct?
If we were to visualize the Ethernet frame,
I'm over here in Central Time Zone, so I'm doing some time conversions here. I just want to make sure that is right. Okay. So we'll go ahead and take our last break, and then we'll do some review stuff. The review stuff is some little peeks at what you might see on this exam. Some little labs that I created that are kind of like some simulations that you might see, or some performance-based questions. So we'll kind of go over some of that stuff when we get back. Yeah, just take your 10-minute break, and we'll get started that whenever we get back. See you then.
And inside of that part of the packet is the TCP or UDP payload. So if we were to look at protocol decode of a single frame on our Ethernet network, we would see Ethernet header. Inside that Ethernet header would be an IP header. Inside the IP header might be a TCP header, which would hold HTTP or website data. And then finally, at the end of the frame, we would have the Ethernet trailer. You'll notice that inside of that IP header, we had either TCP data or UDP data. So it might be useful to break out those two protocols and describe what the differences might be. Both of these protocols are very similar in their function. They're obviously moving data from one device to another, but the internals of how those protocols work are a bit different between the two, and an application will use the one that makes sense for its particular function. If you recall our video on the OSI model, you'll remember that TCP and UDP operate at OSI layer 4, or the transport layer. It's in this layer that we're able to send many different applications across the network simultaneously between exactly the same devices. We refer to this as multiplexing, and it describes the efficient process of transferring multiple applications simultaneously between multiple devices. Let's first look at TCP, or the Transmission Control Protocol. We refer to TCP as a connection-oriented protocol. That's because there is a formal process to set up the communication between two devices, and when that communication is done, there's a formal process to tear down that particular session. One feature that makes TCP different than UDP is the ability for a station to acknowledge that it has received data. We refer to this as a reliable delivery method. That's because sending data to another device will always result in an acknowledgement that that device has successfully received that data. This means the sending station will always know if information was properly delivered to the destination. This also means that the sending device can recover from any type of errors. If it doesn't receive an acknowledgement, it can assume that that information was not received by the destination device, and it will resend that information to ensure that it is able to receive all of the data. These packets are also numbered, so the receiving device will also be able to request anything that may have been lost along the way without having to resend multiple packets and recreate that data. Having this conversation between these two devices about about how well traffic is able to be transferred allows the receiving station to configure flow control. This describes the process of the receiving station telling the sending device to either send data slower or speed up the transmission. UDP, or the User Datagram Protocol, is a much more bare-bones protocol. There's no formal process to set up a session between two devices, and a process then to tear down the session. We refer to this as a connectionless communication because there's no setup or warning that information may be inbound to a particular device. This means that we can send packet after packet of UDP data from one device to another. No UDP acknowledgement is ever sent back to the originating device. We refer to this type of communication as unreliable, not because there is communicating. In fact, UDP and TCP are able to communicate with exactly the same probability of getting that information sent across the network. The difference is that we don't receive any acknowledgments when using UDP, so we can't guarantee that that information has truly been delivered. And since there's no acknowledgement and no notification that anything has been delivered, there's no way to perform any type of error recovery or be able to retransmit portions of the data which may have not been received. And because there's no ongoing communication back and forth between these two devices using UDP, there's no way to configure any type of flow control. The receiving station can't reach out and tell the sending station to speed up or slow down because nothing is ever sent back to the original station.
Making precise moves with your investments means asking questions others don't. Actively managed ETFs at zero price, designed to outperform the index.
At King Soopers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and